Good evening, everybody, and welcome. The May 13th regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk here on my right. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. Christina, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Grisanti?
Here.
Councilmember Riggins? Here. Councilmember Silverstein?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Here.
Mayor Ehring?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Can I report? We need a Pledge of Allegiance. John, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
John, thank you very much. Can I get a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 3rd, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve it, but with one adjustment. Can we move 6A to follow 4A?
Can I get a second on that? I think that's a good idea. This should be a quick item, so it should not slow us down at all.
I'll second.
Okay, so we got all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Susan Duenas, if you would join me up at the podium, we would have a presentation.
No.
Oh, did we not get a report on posting of the agenda? I apologize. We did, yeah.
You did?
See, guys, you got to pay attention.
We did?
You were here.
No, I wasn't apparently.
Okay, glad to have you here. Come on up. Don't be shy. Good evening. What we're going to do for the presentation this evening is give Susan Duenas a presentation for 7 years of service to the City of Malibu. Tonight, I would like to recognize and congratulate Susan on her 7 years of service with the City of Malibu. Susan joined the city in 2017 as the Public Safety Manager and has gone on to become the Public Safety Director under an expanded Public Safety Department. During the Woolsey Fire and the COVID-19 pandemic, Susan worked alongside the state, county, and local partners, as well as city staff, to coordinate a comprehensive response that prioritized the safety and well-being of all the community members, while ensuring vital information reached our residents when they needed it most. She is actively strengthening the city's emergency response by leading ongoing staff training for our Emergency Operations Center and working on an update to the city's emergency operations plan. Susan has also been an integral part of the city's approach to homelessness by helping establish a proactive, service-driven approach that strategically bridges outreach, enforcement, and while considering its impacts on the community. She works to maintain and improve our longstanding partnership with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles County Fire Department to ensure that the city has effective and efficient emergency response providers. One of Susan's most admirable qualities, beyond her compassion and empathy. Did you write this for yourself? Very good. Very good. One of Susan's most admirable qualities, beyond her compassion and empathy, is her determination to identify solutions and create a culture of partnership, even in the face of unfamiliar challenges. She has worked with multiple city commissions, task forces, and community groups to ensure that policy recommendations are reflective of the significant discussions being had by all stakeholders. Her ability to adapt to changing public safety concerns has been instrumental in the city's success. And let me just say, public safety and fire are when I have conversations with the residents, those are the two issues that come up the most. and you have done an excellent job in helping us address both of those. So I thank you very much. So on behalf of the Malibu City Council, I express our gratitude for your outstanding contributions to the city. Your dedication and hard work embody the spirit of excellence that we all strive for in all aspects of our municipal operations. So Susan, thank you very, very much. Let me get, if you want to come up and say something, then we'll take a picture if you're willing to do that with us.
I just want to say thank you. And yeah, public safety programming has come a long way, but honestly, it's thanks to my amazing staff, on all the amazing community volunteers, the CERT team, VOPs, Arson Watch, Public Safety Commission, Homelessness Task Force, Homelessness Working Group, everybody working together, and of course the support of the City Council and City Management. So thank you for all the support over the years. I really appreciate it. I'm proud to be a part of the community working to make Malibu safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're proud to have you here, so thank you very much. Come on inside. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Ready now to open up to public comment from the speakers. This is for items which are not on the agenda. So we'll start with Marcia. You were here early, so you get to go first. Come on up.
Mayor, council members, my name is Marcia Zwilling, and I'm the director of the Diane Warren Foundation. I live on the old Eddie Albert property adjacent to the Escondido Waterfalls Trail. And the reason I'm here tonight, I know this subject has been broached for years, but is to ask for a ranger presence on Winding Way. In the past year, I think the amount of visitors has clearly doubled, and that could be because of all the rain and, you know, the waterfall is spectacular, or the fact that Solstice is closed. But there are thousands of visitors a month coming there, and there is rarely an ongoing ranger presence. What concerns me the most is it's a private road. We know what to expect on the blind curves because most of the people don't use the trail. They come around the blind curves. They walk around the blind curves, almost 5 wide sometimes. So those of us who live there know to expect that. We come around the turn slow and we avert a tragedy. Recently, there are a lot of people that are driving up there. They think they can park up there, and then they find out they can't, so they turn around and they come back down the hill. All it's going to take is one glance over to a passenger or at their cell phone, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. You know, we have so many families with children that come every weekend to enjoy the waterfall, and they're unaware of the traffic that's going up and down the road. There was a volunteer sheriff, and I had asked him last Saturday, he was there for a short while, can you stop the unauthorized drivers coming up the hill? And he said that he couldn't. So I'm not quite sure with a sign that says, you know, basically no unauthorized drivers, no parking past this point, why we can't do anything to monitor that. But I know this has been talked about for years, but I wanted to put in my voice and go on record and say, this is a disaster waiting to happen. and we need a ranger presence there. We need volunteer sheriffs there, someone to monitor it. I think on Cinco de Mayo, there were close to 1,000 visitors that came up, and there was no rangers there. So all I'm asking is that we can have a ranger there on Saturday and Sunday. Also, this past weekend, I saw search and rescue there. Someone apparently got hurt. There's no cell phone coverage there either, which is another reason to have a ranger. And my time is up, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Andy, you're up. You've got 4 minutes.
I've got something, there was a,
I'm not going to get into, who shot John on this or anything else, but our issue was to get that skate park built. You listen to Andy and the other people that talked about it's been 10 years to get a skate park. We are trying to get one built. And I will tell you 100%, Andy's representation of what took place is not accurate in my mind. So I'll leave it at that.
quite a gaslighting answer to the questions that I asked. I don't even know what that means. 100% not in your mind. You don't want to hear who shot John because you guys are holding a smoking gun on this whole thing, the way you dealt with Gillen and everything. And I feel it's important for me to be here tonight because the three of you, Mary Ann, Paul, and Doug, the way that you dealt with that settlement agreement. What happened was, for people who don't know, Gillen, we had a skate park, went all the way through the process, and he decided that he was going to appeal it and then sue. And the city you guys went so quickly to take a settlement on that. We never even got to see an appeal. The appeal didn't get heard. You had extra meetings to deal with the settlement. And when it came down to the settlement, you guys all voted, and there was an indemnification clause that Paul did not want in there. And you all voted on it, and it was in there. And at the last minute, then at the nighttime, Trevor called Mary Ann and changed the motion. So my point here is that, Doug, you're going to be the mayor, right? And so you're complicit in this thing. You had nothing. When Steve brought this up, you said nothing about it. You mum's the word. You just sat there and whatever. Paul, you wanted that thing in there. So my question is, since you're going to be running again, maybe you should let everybody know how you were. Were you the one that called Trevor and told him to call Mary Ann to change her motion? Okay, you weren't? Okay, Trevor, you work for the city. You should have to answer tonight, right now in front of everybody here, and say, who was it that put you up to calling Mary Ann to change the motion on that settlement agreement, right? Was it Gillen? Was it Gold? Was it the attorney? Or did you just decide to pander to the developers on your own accord? You guys could have dealt with this thing. You never charged him for the extra parking. He hasn't paid for years. You gave him this sweetheart deal. He's paying like $2 a car to park there. You had every way to stop this. This didn't slow down the skate park. What slowed down was dealing with Gillen and pandering to him and bending over. So everybody here that's going to get, got to understand what we're dealing with in this city with developers and the way that this city does. The agenda, that appeal that we didn't get to see because you had a special meeting 5 days before it was supposed to be heard, staff was recommending that they deny the appeal. And yet you went ahead with whatever kind of recommendation from the city attorney that it was going to be a lawsuit. We never even got to see what it was based on. So you just folded. I don't know. I would love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you. You're going to be the mayor. How do you do this? You're like Mr. Business Guy, but like if you had a board meeting and they changed the meeting afterwards, would you be like, oh, that's cool. So let's hear it.
Thank you, Andy. Joe, you're up next, please. Joe Drummond, are you? You didn't?
She's here for Public Works.
Okay. Okay, I apologize. That's good. All right. Let's go to Commissioner.
Mayor,
Oh,
we-
in Zoom. I'm sorry. Yes, go we got on Zoom.
There are no raised hands.
All right. There's a break for this evening. All right, Commissioner comments, please. Joe, you're up.
Hello, Mayor Euring, Honorable Council. I'm here to talk for the Public Works Commission. I'm just going to say that we have a great camaraderie, which I'm very proud of. I'm the new chair, by the way, and we are having a great time, and we're being led by Rob and Brandy, who bring a lot of joy and humor to the group. So we are excited to be on the commission. We've had one meeting since the rains in January and February, and Public Works have completed much cleanup in the neighborhoods on public roads. Plus, they're working with homeowners getting 60 private parcels cleaned up in the city. Public Works is at about the same level of spending as last year at $600,000 budgeted out for storm debris removal, which is historically high because of all the rain we've had the last couple of years. Public Works, as you know, is working with Caltrans on PCH safety and giving input on engineering and new, safer PCH. We have had many questions about what those new lines on PCH are, and they are called optical speed bars. They give the illusion of the lanes being narrower to slow drivers down before the bend in the road. So we will have input also on the design of the new PCH Boulevard, which Caltrans will be completing over the next year, we hope. In our upcoming capital improvements this year, which includes 30 projects for Public Works, they are making a design priority to make one of the most dangerous and confusing intersections at Las Flores and Rambla Pacifico and PCH redesigned. We are also optimistic on getting the permanent skate park starting on construction before the end of this year. It is estimated 3 months, sorry, Andy, for the plans to come back for Public Works approval, and then 3 months for the request of proposals to come in and choose a contractor, and then hopefully we can kick off construction in November or December without any rain delays. There is also a possibility to have the temporary skate park exist during the construction. Also, the permanent Malibu snack shack hopefully can be started next year after the design phase. Rob is currently working on getting a request for qualifications for design consultants for the project. Kristen and he will be putting together within the next few weeks with the plan of having a consultant contracted by the summer. And they've started weed abatement in April, which will go through till August for fire safety in the city. And we will also hopefully be establishing a neighborhood beautification program where communities in Malibu can landscape or beautify and maintain easements in their neighborhoods that are owned by the city through a grant process. The next step will be to bring a draft to the Public Works Commission and hopefully get done this summer. And lastly, and the biggest thing, is that Travis Hart and the maintenance crews painted a red stripe on Cliffside Drive where it's already no parking right away when they heard that there was people parking on the street there and blocking the road. So we are grateful to the Public Works team for their swift efforts on all this. Thank you.
Joe, thank you very much. I think that ends all the commissioner comments. And nobody online? No? Okay. We're going to close public comment, bring it back up to the council table. Council members? Steve, you're first, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Happy to give my report. First off, last Friday, we celebrated the State of the City event. I wanted to thank the Chamber of Commerce and Santa Monica College for hosting a wonderful event. It was really well attended. There was a lot of great energy. And thank you to everybody who spoke that day, including our mayor. We also heard from Supervisors Horvath representatives, State Senator Jackie Irwin, and our State Senator Ben Allen. For those who didn't get a chance to attend the event, the video is now posted on the city website. I would encourage you to take a look at that and see some of the achievements that we were celebrating from the past year. Also wanted to announce or note that we also last week we had mayor and council members, state and county officials, and local law enforcement join a press conference here at the Ghost Tower Memorial to announce the new Go Safely PCH driver education campaign. They also announced and gave updates on the traffic safety improvements on PCH. We are very grateful to be joined by the California Transportation Secretary, Tokes Omashakin, LA County Board of Supervisors and Chair Lindsay Horvath, also Office of Traffic Safety Director Barbara Rooney, Cowtown's Director Tony Taveras. They were all here to show their support for the efforts to improve safety on PCH. I think it's very encouraging that this is now the second time in less than a year that we've had visit from high-ranking state officials from the Department of Transportation. I think it really shows that they're committed to making some positive changes here. The Go Safely PCH campaign is meant to raise awareness and change driver behavior to make, obviously, PCH safer in Malibu, and it includes 31 billboards placed along freeways outside of Malibu, posters, lawn signs, social media, advertising, and an online pledge to drive safely on PCH. And you can see we have the pledge wall here from the press conference on Wednesday, so encourage people to sign up and take the pledge. Also wanted to give an update on what is happening with CHP. And CHP has now written 1,392 citations since they began in January. Not surprising, a large majority, 1,180 of those were for speeding. So they continue to be diligent along with our Sheriff's Department to address the speeding out on PCH. We're also keeping a close eye on a couple of bills that would have impact on driver behavior, most particularly the Ben Allen bill, Senator Ben Allen, SB 1297, which would allow the installation of speed cameras here in Malibu on PCH. We're also keeping a close eye on the Senator Stern bill 1509, which would increase penalties for excessive speeders. Both of those bills are on track to go to the Senate Appropriations Committee this week. And if approved, they would go then to the floor of the full Senate. And if they get through that process, we would repeat all that then again on the Assembly side in June. Also wanted to announce our fire safety liaisons recently helped Malibu West become recognized as a good standing Firewise community. They're now working with the Rambla Pacifico and Malibu Canyon Villas to help them achieve Firewise recognition. City is striving to get as many neighborhoods as possible recognized as Firewise communities in order to make them more resilient to wildfires, also eligible for reduced insurance rates, and able to secure grants through a fire safe council. Also want to announce that the Public Safety Department is offering free fire extinguisher training this Wednesday at 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. The 1-hour training includes both classroom and hands-on training. Anyone interested in participating should contact Sarah Flores in the city's Public Safety Department. Wanted to also make a note about our efforts to get input on the Malibu community lands, the vacant lands. We have been made aware of some residents' concerns regarding the amount of personal information that was being requested as part of the sign-up to participate in the upcoming Malibu Community Land Survey. Staff have been in communication with the vendor, and we'll be making a few adjustments. We want to make sure that the community knows that some of the information, such as age and household size, will be optional. The intent behind these questions is to provide a breakdown in demographic data as part of the outcome report to be presented to Council. The first survey will be distributed to the community in early June, and our first community meeting will be next week, May 21st, here at the Council Chambers, starting at 6 p.m. For more information, we encourage public to visit MalibuCommunityLands.org. And that is it for my report. Happy to take any questions, and I know we have Sergeant Chris Soderlin from the LA Sheriff's Department here as well.
Any questions for the city manager?
I have one.
Paul?
Steve, I've noticed there's some attractive yard signs over here next to the pledge wall. How do I get one of those for myself?
That's a great question, Councilmember Grisante. You can come to Malibu City Hall. We have those available in the lobby. You can pick them up here. You can get your sign and be a proud member to do your part to encourage driver safety on Pacific Coast Highway. Thank you for the prompt.
Can the people in attendance get one before they leave tonight?
We would encourage all persons to grab a yard sign, yes.
Anybody else? Real quick, there's the revenue sharing agreement. There's a meeting in Santa Monica. When is that meeting? Do you know?
Alexis, are you available to answer that?
I know it's coming up pretty soon, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the date of that.
Yeah.
Mediation, the 22nd, I'll let Alexis.
Good evening. Yes, May 22nd
May
is the date
22nd.
of that
Okay.
meeting.
I'm sorry, I thought it was quicker than that. Okay, thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
To clarify, that's actually a special school board meeting, not a presentation meeting. So they're going to be convening a special school board meeting for that.
Okay. Sergeant, you're on.
Good evening, City Council. I have the crime statistics for the month of April. For the month of April, there were 124 Part 1 crimes, which, if you remember, are going to be the most severe crimes. This compares with 119 from April of 2023, so that's a 4.2% increase. So there were two crimes that really accounted for this increase. Two people were arrested for domestic violence, whereas the same time last year we had 0, and then we got killed again with vehicle burglaries at the surf spots. There were 4 vehicle burglaries over the same time last year, so they continue to happen. So please lock your valuables, hide them, take them out of your car, lock your cars when you leave your car, and don't leave your key fob nearby because people are always watching you. As far as traffic statistics go, so year to date, which is to the end of April, there has been 100 collisions in the city of Malibu. Thankfully, there's been 0 fatalities and only 24 injuries. The total number of people injured is 38, and compared to last year at the same time, there was 110 total collisions, 1 fatality, and 45 people were injured. So we're seeing a reduction in crashes, fatalities, and people injured. So we are making a difference out there with the help of the Highway Patrol. As far as citations are concerned, last year at this time, there was 1,771 citations issued. This year, we have 1,919 citations issued. So we've seen an increase in enforcement, and that bears out with the statistics. Couple notable incidents. On May the 2nd at about 7 p.m., which is a Thursday, deputies responded to West Winding Way in the city of Malibu for a possibly intoxicated driver. When they arrived on scene, they saw a white Nissan parked on the side of the road, and the driver was slumped over the steering wheel. They contacted the driver and immediately noticed signs and symptoms of the driver being under the influence of alcohol. They performed field sobriety tests and determined he was under the influence of alcohol, and the suspect refused to provide any chemical tests. When they checked his driving record, they saw that he's been arrested multiple times for DUI. So he was arrested for felony driving under the influence as well as driving on a suspended license for DUI. Parker, if you want to bring up the picture. The 108 X-ray car, which is the overnight car, they were patrolling last Wednesday night in the area of Las Tunas Beach when they saw this car driving approximately 80 to 90 miles an hour down Pacific Coast Highway. They started to go after the car, and the driver turned off all the lights on that car and tried to get away from them. The deputies ended up catching up to them near Tuna Canyon, and they pulled the vehicle over. There were 4 people in the car, and the driver was driving on a suspended license. He was also arrested for not only that violation, but reckless driving. 2 of the passengers had active warrants for their arrest, and there were open containers of alcohol in the car. So, in addition, that car was impounded for 30 days. So. So we're out, we're enforcing the law, we take 0 tolerance out there, and it's going to continue all summer long. So for all those that want to come to Malibu to speed, be forewarned. A couple more things, and then I'll be done here. On May 3rd of 2022, there was a burglary that occurred in Malibu, and in this case, a residential burglary occurred where the glass door was shattered to gain access to the home. The deputy noticed blood on the wall where the alarm box was ripped out of the wall. Our DNA technician swabbed the blood for DNA, which resulted in a hit finally. A suspect by the name of Weston Miller, born in 1999 with a last known address in Colorado. So he had no criminal history at the time of this burglary and no DNA on file until he was arrested in Colorado on April 7th of this year for felony assault. And it's an example of the DNA system being a positive for us. So if someone's never been arrested before, their DNA is not in the system, but we have it and it'll alert us when they are eventually arrested. So the Detective Bureau is working on extraditing this suspect back to face charges here in California for the burglary in Malibu. I had one more thing here. We have 2 new motors that are coming to Lost Hills Sheriff Station. Deputy Sean Gervais, he was a traffic deputy here in Malibu. He took the motor school and passed, so you'll be seeing him on a motorcycle down in Malibu. And we have Deputy Mike Kelly coming back from Norwalk Station on a motorcycle. So you'll be seeing them out and about. I have an overnight parking enforcement operation in the very near future, so I'll be reporting on the results of that. And finally, the Lost Hills Sheriff Station is having their open house on June 1st at 9 p.m. or at 9 a.m. at the station. So I invite everybody to come, and it should be a good time.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions? Anybody? Do me a favor. Captain C2's presentation at the State of the Union was superb. So just thank her very much. I think she did a great job.
You got it.
Cool. State of the city, yeah, whatever. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Back up to the council table then. City council members. Anybody want to start? Paul?
As usual, it was fairly busy with the state of the city and the other numerous events that require the attendance of anybody from the city. So we had some wonderful times, and Steve did a very good job. Even told people that I love chocolate chip cookies. I mean, how's that for the state of the city? So it was great. I had a good time. Looking forward to more wonderful things soon.
I attended a SCAG meeting out in the desert. That's the Southern California Area of Governments. It's good to see what other cities are going and working on throughout their communities and how we can be working together. And that's kind of their lead this year is cooperation across boundaries to make sure that we're looking at the areas holistically and not just being in isolation. I attended the State of the City. I would concur that the mayor did an excellent job along with the other speakers. And I would encourage everyone to watch the video, see the outstanding work that our city's been doing. Praise to all the city departments. Public Works did a great job this last year, making sure, keeping the roads open and keeping us safe despite all the rain. And all the other departments are humming along, getting things done, and just thank you to everybody.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, so before I begin, I had asked if Trevor would, if it's okay with the mayor, if Trevor could make a report on the stipulated judgment that was the result of a closed session meeting, now that he has the ability to make that report.
Yeah, we're going to do that later. Trevor, would you like to do that, please?
Happy to. So I just report that the city of Malibu was required to pass a housing element by October 15th of 2021. While the city approved a housing element, it was not certified by HCD as compliant with state housing law. This was due in part to delays caused by COVID and the Woolsey fire. Nevertheless, as a result, the city has been out of compliance with state housing law. In advance of filing litigation against the city, counsel for HCD and the AG's office approached the city with an offer to hold off on taking enforcement action against the city so long as the city complies with an agreed upon schedule to get its housing element certified. The council has reached an agreement with HCD and the California Attorney General's office regarding this matter by a vote of 4-1, with Councilmember Silverstein in dissent. The agreement is memorialized in a stipulated judgment that requires the city to comply with the agreed upon schedule for approving its housing element. So long as the city complies with the terms of the agreement and the schedule that was created in cooperation between the city and HCD, no further action shall be taken by HCD or the AG's office against the city. Should the city fail to comply with the agreement, it would be subject to penalties as provided by state housing law. Under the agreement, HCD has also agreed to expedite its review of the city's housing element and has devoted additional resources to assist the city in obtaining a certified housing element. That's my report.
Thank you, Trevor. Bruce,
Thanks,
back
Trevor.
to you.
Okay, I'm going to have a few words about that in a little bit. First of all, I want to thank the people who submitted written comments as well as the two speakers tonight. Marcia, I'm glad you spoke. We heard you. Hopefully the MRCA will have heard you because they're the ones that supply the rangers. I don't know if you've reached out to them, but perhaps somebody at the city could reach out to them as well and alert them to the information that you provided. But thank you for using this forum to bring that to our attention. Appreciate it. Over the past 2 weeks, I attended an A&F meeting with Doug to go over the budget after it was already presented to the full council preliminarily. I thought the presentation to the full council was excellent. There wasn't a lot for us to have to dig into at the A&F meeting. I attended the Go Safely PCH campaign kickoff. I have to say, I'm usually very skeptical of anything getting done on PCH, and I have advocated that we should be taking matters into our own hands. I still think there might be things we can do, but I'm actually cautiously optimistic, and I stress cautiously. This was the first time I was hearing officials talking about what can be done as opposed to whether something could be done. That's a huge difference. They're usually talking about whether things should be changed. Now they're talking about what should be changed and how it can be changed. It's still going to be a long, long process, and there's no guarantee anything will happen, but at least they seem to be looking in the right direction finally. I attended the State of the City. I was very impressed with all of the speakers, including, of course, our mayor. I thought he did a much better job than I had done when I was in that position. I thought the city's video was excellent as well. I am troubled. I expressed this before the State of the City meeting where I spoke, and I'll say it again. I'm troubled by the event being hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and being sponsored by business. I don't think that's a good look for the city of Malibu. I believe that we as a city should put on our State of the City. It should be here. But even if it's at the college, it should not be something that's business-oriented with a bunch of business speakers in addition to public dignitaries. I think it sends the wrong message for a coastal village of Malibu, which is not about business, although business is a part of our community, but it's about the residents. The stipulated judgment. As Trevor noted, I was a dissenting vote. I had expected that was going to be announced after the meeting at which we actually voted to enter into that stipulated judgment, but then I learned, I think we all learned, I think perhaps to all of our surprise, that even though we voted to take that action, it wasn't a reportable action under the Brown Act because it had not yet been approved by the state. At least we were told it has to be approved by the state before it will become a reportable action. Then a week later, it was approved by the state, and I expected it to be reported at a city council meeting. We were then told, no, even though it's been approved by the state now, it hasn't been filed with the court yet, so it can't be reported yet. So I had to sit and wait for it to be filed with the court before we could talk about it. Trevor interestingly said the state offered to hold off on taking enforcement action if, well, the state didn't hold off on taking any enforcement action. The state insisted that the city enter into a judgment of loss. We stipulated, once again, the city fell on its sword without any dispute whatsoever. But we, like Andy was talking about, we stipulated that we're in violation of the state law. We stipulated that we have a schedule that we now have to meet. That schedule may not have been imposed by a court. In fact, it would have taken longer for a court to get to a point where it would have made a decision as to what schedule to impose than the schedule we've agreed to. Let me explain that. It would have taken 6 to 9 months minimum before we would have gotten even to a courtroom where a judge would be in the point we're making to make a decision as to whether we were in violation and what schedule we should have to comply with. Well, we agreed to get this done in less than 9 months. We would have had an appeal right if we lost that litigation. That would have taken another 6 to 9 months. So the state didn't withhold enforcement action, and the city didn't gain anything by the stipulated judgment. The city put itself further behind the 8 ball. Now, I can't say what was said or what wasn't said behind closed doors because I'm not allowed to. But I will say this. As a result of entering into the stipulated settlement, it's now been reported by the press that the city now is in stipulated violation of the housing law. The city had defenses to that assertion. Those defenses have been waived by entering into this stipulation. There's now a builder's remedy. If a builder had come in here and tried to assert the builder's remedy, we would have defenses to that if there had not been a stipulated adjudication. But we've now stipulated to it. So this is what your city council, led by your city attorney, has done for you. It's being promoted as a positive thing. It's being promoted as the city was let off the hook. It's being promoted that we're doing our responsible thing here. The city council fell on its sword. The city council has no backbone, and it just entered into this judgment, and it was led there by the city attorney, and I think that that's wrong. Lastly, there's been a lot of residents who've been concerned and upset about a sidewalk vendor on Webway who's selling Trump paraphernalia. They have a First Amendment right to sell whatever they want to sell. Well, actually, they have a First Amendment right to say whatever they want to say, and they've got a permit. I learned for the first time as a result of this, and I don't know if residents are aware of this, but we have a sidewalk vending ordinance. It was adopted in 2019 by the prior city council. And it's consistent with state law that requires that cities can't do much about sidewalk vendors. But the one thing that this city did that I don't understand at all is it grants a 1-year permit for a specified location. So if anybody here wants to set up shop and doesn't want to have to pay rent at the shopping centers that are in town, you can get a permit for a year. You just pick your spot on a sidewalk in town where there's high traffic, high steady pedestrian traffic, and you can have a rent-free store. I think that ordinance is wrong-minded. I don't think the ordinance actually even requires that the city give out a 1-year permit, and I intend to look into that, and I intend to come back to the city council with a proposal for a tightened-up ordinance. But in the meantime, all's fair. If it's fair for this vendor, it's fair for everybody. So any small businesses in town that can't afford the rent at local establishments, all you have to do is come into City Hall, apply for a permit, and you can have a spot reserved for you for a year to sell your goods or your services, I suppose. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Wow. We got a lot of stuff here to cover. First off, let's do the public comments we normally make. I attended the 21-mile presentation on the 21st at the high school. Lindsay Horvath was the moderator of a panel. It was for the high school students and the parents. Very effective program. It was an all-week program to try and raise the attention level for our students all the way from the elementary schools to the high school. And if you listen to the principal talk about the students of Malibu High School who have been responsible for many of the accidents that we consider the most critical and most egregious, you realize the impact that this needs to have. So it's very important to be there. I also attended on May the 9th a People Concern event at the Skirball Center. It was a fundraiser honoring Steve Hilton, a longtime resident of Malibu. And the People Concern, for those of you not aware of it, is part of our outreach program for homelessness, and a great degree of the improvements that we've made from over 250 people homeless on the street to now about 50 in the course of 4 years is due to the People Concern. So they're quite an organization, and it was my pleasure to be there to support them and our local resident, Mr. Hilton. State of the City event, I think we've talked about that already. I'll tell you one of the things I want to mention, not only did the mayor do a great presentation, but our captain from Lost Hills Station did as well. And for those of you who are there, the best round of applause coming up to the stage and leaving the stage was for Jen Situ. That tells you what this city values in the way of public safety, and she's doing everything she can to deserve that kind of support. One thing I want to mention that we haven't said in a while, bots dots. Susan over there knows exactly what I'm talking about. When I was a public safety commissioner, I thought that was one of the most important things we could get out. They're the little blue dots on the street that tells the fire department and first responders where the fire hydrants are. In the dark, in the smoke, you need to be able to shine a light and see where those fire hydrants are. The public roads, that's one thing. But the city is working with private road owners and the HOAs to put those at the fire hydrants within your private roads. So please contact the public safety department and ask them to come out and assist you in getting those in. If there's a fire, you're going to want to know where the fire hydrants are, and in the dark, try when you go home tonight. See if you can find the fire hydrants as you drive down the street without seeing a bot dot. Let's see. I just want to mention on those CHP and the motors, yesterday on Sunday, I saw the motor and the CHP handing out tickets. We had a motor on Sunday, and that's a new thing for our city. And just driving over here tonight, another CHP handing out a ticket. So I think it's a good thing. Marcia, I want you to know that the entire city council is working on something relative to you and has been for some time. Hopefully we're able to get some information to you and the rest of the city in short time. We know the problem and we're working on it. Andy, you keep bringing this up, so let me tell you my side of the story. First off, the appeal was in the city council agenda. It was not acted upon. It was in the published agenda, but because we did the settlement, we didn't have to hear it. Now, as far as the settlement goes and the change of language, it was a very tumultuous moment when we finished up at one night, very late, that settlement agreement draft. I'm going to take it upon myself to say that I think that Trevor was trying to clarify with Mary Ann, who made the motion, what she was saying because it was done very quickly. But it came back to the city council for a vote. And the city council, everybody had a chance to change it if we wanted to. And we elected to take it as a settlement. Now, in terms of what would have happened, when you read the appeal, there's no way in the world that would have been passed. So we would have stopped the progress on getting to the skate park. And our objective, as I said before, was to get it done. So we didn't cave into anybody, we just made sure it got done. Now, for Bruce's comments on the housing element, I couldn't disagree more. The city of Beverly Hills is a walking example of what we tried to avoid. They have to have 3,100 low-income units. They have been taken to court, and they now cannot issue any building permits for anything from new property to home remodeling. That's what we're trying to avoid. We've got this in process with the cooperation from the state to get this done by September. And maybe sooner if we can make all the wheels work better. But we're going to get it done. And the idea was to correct what we should have had done in 2021. Bruce was on the city council starting in 2020. This all happened while he was on the city council. This last 6 to 9 months, we're trying to fix the problem that was there. So we're long overdue to get this done. Many cities are just like us. What we tried to do is to make sure that we were cooperating with the state and get it resolved and get the problem off our back. Now, yes, we had to give up some things, but we would have probably lost in court because we haven't done the required elements that the state has in the requirements for us to be in compliance with the state law. This isn't voluntary. It isn't something that we devised. It's something we have to comply with. And we were out of date by almost 3 years. So that's the story behind it. We're trying to make sure the city focuses on the things we should control as opposed to things that haven't been done. Now, with that, let me also say, last thing, and this is about PCH. I say it every so often, but we've got a big crowd here tonight. I'll say it again. People have asked me, what can we do to make PCH safer? And my story goes, it's right in front of your steering wheel. Every one of you that drives on PCH has a speedometer in front of your steering wheel. You also know what the speed limit is. Set the pace on PCH. If we don't set the example, why do you expect the visitors to do it? There are 50,000 cars on the road on PCH almost every day. And we should be going the speed limit or slower. Yeah, they're not going to be happy. They're going to be upset. But you know what? If they can't get by you, they can't speed. And yes, I know it's inconvenient sometimes to not be in a hustle to get to the next stoplight, but that's what you're trying to avoid is somebody driving too fast on PCH. So set the pace on PCH, set your speed control, and try and be a safe driver and example to everybody else. With that, I'll turn it over to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much. Marcia, I'm sorry. Usually we have Ranger Tim here, who's a ranger for the MRCA, and for some reason he must have known you were coming because he didn't show up tonight. But we are working on trying to get that resolved. So thank you very much for your comments. Andy asked an interesting question. Trevor, let me go to you. You called Marcia. Why wouldn't you not have just gone to the video like everybody else did to see what the motion was? Mary Ann. Why wasn't the video sufficient?
Mr. Mayor, there was back and forth about that motion. I just wanted to make sure that I brought back what the council wanted to have before it. The indemnity language was identified in the staff report specifically, and it was for the council to decide which way it wanted to go with the agreement. There was no finalized agreement. There was no change in the motion. It was brought forward to what I want to do is bring forward the best motion that would reflect the will of the council. And if that was not the will of the council on that, I apologize, but that was what we were trying to do. It was brought forward, and before any final action was taken, it was brought before the council to make a decision on what it wanted in that language.
So watching the video wasn't sufficient? Is that what you think? I mean, the language is pretty clear. When I watched it after it was over, it seemed pretty straightforward to me, but maybe not. You didn't think so?
I did not. That's why I reached out.
Interesting. Okay. I disagree with that, but that's okay. Weed abatement. Somebody talked about, look, as a matter of fact, I think about that because I just had to talk to my gardener to do weed abatement in our house. I mean, we've got a lot of rain and the brush is up as high as it's been in a very long time. So fire season is not that far away. If you haven't done weed abatement, you should take some time to do that. And let me just make one comment regarding the settlement agreement with the state. I don't think the city council had anything to do with delaying the implementation of that settlement agreement. That was not, I mean, I was on the city council then too, and I thought we were moving forward with that. I think the reason we failed or didn't get it done is because the person we had hired to do that quit, right? I mean, that was, and we could not recover fast enough to get it done. So it was not a, I think the city council was behind all the time was behind trying to get this thing done on a timely basis and make sure we were right. And I think trying to blame us for what happened, I just don't think was the right way to go. One man's opinion. Okay. That said, let us now move to Bruce. One more. Yeah, go ahead. We got to move because we got a lot of stuff.
I appreciate that. Just so everyone understands, because some people don't understand. Doug made the point that if we went forward with the litigation, eventually we would lose. That's not a foregone conclusion. But if we went forward with litigation, it would have taken 6 to 9 months to find out whether we would win or we would lose. We agreed that if we don't have a winning plan by September, then we're going to be subject to all kinds of sanctions. Now, think about this. If we have a winning plan by September, the litigation would end. It would be what's called moot. So we would have won. If it's correct that we have the capacity to get this done by September, we would never lose that litigation because we would have won before that litigation gets resolved. Could not happen. We could not lose that litigation if we do what this stipulated judgment says we should do. But if we don't succeed in doing what this stipulation says we should do, then we do lose. We've agreed we lose. So we have completely given up any opportunity to take more time to win, and in exchange for that, we've agreed to take less time to lose. To me, that makes no sense. I don't think people were thinking straight. I don't think they got good legal advice, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Bruce.
Can I make one?
Make it quick. Go ahead.
First off, we followed the example of many other cities in the state of California that are in the same boat we are. There's been very little compliance. I didn't mean to imply that the city council didn't do their job. What I was really implying was the fact that this has been going on for some time. It didn't happen overnight. But other cities that have been in the same situation have done the same stipulated judgment. We would have been a real target The city of Malibu carries a lot of burden in its reputation and image, and we would have been used as a poster child. Now, the cities that have decided to fight it, Beverly Hills, Huntington Beach, some of the other cities, are being skewered. So I think we tried to make sure that this was behind us as opposed to in front of us.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for what it's worth, I used to live in Boston, so I read the Boston Globe. And the state of Massachusetts is trying to do the same thing. And a large number of the towns back there are telling the state to go take a hike, and they're suing them. So for whatever that's worth. Okay, we're done with the comments. Let's go to the consent calendar. Anybody pull anything? Any residents?
There are no comment cards and no hands raised on Zoom.
Anybody want to pull anything up the council table?
I just want to pull for just a quick question on 3B6.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with anybody else?
I'd like to pull 3B9.
Mayor, before you guys vote on the consent calendar, I'd just like to note that for the minutes, the March 27th set of minutes were not included as an attachment, so the motion wouldn't include those sets of minutes. Okay. They would not be adopted tonight. We'll bring those back at the next meeting.
Thank you very much. You want to do one, Mary Ann?
Hold on a second.
3B9.
9. Doug, you got?
I think I made a mistake on the right number. It's 3B8 that I wanted to do.
So you got 8 and 9. Anybody else want to pull anything? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Is there anybody public that?
No, we don't have anybody.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar except for 3B8 and 3B9, and recognizing that the set of minutes that was just identified is not part of the approval of the minutes.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Okay, 3B8. Mary Ann, who you're 3B8?
I pulled it. The only reason I pulled it, and this is, Assistant Manager Tony, no problem with approving this, but I'm just wondering why we're having an outside vendor help us put together what is basically our annual audit, as I see it. Why wasn't it done with the accounting firm that's in 3B5? And do we need more staff to do this? Because I hate to spend the money on somebody else just to help us prepare a report.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. So this is services for a certified public accountant. We do not have a CPA position on staff. So this CPA helps us put together our reports, and then you would have a separate auditing firm do all of the audits so that there's a separation of duties there.
Okay, I know in my other lives, we have the same auditing firm prepare the audited financial statements. It's not our practice here.
There's a possibility of doing that. You'd have to have a separate agreement. They would have to use a different part of their firm to do that.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I'll make a motion to approve 3B8.
All in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. 3B9. Mary Ann?
Yeah, I just had a question with this. It would seem that the length of implementation of a new land management system and afterwards would require staff to be able to troubleshoot in others. So wouldn't it be better to look at having a staff member added to the information system team to be able to handle those things instead of a consultant to come in and do this work?
Councilmember Reagans, if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're saying would we have an internal staff member be the project consultant, project manager on this effort? Is that what your request?
Yes.
No, well, you could. I would say we would need more staff for that, but typically you want to hire somebody who's an expert in that field, knows the different types of vendors that are out there, can manage that process and help you with a lot of the Q&A that will come up in that. And they also have seen the end product, so they have a vision of how things get developed. Because often when you do it internally, you probably don't have that expertise of working with that system, so there's a lot of questions that come up.
Right, but I understand we've already picked from the staff report, a specific program's already been picked, hasn't it? So this is actually implementing the program that has been selected?
This is an amendment, so we didn't, let me elaborate. So this is an amendment to an existing agreement with a project consultant that did the RFP. We paused that projects. We realized we were not in a position to accept a new system yet. We wanted to lay the foundation and lay the groundwork to be there. A lot of that came out of the development services study. We've made a lot of progress in development services related functions. We feel we're in a better position to do that. We did not go out and negotiate or acquire a system yet, so we still have to close that out. But while we're doing that, we believe this firm is the expert project consultant to use going forward, which was actually also a recommendation from our development services study to hire an outside project consultant. So we want to amend the agreement to keep them on board and have some continuity as we go forward.
Then who's going to handle, after implementations occurred, working with staff for any ongoing continuation of that program? Are we going to have trained staff at that point that is going to be able to deal with issues and problems that come up?
Correct. So that's part of the model of developing ERPs, is that you have to have staff on board to do that and be part of that build out. So there's some inherent expertise. You have to train the trainer, train more staff with that. As issues come up, you have to elevate those tickets onto the existing vendor that's out there, the software system that is in existence, and staff have to do that. So we would have to do the ongoing work going forward. We wouldn't retain a project consultant to manage that.
So when do we anticipate actually acquiring this program and implementing this third portion of it?
So doing this amendment, we would start to work again with staff to come back to the table. We would probably start doing negotiations in the next few months. We would be laying out the timeline for the project going forward. And these things, then the actual implementation could take up to 2 years. It's a long haul.
Okay, so when would this position actually, this amendment, be in process? And
right away. So as soon as you approve this, we will be executing the amendment, and we will continue with the existing project, the existing scope of work, and amending that scope of work to then keep them on board to lay out the rest of the groundwork.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've done this before. You're right. You got a project consultant who has been there, done that, makes your life a heck of a lot easier. Okay, we need a motion to approve that?
Motion to deny.
Motion to deny? Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Grisanti?
No discussion?
We'd like to have a discussion?
I would like to have a discussion.
Go ahead.
I'm guessing I just am not understanding what just happened, and I would love to have it elaborated a little bit more for me. It seems like this is the next step, but I'm curious that you feel that that is not the correct step, and I was wondering if you could elucidate that for me.
Sure, I just feel that we need to also have the staff side to be able to troubleshoot and maintain this system, and I don't see those issues addressed, that we're just hiring a consultant to do this implementation, but then we're also not supplementing in-house for as things come up. You know, I've seen issues and problems with programs, and if you don't have people on the inside or staff problems, then any problems that may come up with the software. So a staff is trying to issue a permit and there's some type of issue with the software not working, that if we don't have people in-house that are able to troubleshoot that once we have implementation, then we're going to be stuck and things are going to grind to a halt because the system's going to stop. And nobody's going to be around to be able to fix it because they don't have the expertise to do that.
I guess as I understood what Joe was saying is that, and maybe Joe can step in and correct this for me, that we're still at the process of having them help us select the actual vendor. And then they will help us with the installation of whatever vendor you choose. And the training of the staff members would occur at that time. Is that roughly what you were saying, Joe?
Yes, Councilmember Grisanti and Councilmember Riggins, and backing up Councilmember Riggins' valid concerns. The staffing component internally is always the big crux of this, right? We have to have a project team that can actually work on it. So we worked to create some more bandwidth in the organization. Obviously, we created a new online portal, which will give us some cushion as we try to develop something that takes it from beginning to end much further than that does, even though it's a huge step in the right direction. And then to Councilmember Grisanti's point, the training would be ongoing as we're building it out. And then yes, once we are completed, we'd have to do a much more robust training effort, train the trainer to make sure that all staff are involved and understand it. You don't necessarily with an ERP have a ton of technical experts that can do all the programming of these systems. That's why they're software as a system, where you are acquiring them off the shelf, and that firm has the expertise. So you have to raise tickets and concerns that come up. They don't necessarily allow you to do your own coding on a system and fix it on the fly. There's often issues that you have to raise and work on.
Bruce?
Yeah, so Marianne, I wonder if instead of moving to deny it, you might have some amendment to what's being proposed that you would like to include so that it gets done the way you think makes sense, and we could possibly approve that?
Well, as I said, that I think if we're going to approve this, having staff on already identified who are going to be the main lead people and implementing this alongside those additional staff members. But it seems like this is a bit premature to be doing this if we don't even have the software identified. Why are we allocating monies for implementation? We could certainly take this up once the software is identified, and then we can be looking at doing an implementation plan that includes in-house staff as part of that implementation plan.
I guess I'm kind of, to me, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I can see doing it either way. I actually give some credence to Marianne, having been on staff and having these feelings about the way it ought to proceed. So I'm willing to support her for that reason. I wonder if this couldn't be tabled for one more meeting, and Marianne would have an opportunity to try to work it out with the staff. And if she can't, you can bring it back and we can vote on it. And if she can, then it come back as a consent item.
You know, look, and just, I'm confused here a little bit. I mean, the software and the development of the software and the programming of the software is not going to be done by city staff. That's why you're buying a package, and the package is usually supported by the vendor who provides that package. What we want to do with city staff is train them how to use the application so they know how to go in and get the stuff done. But if there are bugs and things burp, city staff's not going to be able to fix it. You got to go back to the vendor to do that. So just, that's my experience in working with this stuff.
If I could make a comment, I think from what I got from the package as well as the presentation is that we don't have the software, so we're really ahead of ourselves here a bit. But I do agree with Bruce. I think it might be a good idea to let's bring it back. Let's vet this out a little bit. This is probably one of the most important pieces of software we're going to add to the city anytime in the near future. So let's make sure we get it right, and we can probably wait another 14 days to take a look at it. Can we do that?
Yeah, the timeline is set by us, so it's going to be a multi-year project. If we don't approve this now, there's no set timeline for it to be completed yet.
So everybody acceptable delaying this? And
so I'll withdraw my motion and make a motion to continue it to the next meeting.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Yes. Aye.
Ayes have it. Okay, moving along.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just one quick comment. I think it makes sense to bring that back at the May 28th meeting. And again, we're moving, because we've got Memorial Day, we'll not be meeting 2 weeks from now on Monday. We'll be meeting on Tuesday, just as a side note. But we're going to have the public hearing on the budget at that point. And so I think that there's a little crossover there. So I think it'd be appropriate to have that discussion. So we'll bring it back on the 28th.
Very good. And let's move to item 4A, which is the proposed fee schedule. And just make this clear, the fee schedule, we're staying with what we have, anticipating we'll get some adjustments to this in the upcoming future. But Joe Drummond, you have a comment. Do we want to hear a staff report? Go ahead, Joe. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, Mayor and members of the City Council, we don't have a formal presentation, but we did take this to the Administration and Finance Subcommittee. The recommendation is to leave the schedule as is for right now, since we are in the middle of a study, which will return to you early in fiscal year 24-25, and at that point, we would have recommendations for updating a fee schedule.
Cool. Thank you very much. Joe, you're up.
So I was here over a year ago talking about these proposed fees and how high they are, and both Jennifer DeNicola and I submitted comments that the property taxes need to be used to subsidize these fees. They are especially for small projects, and the septic operating permit fee, I think, Marianne, you were in agreement that it's too high. We already pay, I think, over $500 for the septic operator to do the inspection, and then we pay another $560 they're asking for now for just stamping their paperwork. That's crazy. You're doubling your money for doing nothing. So, and that's something that the regular residents have to pay for. Plus there's a view preservation fee that keeps going up. That's way too high. It used to be $269, I think, when we first started, and now it's almost $400. And that is a fee that is paid by the person whose view is being blocked, not by the person who's offending it. And then if they don't do it, you have to pay over $1,600 or something, and all this paperwork and arbitration and all. I mean, there's just so many things, and I submitted them, and I don't know what's been done with it. I don't know why the consultant, I mean, if they want, they can meet with the residents and we can talk to them and say they need flat fees for small projects. Anything under 100 square feet should be like $200, and that's it, and stamp it. And that, I mean, I don't know, like I've got neighbors who are trying to put a garden retaining wall and they want a variance and they want enormous fees. It's way too much. So are we going to do something, or like, are you going to listen to the residents, or are you going to just do another study and another study? I'm first things first, please reduce the septic operating fee. That's crazy. And please reduce thank you. And please reduce the view preservation planning commission fee to at least $750, half of what it is. And do create some kind of small fee for projects that are under 100 square feet. I think that's, or 200 square feet, whatever, but these are just exorbitant. I mean, I paid, as you all know, I paid over $4,000 for my 64 square foot deck and a emergency remodel of my bathroom. So that's crazy. So anyway, whatever you can do today, thank you.
And Mayor, just for the record, state that you opened the public hearing.
Yes, I did open the public hearing. I apologize. Anybody else? Any other comments online?
No hands on Zoom.
Bruce, you want to go next? But I want to go back to Joe and see what he's going to do with what do you think, Joe?
Mr. Mayor, did you close the public hearing then?
I did close. I will now close the public hearing. But I want, I mean, in terms of, I know you've got some consultants going through the fee schedule right now. You want to take a look at her suggestions now, or you want to wait until that study's done? And how long will it take it to get that study done?
Honorable Mayor, any public comment we received directly, we did forward to the consultant. They've taken that into consideration, but ultimately what they provide is a recovery plan for the fees, and then this council is welcome to adjust as you see fit. You would have to be then taking into consideration any fees that are an elective service for an individual being subsidized by the greater public.
The comments that Joe made, and she's brought this up a number of times, I mean, if those things have been relayed to the consultants and they're, okay. Bruce?
That's what I say. I mean, I had proposed that we just leave this alone. The staff was actually recommending that we do some inflationary increase until we get the report, and I thought that seemed silly because, and Doug agreed, because we're going to get this report sooner than later, and the city doesn't need the small percentage of additional fees in the interim. We may find out from this report that some fees are too high. I hope we'll find that out. We might find, I also hope that we're going to find out that some of the more complicated things are too low, and that there needs to be a rebalancing. It's funny, after we had our A&F meeting and I heard about all these things, I got the notice that my septic was due for renewal, and I was shocked too, because after I had just sat down hearing that the city can only charge exactly up to what it costs to do something, I got a $500 bill after paying Eli Jr. the same amount so that somebody could stamp the permit that he just told them they should authorize. It didn't make sense to me. I can't imagine how that cost the city $500. So I'm hoping that's one that will be looked at. I suspect there are others like that as well. But I think right now we're very close to finally getting an actual report and study on this, and people can pick it apart once it comes in. But right now we're shooting in the dark, so I think it's best to just leave things alone until the light is shined on that dark.
Yeah, I'd echo what Bruce said. It came to A&F committee, and there's just two of us on that. And Bruce made, I think, a very appropriate suggestion to postpone any changes. And it was going to be a minor change anyway until we get this reviewed. But I want to point out a couple things. There's two different kinds of fees and fines. Fines are when we have some kind of a penalty, and it's not necessarily a profit making. A parking ticket is a fine. A speeding ticket is a fine. But when it comes to fees, they're supposed to be just to recover our cost. Now, there's a difference. If you look at the hearing we're having tonight, it's 1,500 pages of materials. It costs $750 to do the appeal, and I don't know what it costs to do the actual application in the first place, but I guarantee you we've lost money on it. On the other hand, you look at the septic tank charge, and you go, I think that's out of bounds. So what we're trying to do is put this in balance and get the fees to match the actual expenses. And I don't believe we've done a study on this since 2015. So we're 9 years since it was done, and things have changed a lot since then. One of the other things we pointed out is if you make the fees prohibitively expensive, when people think they can get away with a bootleg, they'll do it. And just to give you an example, putting in a hot water heater, do you need to pay a full fee for somebody to come out and look at it and go, yeah, that's done? So one of the things that we're trying to incorporate, and this is at System Manager Tony's recommendation, is to see what other cities have done to try and minimize that, have a small fee to do it, and almost self-certify. For instance, if an electrician or a plumber put it in and they certified it was correct and you send a picture in, you pay a token amount of money and you got an approved project. It's done quickly, it's done cheaply, everybody wins, and we got compliance. So we're trying to make some changes here to speed up the system, make it fair, make the cost appropriate to the benefit that you're receiving, and also the expense by the city. It also doesn't say that the city can't be more efficient too. So this is the start of something a lot different than what you've seen in the past, and hopefully the city staff who has been leading this, along with a consultant, can have us a much better product here in a few months.
Okay, anybody else? Comments?
So it's the renewal fee of the OWTS that I'm concerned. I think that the initial does have a lot of setup with the city and everything else. So that it's just when they're coming for renewal. And, unfortunately, you have to hire a private consultant to do some of that work, and their fees are outside of the city's control. So with regards to the view preservation, I think there's a number of people who were on that Blue Ribbon Committee that came up with everything, so you might want to have a conversation with some of them. I know there's a few of them in the audience right now, so they can probably give you some history on that one. We're talking about not doing the CPI for this fiscal year at this time, but we're still implementing increases in CPI for other things. So essentially, we're going to be not recovering the true cost of these fees until a future time. So that gives me a little bit of concern that we're still going through with all those increases in cost to the city, but not increasing what we do to recoup some of those costs.
Okay, well,
so maybe ANF can give us some feedback?
Yeah, we actually discussed that. The reason for the suggestion that we not change the fees is we may well be overcharging already, which we shouldn't be doing, and raising an overcharge, even though it might cost more, is still wrong. The amount, so everyone understands, and Marianne, so you understand, I believe it was a maximum of a couple $100,000 hit on the city's budget if we don't do this increase for the entire year, and it should be done in less than the year. It's probably, we're talking about $50,000 to $100,000, possibly a little bit more than that. So we thought, let's buy some goodwill with the residents and not raise fees that are already being complained about as being too high, and they may well be. And let's find out what the right answer is. And it's not going to, and if it turns out that we should have raised them, we didn't lose that much money, and we'll raise them based on an informed basis, as opposed to just shooting in the dark.
Well, I mean, making decisions to not recoup costs is concerning if they keep being made in that manner. So I have concerns about that decision-making process, but.
I'll make one more comment from the A&F standpoint. One of the things that I always talk about is there's three stages you have to go through to get anything accomplished strategically or even tactically. You got to have cash, you got to have resources, you got to focus the resources. The city, yeah, we've got some money at risk here, but in terms of resources to implement the changes, it sounds like it's a piece of cake, just push a button and everything changes. Not so fast. We don't have the resources to spend on doing this today and then coming back 3 or 4 months from now and do it again. So we're trying to be judicious with how we take the finance staff, especially at budget time, trying to get all this implemented. So it was just a case of looking at the resources and making sure that we had enough people to pull everything off that's got to get pulled off. So
I move that we adopt resolution number 2418, establishing the schedule of fees for fiscal year 24-25 as the same schedule that was there before.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Yeah, the ayes have it. That's the last time I think, and I'm going to be quick.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder, others might be more optimistic than me, but I believe that this next item is going to take at least past 10:30, which means we're unlikely to get to 5. I'm sorry, not the next one, because we moved up 6A, I forgot. But I don't think we're ever going to get to 5A tonight. And
I don't think
I suspect there are people here that are here only for 5A, and I wonder if we couldn't agree that we're not going to get to 5A, even if we end before 10:30, which we're not, so that they don't have to stick around if that's the only reason they're here.
I think that's an excellent idea. Do we have any objection from the council?
No, just when do you want to put it? Now or after
No,
6A?
just tell them we're not going to get to 5A and let them go home.
You want to continue it to the next
Continue
meeting?
to
Or?
the next meeting, yeah.
Can we get to the next meeting?
Do we think it's going to be a long item?
It took the planning commission 6 hours to deal with the hotel.
No, I'm talking about item 5A. Do we think that's going to be a
Yes.
lengthy discussion?
Yes.
I think it has the potential to be,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't want to move it up before 4B.
Again, motion is to continue to the next meeting. Any second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Ayes have it.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, council direction was to bring that back at the next regular meeting?
Yes.
On Tuesday, May 28th.
That's
Got
correct. All right, we're now on to 6A, Malibu Art Association, and again, this should be quick, but I will never say that again. Kristen, you're up.
I think we'll be quick. Good evening, Mayor and honorable members of council. The item before you is a request from the Malibu Arts Association to waive facility use fees for our art show event series at Legacy Park from May of this year to August of this year. The fee waiver is $6,535. The association has successfully hosted 10 events since 2021 and plans to use any funds raised from the 2024 events for student scholarships and book purchases for the Malibu Library. The association has also agreed to adhere to associated requirements in relation to the TUP. I believe Barbara Freund is here from the Arts Association on Zoom. If you have any questions for her, for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Kristen? Any speakers?
There's one raised hand from Barbara Freund.
Barbara, you're on.
Barbara, you're unmuted.
Is she just there to answer questions, or was she going to? Kristen, do you know?
I just think she wanted to thank you.
Okay.
But
It may take us another minute to get there. Bruce?
Well, are you closing public comment?
Yeah, public comments closed. Go
I'll
ahead.
move that we approve the fee waiver.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, done. Ayes have it. Okay, we're moving to the item of the evening. 4B. Now, like I said, this thing took 6 hours going through the Planning Commission. And getting old, 6 hours is a long time. So we've got a stack of speaker slips. I'm going to allow everybody to say everything they have to say because I think this is an important issue. I think it's one that when we get through it all, may end up being a referendum of some of the decision-making we're getting out of our planning department. But what I would ask you to do, if somebody before you have said exactly what you want to say, it would be helpful if you would just sort of reference them and say, you agree with that. It may help us get through that and get it back up to the council table where I think the deliberation has to take place, determining what we do next. So with that, Adrian, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor Euring and City Council members. The item is an appeal of a project that was approved by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved the project that was less restrictive than the project that was presented to them. It should be noted for the audience that while the project was previously approved by the Planning Commission, it is a de novo hearing. And all matters of the project can be discussed and deliberated whether or not in the appeal. The project is for the construction of a 7,693 square foot, 20-foot motel with a subterranean garage, surface parking lot area, rooftop deck, swimming pool, retaining wall, and septic system. The subject property is currently a surface parking lot located immediately east of the Malibu Inn. The parking lot is used to provide the necessary off-site parking spaces for the next door Malibu Inn, or most currently known as the Dreamland building, as well as for public parking. The existing parking lot consists of 38 to 40 parking spaces. Until recently, 31 of those parking spaces were required for the Malibu Inn. This means that about 7 or 9 parking spaces were allowed to be used for public parking. In an appeal, City Council recently approved a separate application that allowed the Malibu Inn to reduce recently approved a separate application that allowed the Malibu Inn to reduce its off-site parking requirements to 23 spaces. In addition, the motel required parking spaces. The site has provided 23 additional parking spaces, which are the parking spaces required for the proposed project. The proposed project includes surface parking spaces and a subterranean garage. The Planning Commission approved the use of vehicle lifts, but not to satisfy required parking, and only if backup power sufficient to operate lifts is provided. The lift spaces would supplement the required parking spaces and would allow to be rented to the public and also to be used for the Malibu Inn for their larger events. It should be important to note that the code does not have any provisions against the use of lifts, provided these spaces are not required to comply with the minimum parking requirements. The project includes 3 variances: a variance for construction on slopes steeper than 3:1. A variance is proposed to allow construction of a retaining wall over 12 feet in height, which is the maximum height requirement in a local coastal program. The proposed development requires the construction of a retaining wall at the rear north side of the motel building. The retaining wall would be constructed to secure the graded slope following the excavation and to provide a 15-foot structural setback from the slope to the proposed building. The retaining wall is 21 feet 10 inches in height above finished grade. The retaining wall would extend below the existing grade to accommodate the subterranean parking level and to provide for an adequate foundation for a total height of 52.5 feet. And this includes 2 feet of freeboard. And the third variance is for the parking within the required front yard setback. The code requires that the front yard setback be at least 20% of the total lot depth. which in this case is 47 feet 5 inches. The compliance with this setback would eliminate all surface parking spaces between the building and PCH, would result in a variance for less parking spaces than required. While the project includes 23 parking spaces for the Malibu Inn, these parking spaces were accommodated below the building, which visually screens the parking spaces from PCH. Here's a list of the appeal bases. Staff addressed the appeal items and provided a detailed discussion in the staff report. For the audience, we will only be summarizing a few of these items. We'll start with the use of the proposed project. The use can be described as 3 different uses. First one is motel, the second one is the sale of alcohol, and the third use is the swimming pool. Regarding the motel, the proposed transient lodging use includes a swimming pool, kitchen to provide meals to guests only, and rooftop bar. The council may determine that the proposed swimming pool, kitchen, and bar qualified as additional services, which would require the use as a hotel. However, these amenities may also be construed as services that can be customary and incidental to a transient lodging accommodations, and may determine that the proposed those proposed amenities are consistent with a motel use. Regarding the sale of alcohol, the sale of alcohol is subject to a conditional use permit if the proposed bar is not consistent with the surrounding uses. The City Council may deny the component, as this is a finding required to justify the approval of the conditional use permit. Regarding the pool, staff raised the issue of whether the pool is an allowed use with the Planning Commission, and the Commission approved the pool. Of course, it's a de novo hearing. The council is faced with having to make that same decision, or to make its own decision about the same issue, excuse me. Not related to the use, but nevertheless an important subject, is whether the slope is a bluff. The definition for coastal bluff states that a high bank or bold headland 10 feet or more in vertical extent, which has been interpreted to mean scarring that is caused by wave action, erosion, or other bodies of water. The project geotechnical engineer concluded that the slope is mantle with slope wash that is a result of terrestrial process and is not associated with wave action. It found that all slopes facing a body of water is a bluff, then many of the inland slopes in the Santa Monica Mountains will qualify as bluff. This would have a much broader reach, and further analysis on the impacts of this determination, it's advisable. Building height. The building height is a measurement from the existing grade or the finished grade, whichever results in a lower building height. As shown in this cross section, the building is mostly below existing grade. Existing grade is represented in this exhibit as the dashed line across the upper portions of the proposed building. We have a couple of slides that show the finished grade along the sides, and we'll be showing those in just a bit. The basement, as shown in this cross section, is entirely below finished grade, except for required egress, vehicular access, and 3 vertical feet of daylighting along the building frontage. The retaining wall that's part of this project is 21 feet 10 inches. That's again exposed to the grade at its tallest point. However, the wall extends below grade to the subterranean garage for a maximum height of 52.5 feet. Between the garage and the exposed portion of the wall is fill, and this fill is overtopped with landscaping to help screen the wall from view. As you can see from the west elevation, the building is less than 24 feet as measured from finished grade adjacent to the building. And this next slide shows the east elevation, also showing the height in compliance with the maximum 24 foot for a flat roof as measured from finished grade adjacent to the building. The initial study added 3 mitigation measures to reduce the potential impacts on cultural resources. One of these mitigation measures is that a representative of the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Kish Nation be allowed to inspect the soil excavated along the flat portion of the property. Another mitigation measure was added to the geology and soil section of the initial study over the potential discovery of paleontological resources during excavation. The mitigation measure requires that a qualified paleontologist be required to monitor all ground disturbance activities. The City Council may also add a condition requiring archaeological and Chumash representative monitoring during all land disturbance and grading activities. The Council may also require that an archaeological report be prepared for the site. However, in our experience, archaeological artifacts are not likely to be found on site since the flat portion of the property has been developed with the surface parking area, and the undeveloped portions of the property consist of a hillside. The applicant provided 3 photo simulations to illustrate the proposed motel development on the property from 3 separate vantage points. This view is from Pacific Coast Highway in a northwest direction. This next photo simulation is taken from PCH, and it's to the northeast direction. And this last one is a north view of the proposed motel development from the Malibu Pier. The applicant proposed a new condition that would replace our existing condition number 51. It reads I'll read the condition for your reference. Prior to the issuance of a development permit, the property owner must pay the in lieu fee for the lower cost overnight accommodations in compliance with LIP section 12.10. The project is considered luxury overnight accommodation by the city, and it has determined that it is not economically feasible to include lower cost accommodation on site. The in lieu fee is payable as follows. The property owner must pay $133,000 per room for 3 rooms, resulting in a total payment of $399,000 plus inflation to be paid to the City of Malibu. The in lieu fee provided must be used by the city for a program or project that subsidizes the construction of lower cost overnight facilities. If the city does not use all of the funds for that purpose within 10 years, any remaining funds shall be dispersed at the sole discretion of the California Coastal Commission. This condition will satisfy correspondence staff received from the California Coastal Commission to help the payment state with the city. Coastal staff would like the fee to be increased to reflect current cost and wants to make sure the fee is used for a particular low cost accommodation purpose. This would give the city control of the funds and motivation to apply the funds in a timely manner. Otherwise, the funds will need to be transferred back to the Coastal Commission. As stated before, this is a de novo hearing, and any and all aspects of the project can be deliberated, and the City Council is not bound by the previous decision by the Planning Commission. With the revised condition, staff recommends that the City Council denies the appeal and adopts the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and approves the project as condition. And this concludes my presentation. The Sustainability Development Director, Yolanda Bundy, and the City Traffic Engineer Reviewer are here and available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions before we go to public comment?
Mayor, may I interject real quick?
Yes.
In my notes, I don't have if any recusals were stated or not.
Anybody want to
I was going to ask that before we ask questions, should we make disclosures?
Should we
'Cause I
make
do have some
disclosures?
questions.
Paul?
I have zero to do with this, so I have no business relationship or personal relationship other than saying hello to people who are involved on either side of this.
Mary Ann?
This should also include any disclosures of any ex parte communications that includes information that's not in the record.
I talked to the rabbi who has the property next door, and I've talked to the Hakims as well, and I think that is the extent of the conversations I've had about this.
Did you learn anything that was not in the record?
Actually, I learned that the rabbi and the school would like to have they would be pleased if the bar could be relocated to the other side of the roof.
Mary Ann?
I have no affiliation with any of the parties. I did meet on site with the Akims to review the story polls and discuss the project. I did not learn anything that wasn't in the staff report. I did watch the last Planning Commission hearing, and that is all I have.
Bruce?
So I've got no financial interest, direct or indirect, in the project or in connection with anybody that's related to the project. I did perform, I'll go to that in a minute. I'm generally familiar with the location from having walked and driven past it uncounted times, which I suspect is the case with all members of the City Council. Before this project was appealed to the City Council, I did meet with Stephen and Alex Hakim to get to know one another, but I avoided discussion of this project because I suspect that it would be coming before the City Council at some time, as it has. I've also engaged in very general discussions over the past 2 years with various residents respecting their support for or opposition to this project, with the vast majority of those residents with whom I've spoken having a negative view of the project. I've tried to avoid specific discussions about this project since the appeal was filed, but it was particularly difficult to do this past Friday when I attended the State of the City event at Santa Monica College, where many residents who approached me wanted to speak about this appeal. Again, there were residents who supported and opposed the project, with the majority being opposed. I have done my level best to retain an open mind about this project since I first learned about it. Having devoted in the neighborhood of 40 hours over the past 2 weeks, poring over the 1,558-page council agenda report, hundreds of pages of written public comments received after the report was published, reviewing Malibu's local implementation plan, municipal code, and performing independent legal and geological research, I have formed impressions, but I am going to retain an open mind notwithstanding those impressions until the hearing is over and the council discussion is concluded. I will say that the research I performed, which included substantial geological research, which is not in the record, was very informative to me, and I'll be discussing that later tonight. I learned more about geology and bluffs than I ever wished to know, but actually I'm grateful that I now understand it better. But the record is completely devoid of much of the information that I learned, which was easily attainable. And I'll be talking about that later. But other than that, I didn't learn anything new from any discussions with anybody or from the work that I did.
Councilmember Silverstein, your appointee is involved in the appeal. Would that have any influence on your decision tonight?
I didn't even think about that until you just said that. No, it has no influence on my decision as far as I'm concerned. I had forgotten that that was the case.
Is there any, and I noticed that you did not move her request earlier tonight as well. This is just an appointment of an individual to a commission, has no influence on your decision here tonight.
No, none.
And in the additional research you did, was there any factual research information that you learned that would need to be disclosed here before the public hearing is open?
I'm happy to read the pages of information that I wrote down before the hearing begins, or I can do it when we deliberate, but I'm going to get into it at some point in time.
If there's factual information, it should be disclosed before the public hearing so that they could respond to it.
Okay, well, maybe I'll wait till after the rest of the council members have just make their disclosures and ask any questions of staff, but I'll be happy to do so.
Doug?
I, too, have no financial interest in this whatsoever. I have tried my darndest to stay away from any discussions with anyone about this other than general comments. I think from the moment I was elected, I think I knew this was going to be a matter coming before the council at some point, and I've tried judiciously to stay away from it to keep an open mind. I have not had discussions with the Malibu Town Council, which is the appellate group. I've read their comments that they have submitted. I have had no discussions with the applicant themselves, other than to say hello, shake their hands, and I think we know each other on site, but I wouldn't know you if you walked into a restaurant outside of Malibu. As far as diligence on this, I've spent about 2.5 days on it. It's 1,500 pages. It's probably the longest appeal I think we've had in a long time. I also watched portions of the Planning Commission meeting. I had no discussions on purpose with my appointee at that time, Jeff Jennings, and I have an open mind on this, and there's nothing that I have seen or learned that isn't in the record, including all the correspondence that was submitted.
Okay, I have no financial interest in this. I have not spoken to the Hakeems. I have had a telephone call from the rabbi next door asking me, to try and help him out, and we didn't discuss what that help may be, so nothing there. I did have a conversation with Adrian just before the meeting today and just expressed my displeasure that Richard Volica, who's the planning director, is not here this evening. I thought this was going to be a complicated issue. A lot of decisions have been made, and I thought having him here to sort of defend those decisions would have been a good move. That didn't happen. So other than that, and my appointee, John Mazza, I have not discussed with him. He does not influence anything that I've done or studied over this project. And like Doug said, I spent a fair amount of time the last week going through all of the documents that came up. I think we've had, 80-some letters, Christina, that came in?
That is correct, Mayor. We received by 5:30, 88 letters of correspondence.
88 letters, and I tried to read all of those, and like I said, most of those were in opposition. So that's it.
Mr. Mayor, I believe also that, just for the record, you have not had an affiliation with MTC for the plan.
I haven't been to an MTC meeting or talked for 5 years, 6 years.
And you had no part of this decision to appeal?
No, I don't know anything about that. Okay?
I just want to add one thing to mention about the conversation. I did have an email conversation with Adrian this afternoon clarifying some questions that I had after reviewing this, but there was nothing other than just clarification of planning issues that I think are pretty self-evident in the document.
I think Bruce now goes back to you to discuss
I did meet with Adrian to discuss the staff report. Again, didn't learn anything new, and I did have a conversation with Pat Healy from Malibu Slow Growth Coalition.
I think Bruce goes back to you to talk about whatever you found regarding coastal slopes, coastal bluffs.
Councilmember Silverstein, just any factual information that's not in the record is all that needs to be disclosed here. I don't want to get into deliberation or anything, but just so they would have a chance to respond to any new facts or information that came up in your research.
Sure. Well, before I begin with what I did learn, I have a question about the presentation we just heard because it relates to it. Adrian, am I correct in understanding from what you just said that the property in question does contain a bluff? It is just the staff's determination that it's not a coastal bluff.
In the presentation, we describe it as a slope. And I did describe what the definition of a bluff is, and if this would be a policy change from past practice if we consider this a bluff in that we don't have any evidence that the slope was created through wave action.
Oh, okay, but wait. The definition of bluff is height and direction, so to speak. It's not. Coastal may or may not have to do with wave action, and I'm going to talk about what I've learned about in geological information, but you don't get to just bypass that by saying it's not a coastal bluff because it's not wave. So is the staff saying that it's their considered view that this is not a bluff, forget whether it's coastal or canyon or otherwise, that this is just a slope and not a bluff?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your basis for making that determination? Geologically, not precedent-wise.
Geologically,
yes.
It's the findings from the project geotechnical engineer that they found no evidence that the slope was created through wave action.
So the sole reason this is not a coastal bluff is because, in your view, it wasn't created by wave action. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If being created by wave action is not necessary for something to be a coastal bluff, then would you agree that everything that you've determined is not worthwhile? We have to start over and look at the question again.
We can evaluate that further, and perhaps we can have further discussion on that.
Well, you've determined that it's not a coastal bluff solely because it's not created by wave action, right?
Right.
Okay. So if it is not necessary for a coastal bluff to be created by wave action, then your determination is invalid, right?
The determination of how to interpret the code falls entirely within the city council. So the city council can decide whether their interpretation of the findings is different, and if that's the case, then we would follow that.
You're not answering the question. If the absence or presence of wave action that created the slope is not material to the question of whether it's a coastal bluff, then your determination is not valid, right?
Then the determination that was used is
it's based on there needing to be wave action, right?
Correct.
Okay. So before I even discuss the geological part, let me discuss something else that I found. Could we bring up the exhibit that I sent over to the city this morning? Okay. Are you familiar with this exhibit, Adrian?
I am.
Okay. And this project is appealable to coastal if it's approved, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's because it's within the appeal jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is a map that shows, certified map that shows what the reasons are that various places within the city of Malibu are appealable to the Coastal Commission?
Yes.
Okay. And there are various reasons. One is, let's look at this first page, for example. If you look at the third rectangle at the bottom, moving from left to right, that's appealable because it's on the seaside of the first public road, right? It explains that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look to the top of that one, it shows that there's an appealable there because it's 100 feet from a stream, right? The shaded areas are appealable because they're 100 feet from a stream?
That's correct.
Okay, and if you look to the left of that, there's an appealable area there because it's 100 feet from a wetland. That's another appealable basis?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and if you go all the way to the right, there's an appealable area. Keep going further to the right, please. The bottom right's appealable there because it's 300 feet from a beach. That's another basis for appeal, right?
300 feet from the beach, yes.
Okay, and then if you go all the way to the left, the first area that's identified, and this is not the area we're talking about, but just so we understand how this map works, that's an area that's appealable because it's 300 feet from a bluff. right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page map. Let's skip to go to map 2, just so we're staying oriented. We can enlarge that one right before the before Zuma goes into Point Doom. You see that one is appealable because it's 300 feet from a beach, right? Anything that's approved in there is appealable because it's 300 feet from a beach.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one over to the right is appealable because it's 100 feet from a stream. All right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next one over, next map. Continuing over towards the project site. Before we get to the project site, Malibu Road, appealable because it's 300 feet from a beach, right? Projects on Malibu Road are appealable because they're within 300 feet of the beach?
Yes.
Okay. And I think this project site is the area to the very far right. Can you read what it says is the reason that that's appealable to the Coastal Commission?
It says 300 feet from bluff.
Okay. So that's factual information that's not in the record, which is that the city's maps show that this is appealable because it's a bluff. And by the way, there's a report in here from the applicant's expert that claims that there's no evidence in the city's records that there is a bluff here. Now, geologically speaking, the question of wave creation for a bluff. A professional paper called Formation, Evolution, and Stability of Coastal Cliffs, Status and Trends by Monty Hampton and Greg Griggs. That's from the U.S. Department of Interior and the U.S. Geological Survey. Has a lengthy discussion. I was going to read the whole thing. Basically what and I can provide it to anyone that wants to see it, but it talks about coastal cliffs, and then it says coastal cliffs and coastal bluffs mean the same thing. They're interchangeable terms. Coastal cliffs can be created by marine or lacustrine erosion processes, that's wave action, or they can be created by terrestrial action. And in fact, what I've learned is that the west coast of the United States, and particularly California, has a different structure of how bluffs have been created than most other places in the world. Many of the bluffs on the west coast of the United States, and particularly California, were created by tectonic and volcanic activity, which gave rise to the bluffs that run along the California coast. And they are sometimes subject, after they've been created, to wave action that helps them deteriorate. But they also just deteriorate from terrestrial processes. But the fact that they've been created by terrestrial processes in and of themselves doesn't make them not a coastal. Not only does it not make them a bluff, it doesn't even not make them a coastal bluff. They are, in fact, coastal bluffs. And the punchline in the material I read is, although it's tempting to ascribe the formation of coastal cliffs, and again, they explain coastal cliffs and coastal bluffs are used interchangeably, entirely to marine and lacustrine erosional processes, subaerial processes can be equally or more important. And subaerial processes means land-based processes that occur above the waterline. And they occur as a result of, among other things, mass movement of ground. Have you read that analysis? Have you read any of that analysis?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that and the other thing I learned is that the reason bluffs are protected from development is not simply, and in the past we've heard about a lot of discussion about the fact that it's because they can collapse and damage the property that's either on them or below them. But another reason that bluffs are subject to protection is because their deterioration nourishes the beach. And that the absence, that when you armor bluffs, you deprive beaches of nourishment, and that the beaches in Southern California in particular have become smaller over the years as a result of development along the coast, which has impaired the bluffs and prevented them from becoming a source of nourishment to the beaches. And the area between Point Dume and Topanga has been specifically studied and found to have resulted in smaller beaches as a result of development along the coastline, which has, among other things, prevented the bluffs from being able to deteriorate and renourish and replenish the beach. Have we done any study of the effects of armoring by retaining walls and other devices, the bluffs along the Coast Highway on the beaches of Malibu?
I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. So those are among the things I learned. Those were the headlines. The details of them are very specific. They're very dense. I would probably put a lot of people to sleep reading them into the record, but the bottom line of what I learned was that it is a common fallacy to believe that a coastal bluff must be created by wave action. In fact, they are often created by terrestrial or subaerial processes which have nothing to do with the ocean or the waves at all. And I've also learned that it's important to protect the bluffs not only because they can damage property when they collapse, but also because they need to be allowed to deteriorate naturally over time in order to replenish the beaches. That's everything I learned.
Thank you very much. Mary Ann?
I just want to ask a question. Adrian, is your specialty geology, or do we have a geology department that reviewed this project?
We do have a geotechnical staff, and we have Yolanda here that may be able to answer some of those questions. And, you know, the decisions of whether something is a bluff is a collective decision, but ultimately is an interpretation of the definitions in the code. And so, again, that's up to the city council. City council can establish policy and tell staff on how to apply the code in the past, and based on past practice. I explained what staff has been using to make that determination, but it's a determination that we collectively do in concert with the other departments.
Bruce?
Geotechnical being one of those.
That is correct.
Thank you. And we ask for geotechnical reports as part of the development review process?
Yes.
And those are prepared by experts and licensed geotechnical?
That's correct.
Bruce?
Since we're focusing on the code, Adrian, where in the code does it say wave action is a requirement for a bluff? The words, not your interpretation. Give me the words.
We have the definitions in the staff report. If you mind, I can try to pull that up. And
yeah, I read them and I couldn't find the words wave action anywhere, so maybe I missed it. Can you show me where it is?
Just give me 1 second here.
It's not there, is it?
It's downloading them. My apologies. It's a large staff report. All right, so it's page 11. We provide the definitions that apply. We have the bluff edge for coastal canyon bluffs. The bluff edge shall be defined as the upper determination of a bluff, cliff, or sea cliff. So it uses the terms that are defined just below this definition.
I think he was looking for the definition of coastal bluff.
Yeah, where does it say bluff or coastal bluff requires wave action? Just that's the question.
There's a definition for sea cliff that specifically says a cliff or slope produced by wave action. Again, a high bank or bold headland is something that we have interpreted to mean the scarring or the scouring of a slope as a result of wave action.
But Andrew, I asked you where the words are, not what your interpretation. I specifically said I don't want your interpretation, but look, it says, the very next paragraph says, the definition of cliff, coastal bluff, and sea cliff are slightly different. So I'm focusing specifically on coastal bluff, not cliff or sea cliff. You're telling me about cliff and sea cliff. Tell me where in the code it says a coastal bluff requires wave action. Because you said we should talk about the code, not geologically what the reality in the world scientifically is, but what our code says.
And again, the bluff edge, which is the setback, which is established from the top of bluff, it uses the definition of bluff, cliff, and sea cliff. And those are, the definitions for each of those are provided. So not just the coastal bluff is a definition that's applicable. Cliff and sea cliff are both applicable. And like I said, they're interchangeably used at times when establishing the top of bluff. And so,
Adrian, you're taking us on a random walk through the universe. Coastal bluff. Does it say?
Yeah, so the coastal bluff definition, specifically coastal bluff, not any of the other definitions, it like I said, it's an indirect determination in that it says a high bank or bold headland, and we've taken that to mean something that's created by wave action. Again, that has been our interpretation. That's how it's been applied. That can be applied in a different way, and you can provide us direction on how to better apply that if that is incorrect.
The record actually reflects that you had an interpretation, a formal interpretation at one time that said that, and that was then revoked, so that it's not the interpretation of the city, right?
Well, and I can talk about that. So there was an interpretation, and so I just want to be very clear about this. The interpretation was much more or much less restrictive than the way we interpret the code today. Okay, so at the time, the interpretation said that a coastal bluff, it's only a slope that's subject to wave action, right? That was the interpretation. That interpretation was rescinded because there were inland slopes that were historically created through wave action, but were no longer subject to those wave action. So the interpretation was rescinded to also include some of the slopes that were no longer subject to wave action as a result of the construction of Malibu Road, for example, or Pacific Coast Highway, and the slopes would be north of these streets. Now, those are still bluffs, no longer subject to wave action, but they were historically created through wave action. So we wanted to include those because we received input from the Coastal Commission on a few projects that were appealed to them, and that was the direction we were provided at that time.
There are canyon bluffs, right?
They are canyon bluffs, yes.
And they're not created by wave action. They're just bluffs created some other way.
They are not considered bluffs per Chapter 9 of the LIP.
But they're bluffs.
The word bluff is used, correct.
Right, and there's bluffs in the desert, right?
That's right.
Okay, and they're not created by wave action.
That's right.
Okay, so once again, the issue is not whether there is or is not a bluff. The issue is whether it's a coastal bluff.
Whether it's one that's protected by Chapter 9 of the LIP.
Right, and it's protected if it's a coastal bluff.
Correct.
Not if it's simply a bluff.
That's right.
And the reason you've concluded it's not a coastal bluff is solely because it's not created by wave action.
That's correct.
Okay, so I have some other questions that are completely different. I don't know if anyone else has any questions about this subject matter, but I have some specific questions about the report that are different.
Do we want to, before we go to public comment, or you just?
There are questions about the report, so I'd like to ask.
Right ahead.
Could you identify every staff member who helped write the report?
I think the report was, I'd say, probably a 95% or 90% me. And it was peer-reviewed by Richard, peer-reviewed by the city manager's office and the city attorney.
Okay. From the time that the appeal was filed, did you have any discussions with the Hakeems, Mr. Burge, or any of their various representatives or affiliates?
Yes, we had a couple meetings.
Couple what?
A couple of meetings.
Couple meetings. Did you discuss the substance of the appeal in those meetings?
Yes.
Did any of what you learned during those discussions form a part of your analysis that went into your writing the report?
No.
You didn't learn anything from any of them that went into your writing the report?
Nope.
Okay. Did you have discussions with the appellant?
No.
Okay. Why did you meet with the applicants but not the appellant?
They reached out to me and they asked for a meeting.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now.
Okay. They'll give any.
Just a quick question. In your presentation, you talked about the low cost accommodations. Is there a dollar amount on a room rate? Because you said luxury versus non-luxury. What's the break point, or what are we using as a guideline to say you have to pay the fee or you don't?
So according to the code, it's a certain percentage above market value. And so the applicant is required to do an analysis of what other rooms are being rented in the area. And then a certain percentage above that is luxury. In this case, the applicant, instead of going through that exercise, agreed to pay the fee and accept that their rooms would be luxury.
So we don't have, we do or do not have a dollar figure for where that
They weren't required to provide that.
But what about other people? They've all just conceded and said we're luxury?
We don't have that many. I mean, Norm is here. Maybe we can ask him. He's probably the last person where we've done this calculation for.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Paul?
Yeah, I'd just like to take a second, since we were wandering down memory lane as far as geology goes. I know that many of you people have been up to the top of Saddle Peak and seen the uplifted strata and seen the cliffs that have exposed seashells in them. And those were obviously under the sea at some point. And if you look at any of the books that tend to try and educate us as to what the Earth looked like 10,000, 100,000 years ago, you'll see a giant inland sea. And there was a whole lot of land that is currently exposed that wasn't exposed then. Now, maybe we're in the process of reclaiming everything right now, but at one point we were all part of the sea. So, you know, there are what were once coastal bluffs located back now 2 miles inland, 3 miles inland, easily. And as far as the mesas that you see as you're crossing Arizona, those things were probably formed by water at some point when the earth was covered with water.
So your point with all this is what?
We are living in a very tiny slice of geologic time, is what I'm trying to say. And we have to think about, if we make a decision, are we thinking that it's going to last like the Egyptians building the pyramids, or are we thinking that's something that has a life of maybe 100 years?
I just want to get through the end of the evening.
I know it feels like 100 years already.
All right, I'll tell you what, we're going to begin the meeting. I got 40 speaker slips, and we've got the 15 minutes for the applicant and the appellant. You guys want to take a quick break? Yes. And then we'll come back. So how about 8:55, come back, start it. And we cannot speak to you guys during this break, so everybody just don't talk to us.
Yes, please no one speak to any of the council members about this matter.
Okay, let's go. Has a new what? Yeah, well, we're trying to get rid of that. We got another one, but it's okay. All right, guys, grab a seat. We're almost ready to start.
And there's some other animal that lives on people go in the rivers and shoot them. Neighbors and stuff. Yeah.
There you go. If that's the worst they're going to complain about, I'm in good shape. All right, folks, please grab a seat. Conversation's got to stop. We're going to get going.
Must have stunk.
Come on, if you want to get out of here before Paul's Egyptian program rolls in, let's... Okay, ready to go? All set? All right, we're going to start with the applicant. Alexander, you've got 15 minutes, and you got some time for rebuttal if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You want to pick a rebuttal time or just?
I'm going to speak, and I'm going to leave some time for rebuttal as well.
Okay, you're going to manage that then. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'll try my best.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. It is an honor to speak before you here tonight. I'm Alexander Hakeem, and I'm one of the owners of the.
Auspicious start.
Okay, sorry. Can we start again? Can we start? All right. Good evening, City Council members. It is an honor to speak before you here tonight. I'm Alexander Hakeem, and I'm one of the owners of the property at 22959 PCH. My brother Stephen and I have been ingrained in Malibu for approximately 15 years now. Our first project was restoring and revitalizing the old Malibu Inn, which had lost all of its licenses and needed a new CUP. We worked diligently with the city for 2 years on getting a new CUP for the property, and the Malibu Inn is now home to Aviator Nation and Dreamland, and is a great gathering place for the city and a place where people can celebrate the arts. Next slide, please. Oh, I can just click this thing. Being in the city for so long, we've noticed that there's an inherent problem in the city of Malibu. There's a severe lack of motel/hotel accommodations. Airbnb has gone rampant in the city, and that's widely documented. There's no options for friends or family of locals to stay. We've heard numerous times from numerous residents that they have a graduation in Pepperdine, or they're having a wedding for their son or daughter, or family visiting from out of town for the holidays, for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and there's very few options for their guests to stay. We have a solution for this, and we're proposing a 20-room boutique motel. Here's some slides showing the motel. And the motel is only to be used for motel guests. There's strict criteria to build a motel in Malibu, and we meet all that criteria. It's zoned for a motel. It's in a CV1 zone. We meet the code for parking. We meet the strict FAR guidelines of Malibu. To put that into context, this motel is only approximately 7,000 square feet. There are many homes larger than what we are proposing to build. We have approval from the Water Board, support from the Coastal Commission. It meets the height requirement. There are findings to support the 3 limited variances that we have. We're in conformance with the LCP, MMC, and the Malibu General Plan. It fits nicely in the surrounding area next to Surfrider Motel and Malibu Beach Inn. And most importantly, we have staff support and Planning Commission approval, which should not be taken lightly. There are many positives this motel will bring to the city of Malibu. We'll provide an affordable option for friends and family as locals to stay. Being that we're on the land side, we're not on the ocean side, we can't charge the same prices of Nobu Ryokan or Malibu Beach Inn. We'll provide approximately $500,000 a year in TOT revenue to the city. We'll help curb the Airbnb problem that has plagued this city. We'll decrease traffic and congestion on PCH. Significant upgrade to fire flow and water meter in the neighborhood. We're going to provide a fee of about $320,000 to the water district to upgrade the water in the area. There will be less vagrants and trash in the current parking lot. We'll be beautifying the neighborhood across from the iconic pier. We'll help employ locals, help surrounding businesses, And we're also, that was mentioned by Adrian, volunteering an in lieu payment of about $400,000, which is 12 times the required amount. We think this project should be approved on its own merit. However, we want to be good neighbors and create a project that everyone loves and addresses all the community concerns. There's been community feedback that this project is a hotel, not a motel. That is completely false. The project does not, it's pretty black and white actually. The project does not have any meeting rooms, spa, massage rooms, or banquet rooms that a hotel has. The motel is only open to motel guests, where a hotel is open to everyone and anyone. The prep kitchen is only to serve motel guests. And the definition of a motel by the code is to have a separate entrance leading directly from the outside of the building to automobile parking space conveniently located on the lot or parcel of land, which is exactly what we have. It doesn't have approval from the water board. This was in discussion, and it's false. We have verified again that this project is on the 4ZZ list and within the average daily gallon flow requested from the water board. Dr. King from the water board has blessed this project in writing and in meetings with staff, and conformance review has been completed for this. Here's a conformance review completed, signed by Palo Quinto. Here's all the calculations and average gallon flows stamped and signed right there in the bottom left corner. Here's a letter from Dr. King from the water board saying the project is on the 4ZZ list and concurrent review from the water board is not required. This is the average daily gallon flow of the Surfrider Motel, 1,800 gallons a day. They got this when they got their motel approved and up and running. Our average gallon flow is about 1,700 gallons a day. We are within 0.5% of the same gallon flow. If it works for them, it should work for us. Also, there's also a newer system. We have the same identical room count and we're almost the same exact size. Project will increase traffic on PCH. This is also false. In the initial study, M&D, traffic study, and Public Works all agree there's no increased traffic. Why is that? Parking will only be for motel guests as opposed to an uncontrolled public parking lot, which is currently there. Currently, on busy beach days, where do people go? They park in that public parking lot. Gets filled with cars. It's going to be a 20-room motel. We have a parking space for every motel guest. And it's not just going to be a place where people frequent just to go to the beach, coming in and out constantly. Most people don't even drive their car when they go to check into a motel or a hotel. They take a taxi or an Uber. We'll be adding another point of ingress and egress. Circulation is drastically improved coming in and out of the new project. This is a slide showing the current ingress and egress coming in and out of the project. There's only 1 point in and 1 point out. On busy traffic days, there's a bottleneck that happens here, and it's hard for cars to get in and out. The circle that you see is a new point of ingress and egress that we're going to be providing with a new curb cut. In this slide here, you could see the traffic circulation with a new curb cut. There's a 30-foot wide fire lane that the fire truck can go through with cars being able to go in and out on both sides. This drastically is better than what's currently there. This is another slide showing the current point, the new point of ingress and egress that's being added. Community feedbacks or observations. There are findings to support the 3 limited variances we have, and I wanted to go through those. First off, this highlighted section is a little small. The retaining wall is 21 feet, 10 inches higher than above finished grade. 4 feet of this wall is freeboard and it has been reduced by 2 feet. These are examples of different properties before cityhood and after cityhood that have high retaining walls that have been approved. Most importantly, this one right here, built in 2006, approved by City Council in 2003, up to a 41-foot high retaining wall. Variance for grading on the landslide. 22435 PCH, approved in 2006 with an 18-foot high retaining wall, 30,000 square feet of grading, and a variance for slope exceeding 2 to 1. 22601 PCH, 15-foot high retaining wall, 21-foot high retaining wall at the sea view where it's going to be, and in the back. And with the new construction, they're proposing a 65-foot high retaining wall to support the new structure that's going to be in the front. 22809 has a 26-foot high retaining wall. If you notice, half the city would not be built if there was no retaining walls up and down from the pier south. We have a couple conditions to request and amend and modify. One, we went over, we're going to be providing an in lieu fee of about $400,000. And the other is there's currently a TUP for 6 events a year. We've spoken to very few seasoned, very professional motel operators, and they've requested that to be 12 events per year. Doug, do you want to take it from here? Doug hurt his leg, but he's going to be okay. Doug.
So, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Just as a point of reference, yes, I turned my leg. I've been on meds, so I'm usually not my fiery self that I like to be when I come before you in the past. But this is still a very important project we've been working on for over 5 years now. A couple things, just real quick. Well, we talked about stories, the way the Malibu Code is set up. And again, I don't write the code. We work with the code, and we try to apply it in all the cases of our projects. It's been said that in this particular case, the lobby itself is considered a story, and it is then surrounded by dirt. On the other side is a subterranean garage. And then the way the code works is that as long as you don't have another set of 2 stories above a first story section, so in this case, this is the rooms that are not above where the lobby would be. And so the lobby is down below. So any rooms are actually going to be above that. And then it's showing in the section where this subterranean parking garage is then behind it. The code clearly states that even if this is an example on Broad Beach Road, if you look at it from the beach, they look like 6-story high houses, but they're actually stacked 2-story homes. In the first section on the beach, there's actually a 2-story section, and then you go back and there's another 2-story section. This is the way the code is interpreted on stories. It may look like something, but it isn't per code. And that's the Malibu Code right now. And unless it's changed, this is the code that we're using, and it has been approved since cityhood. The project on height is, again, you've got the existing dotted line is the existing grade today. And then you have the other dotted line that sets 24 feet, either measured from the natural grade going up or from, as Adrian has presented in his sheets, there's from the finished grade going up is also under 24 feet. This is a depiction when we, as architects, we build almost like a hovering cloud over the existing, so showing no part of the building is penetrating this kind of hovering sheet or cloud. And so we use that to help the planning department try to understand that no part of it is over. It's a sloping site. So this is kind of a sloping cloud that's on there. We were talking about hillside, bluffs. And again, all I can say is that between the geology department and geologists, and we've been doing this for 35 years, and there's other architects here that are going to be describing what they've been doing for 30 or 50 years in some cases. And we've determined that through our geologists that this is not a bluff, this is strictly a hill. We have to believe that the geology department knows what they're talking about, and the licensed geologist knows what they're talking about. And so this is just what we're dealing with. It's a hillside. It may have been a bluff in the Miocene days, as Commissioner Grisanti brought up, but it's not bluff now. This is the last slide, and we're saving for rebuttal. I just want to close that the whole point is you hire an architect. We're a local architect. We care what we do. We've proven it in the past, and we feel at the end of the day this project 100% fits in. And the other thing is that we're going to eventually talk about at some point, if you have questions, the similarity between this and the Surf Rider. That's 20 rooms. This is 20 rooms. This is 10% larger, but we also had to accommodate parking from the Malibu Inn project, and septic also from the Malibu Inn had to go on our property. So it's not just a load from this project, both for parking and for septic, is also, because of an easement agreement, has to be on this property. So we're available for questions, but thank you very much.
Okay.
There's
Thank
250
you.
left.
250 left. You can reserve that? Okay. Thank you very much. Joe, you are now up, and you get 15 minutes. And you can also reserve time for
I've got my Aviator Nation outfit from Mother's Day on, so. And my shoe mesh necklace. Okay, we've got the slideshow up.
Thank you, Mayor Euring and City Council. Malibu Township Council has been advocating for responsible
Move the mic.
development.
There you go, better, yes. It's still.
It's still lit, talking to it.
No, it's not.
Was that not?
Maybe turn it on and off again.
What is this? It's a rock. They're going to ask you anything else. It's a rock. Give it to Paul.
I did.
Oh, okay. Know any good jokes?
Let's just joke with about hokey pokey.
Right.
Pretty bad joke.
That's fair.
Oh, I heard something.
He's got a mic.
Oh, he thinks the mic is bad? All right.
Can you hear me? Is that good? Thank you. Okay.
Talk loud. Just you guys talk as loud as you can. Yeah, that's still
Hello?
very. It's better. But
Better? Okay.
Speak
Honorable
loud.
Mayor Euring and City Council, Malibu Township Council has been advocating for a responsible development since 1947. There are an abundance of code violations and lack of findings for the variances applied for, as well as excessive grading. Over 24 million pounds of grading, to be exact, 12,000 cubic yards, or
This needs to be better because this isn't going to work, especially with all these people that are going to speak afterwards. Let's get this fixed right because
Also for the record. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to hear.
it's very difficult to hear that microphone up here. So let's get it done right so that this is.
If we can't hear it up here, then it's probably not going into the record, and we need to have a audio record of this.
Perhaps the speakers could sit at the staff table and speak, if that works.
Better no.
No.
Can we put one of those mics?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we have her sit down over there, Joe, and you can you do the presentation from there?
Or take one of those mics from over there and
Well, I don't know.
can it be moved over?
And
Hello. Yay.
Technology is
Parker.
us. Go right ahead.
Okay. Honorable Mayor Euring and City Council, as you know, Malibu Township Council has been advocating for responsible development since 1947. There are an abundance of code violations and lack of findings for the variances applied for, as well as excessive grading. Over 24 million pounds to be exact, 12,000 cubic yards times 2,000 pounds of soil out of a long-time coastal bluff. Renowned biologist Dr. Edith Reed and California Native Plant Society has examined the hillside and confirmed it is indeed a coastal bluff. I just gave you a piece of bedrock, and if you rub it, there's sand that comes off. So that does qualify. That was from the site today, so I picked that up. And there is ESHA, according to this memo, from Adrian Fernandez to City Council on October 5th, 2014, LCP Interpretation 9, that states clearly the City of Malibu General Plan and Land Use Plan include implementation measures and policies that prohibit development on bluff face. Other slopes that were historically created by wave action but no longer subject to it may be prone to erosion or stability hazard. Finally, native habitat on bluff faces is considered ESHA and may exist whether a bluff is directly subject to wave action. There has obviously been wave action here in the past, as Councilmember Grisanti pointed out. As per Dr. Reed's report recently submitted, there is native laurel sumac, California sagebrush, and California bush sunflower, which are ESHA protected priority for the Coastal Commission on a coastal bluff. The sumac also indicates a possible seep, which could show geological or hydrological issues, as well as indicating this is a coastal bluff. No geological studies have been completed for this project since 2018, and the USGS has recently increased the potential quake the Malibu Coast Fault can produce, so this needs to be at the very least evaluated. There was also a recent landslide onto Aviator Nation's storage shed in the back. You can see the dirt piled up on the storage shed over there. And that indicates how unstable this cliffside is. That is why they require a 5 by 180 plus foot debris fence above the already 50-foot retaining wall to catch more unstable bluff soil, especially after digging up almost the entire bluff face. This has not been fully studied and not even adequate. The manipulation of the codes is outstanding in this application. Firstly, the 50 by 180 plus retaining wall is attached to the wall of the parking garage, not the structure. To hide the fact that the entire lobby and parking garage is daylighting by 11 feet, the plans show that manufactured dirt has been piled up behind the structure of the second floor on top of the parking garage, the above ground parking garage. They have even placed dirt in the walls around the lobby to feign that it and the parking garage are underground, though it states on page 15 of the staff report that they are both on the same plane and that the lobby is not considered a basement. It is level with Pacific Coast Highway and is an enclosed room, so needs to also be counted as the first story. The codes say that height is to be measured from the natural or finished grade, whichever results in a lower building height. Again, the finished grade is at PCH level, and natural grade no longer exists because it's been excavated for the structure. Grade is defined as the natural or finished grade at walls of a building. They are piling up dirt on top of and around the parking garage and behind the floor above this to give the illusion of being below grade. And above the parking garage is the first floor rooms. I don't know what Doug Burgee was talking about when he was describing that. Thus, it not only violates the height restriction of 24 feet, but also the setback, which is 0 because it's gone straight into the bluff side. From their so-called first floor alone, it would be 33 feet high. If the retaining wall is integral to the structure, then it must count that daylighting parking garage lobby area as the first floor anyway. Also, stacked parking car elevators should not be allowed, as power outages without trained operators make them inaccessible during emergencies, and more vehicles will cause evacuation issues, and this has been denied for the Malibu Beach Inn and other commercial areas as well. As per Lester Tobias's recent email to you, all the cut for the retaining wall is blatant violation of the codes, section 8.3C of the LIP. Maximum height of cuts and fills with retaining walls, 12 feet for any combination of walls except single cuts up to 12 feet in height, which are an integral part of the structure, are permitted. The findings cannot be made for a variance, which you haven't even applied for a cut double the size allowed. This is more than excavating for a foundation or basement. This is half of the slope. This is a 20,000 square foot project, including the parking garage. The FIR only includes the second and third floor and the at-ground level lobby, which adds up to 7,693 square feet. The rooftop, which is regularly occupied, will contain a pool, railings, bar with its own roof, food service, elevator shaft, furniture, etc. Code allows only chimneys and antennas on roof, nothing else. Therefore, the enclosed elevator and roof bar should be counted towards the FAR, bringing it over the limit. These projects that were listed with retaining walls that were built before Malibu's codes came in force and did not cut into the bluff as drastically as this one proposes. The Surfrider Inn did not cut into the bluff either. There has never been a retaining wall granted for 50 feet. This is a special privilege only the developer would have. This project will take away much needed public parking for the beach, pier, and Aviator Nation Dreamland. Existing parking is also insufficient for events at Aviator Nation or the hotel, and they're asking for 12 events per year. One event at Nobu had people parking in the middle of the highway. So what is this going to cause with 100 to 300 people on the roof? That's a meeting. If you've ever been inside the narrow lot for Aviator Nation and the public parking, you'll know the precarious exit and entrance of this site. The hotel will cause even more major accidents and increased traffic at the already busiest intersection of Malibu. It will be worse than Nobu Soho House. Nearby towns are putting building moratoriums due to the risk of fire and evacuation, which is another reason this project should be stopped. Evacuation out of the parking area of the hotel will be worse than the kitchen fire last year in Soho House, where it took ages for the fire department to get into the driveway to fight the fire because only one way in and one way out does not work. The applicant just requested an increase in events, so that will also cause a nightmare of congestion and traffic on this underparked lot, plus massive septic overflow. This new project should have been treated as a new application and not go forward because of the water ban in the area. Now 4 times the original usage will pollute the nearby beach and ocean. 1,700 gallons per day is less than some people's single-story Malibu homes in my neighborhood that put out daily. So this is not an accurate flow rate, especially when the pool needs to be drained and all these huge events. The lot originally was fully designated as the necessary 100% expansion area to use when the septic system at Aviator Nation fails. The applicant cannot just reduce the original area dedicated to Aviator Nation's expansion field to less than half of the original area without any studies. Simple math, the septic loading rate for the new lot is 1.11 gallons per day. Aviator Nation's septic flow is 6,497 gallons per day, so it requires almost 6,000 square feet dispersal area, not just 3,600 square feet. And there's also groundwater that was encountered during borings on the site, which proves the new septic system's overflow when at or near capacity will pollute the nearby ocean. When high tide comes to the ocean, regularly floods the seepage pits in the area, and guess where that ends up? In our ocean. The mitigated negative declaration states clearly that there are 20 employees on site and 40 guests at full capacity, which is most of the summer. 60 people using the facilities every day. Not enough parking or septic flow accounted for, although the hotels are not full right now, so just telling you that. The ones in the area, so I don't know why we need another one. Surfrider Beach is also already so polluted from all the nearby development. It is the 4th most polluted beach in California. Our oceans and beaches need to be protected by stopping septic system development encroaching upon them. If the sewer system ever goes into the area, which I doubt because there's a ton of Shumash remains, and Sarah was stopped because of that, not part of the phase 2, then the project can be held until that time. This project technically is a hotel, not a motel. It will tower over Aviator Nation and the Shabbat next door. So a zoning change is required before any approval can take place. The current zoning, CV1, which only allows motels, not hotels, does not match the project. It cannot be a motel as parking is nowhere near the rooms, and it serves food, has room service, bar, alcohol, and now wants to hold monthly huge events, special events on the roof. So that's a meeting. A hotel requires 2 parking spots per room, unlike a motel, which is why they don't want to change the zoning, as they could not fit one more spot on this maxed out lot. And this would require an LCP amendment. If you're going to allow a motel to not have parking right outside the doors, but on other levels, allow bar, food service, and large capacity events, then you must make an LCP amendment to change the definition of motel. There's also an issue with the noise study. They didn't study anything near the Rabbis' home, preschool, or the Shabbat. The closest nearby hotel is the Malibu Beach Inn, which charges $1,000 a night for a king room without a pool. Hardly affordable. This project with a pool could technically charge more per room. There are no shortage of hotels in the area, but there is a shortage of affordable housing accommodations. $400,000 paying in lieu of providing this is paying for play, frankly. Building this 4-story hotel will take over 1,000 truckloads of soil to haul away. There will be and a dump truck holds an average of 12 cubic yards, so there will be more than 1,000 truckloads, which would take over 5 months to unload daily at 10 huge loads per day. There will even be more traffic delay with all this coastal bluff removal with flaggers stopping traffic. The project is obviously not the least environmentally damaging as other commercial designs like this one, which did not dig out the bluff or have a huge retaining wall, were submitted. Alcohol is also not allowed within 600 feet of a church or school. This is only 30 feet away from a preschool and a religious institution. Finally, from page 38 of the mitigated negative declaration, this proves it's not only a coastal bluff, but also doesn't take into consideration the 40+ archaeological studies in the immediate area that were not researched as required for this project, including phase 2 studies. Phase 3 of the sewer system might not be approved due to these factors, just like Sarah nearby. There is documented evidence that there are Chumash burial sites within the immediate vicinity of this project at the Clock Tower, the Malibu Beach Inn, and Adamson House. Dr. Chester King, the former city archaeologist and last city archaeologist we have ever had, reviewed the MND and found the LIP's cultural studies ordinance was violated as required process and studies were not completed. The MND also confirms this site is a coastal bluff as it tries to explain why wave action and erosion could have swept the remains away. Adamson House was also previously disturbed, but there are intact cultural deposits underneath the grounds. With state law defining cultural tribal resources, a single artifact, even if out of place, are considered important to tribes and should be a consideration under CEQA. The insane traffic, cultural resources, the excessive grading into a coastal bluff, the 55-foot total retaining walls, the geological issues, the narrow parking driveway between the new hotel and Aviator Nation, et cetera, is not a small project, and all of this needs to be investigated in an environmentally packed review. Please finally deny this project for its multiple code violations. The city needs to stop commercializing Malibu and do right by its own residents from now on. This will also affect the future of Aviator Nation, with its future septic area being too small and likely bulldozed to expand this hotel to another 25-room thing, because 20 rooms, according to Norm Haney, is not profitable. When we see these parts of Malibu that are still in their natural state, we realize what the Chumash people were experiencing. We need to treasure and protect this by following the codes we put in place to do this. We hope City Council will vote in favor of our appeal and stop this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. You got pretty close to a minute and a half left, Joe. Okay. We're going to go to public comment now. Again, we've got a lot of speakers. So if you have the person ahead of you says what you want to say, it might be helpful if you just refer that you agree with what they said. All right, so David, Paul. Yes, that's what I was going to say. You got 4 minutes.
Hello, Haku. Hello, Haku. David Paul Dominguez. Samala Chumashino. I am from the Samala Chumash Reservation. I am also a former resident. I visited the project site earlier, and I did find cultural artifacts on site. I found a million. I also found some fire-affected stone. I'm not sure when the last time there was a fire there, but I presume that it came from up above on the bluff. I also found partial cobblestones that had been modified. And I reviewed the letter that Chester King submitted. He's a very good friend of mine, and I've worked with him for decades. Part of my concerns is specifically, first and foremost, that I would love to be, and am asking to be, consulted on this project as a member of the only federally recognized tribe in this area. The mitigation measures that have been proposed, they're not enough. And this project, I went over there and I looked at them, and it's not feasible for all that soil to be removed. And that has been because of the prior movement of the ocean. Because the road is in the way now, it can't be affected, but it have been affected. Prehistorically, that road was not there. Just to put that into your record. And so I want to make sure that I'm stating that I am I agree with the letter, because I understand there's a lot of people here. And also, I'm recommending that there be a full-blown environmental impact report done. Now that as a Chumash person, we call them slids, because it's already slid, but that slide, it has not been studied. And also, there should have been a cultural monitor while those poles were put in, because that is a very, very sensitive, and there's no telling how many bodies that are underneath there. If you look at the total of that soil that slid, it's intense and it's immense, and just a negative declaration, it's not feasible. We really need to go in there and study. I am a bona fide Chumash cultural resource manager / monitor, so I do know what I'm talking about. And I've spent a lot of meetings here, and a lot of people know my expertise. And actually, that's really all I have to say. And lastly, I would just like to say that I think it's about time for this council to put their big boy boo pants on and start protecting our coastal homeland. I think it's about time to not letting these negative declarations just slide through with colonial interpretation.
David,
thank you
very much. Okay, next up. Next up is Kurt Kam. Kurt, you're up, followed by Ed Niles. So Ed, if you want to come up and grab a seat up front, maybe make your life a little bit easier when time to go. And then after Ed Niles, we're going to have Sam Hall Kaplan. So
I tore up all my notes, and I just want to go on record. I'm actually a pro-growth person in Malibu. I don't think Malibu is ever going to be the way it was 30 years ago. But I must say this abomination is something beyond. Our wonderful developers here, how can we not believe everything they say? I'm shocked. You found a geologist, and he's your best geologist, and it's a hillside. Oh, hey, isn't that great? That shows some real leadership here. Am I mistaken that you've got a parking garage and you've filled dirt around it so that you don't have to comply with the height regulations? Hey, great. The developers have got our interests at heart. And let me say a few kind words about the Planning Commission. Adrian, your side slides with all the black stuff that you showed us, did anybody here really understand what Adrian was showing us? He was showing us a parking garage covered with dirt that's not counted in the height. How did the Planning Commission approve that? Adrian doesn't live in Malibu. He says he's devoted to Malibu. But I asked you, Adrian, I asked him if he'd ever spent a half hour on a Saturday trying to get from Webbway to Moonshadows. No, he hasn't, because he lives somewhere else. And where's the rest of the Planning Commission? Where are these weasels who have listened to the wonderful developers? Thanks, guys. We really trust you. You know, you've been around 15 years. You've done all this wonderful stuff for us. And now you're going to build us a hotel, a motel? Christ, I don't know what it is. It seems to me that what's happened is a dump truck has run over every regulation, every code, everything that Malibu has in place to protect the people and the environment. I'm not a nut. If you squash one little plant, it's not the end of the world. But I just can't believe that this disaster has gotten this far. And if you council members have no interest in this, then do your job and protect the people of Malibu and our way of life, which isn't what it was 30 years ago, but honest to God, got to get down the road without having dump trucks and traffic. And I hope you have a great time with 12 events. The nerve. Now they're asking for 12 events. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Ed, you're up. Ed, followed by Sam Hall Kaplan. Sam, you're up front, and then followed by Scott Dietrich.
Well, that's a hard one to follow, so
Yeah.
I don't know how much I can move. But anyway, I do not unequivocally agree with Mr. Burge. Architects that have grown up here in this community, I've been here for 56 years, we helped put together all these ordinances, the mission statement. Why are we designing from code? We should be designing from the mission statement. And if you take the time to learn it, and I'm not going to read it tonight because I don't have it all, but the point is, the intent is to fall in love with this place and to do things as an architect or an engineer, which I also am, to do things that you're proud of and that your children are proud of. Certainly my children were surfing on that beach, in that lagoon, and my whole family is extremely upset over this kind of development, because it's not just this one. The next one will take this as an opportunity, as a requisite, to build more of this nature. I met with Steve McClary about the 60 acres that we're going to have in front of us to deal with. It's not the city council's land, it's the people of Malibu. So we've got to understand that if this developer does not understand this, then get out. But he's supposed to be doing it. It calls for rural, it calls for passive, it calls for understanding culture, it calls for people, human beings. There's nothing wrong with the public, but I don't want to be building a circus for the public. Let them come out there in their cars, but stay out of the way. We all must understand that people of Malibu spent, at least I remember, at least 14 years putting together a process. So it's not codes, it's not 21 foot, it's not 16 foot, it's not an FAR, which, by the way, he doesn't comply with. It simply is, don't do something that you're not proud of. And that really gets down to what it is. So I don't agree with Mr. Burge, and I think he's better get off the ladder of doing everything perfect on relying upon codes, because that's a process that has a dead end to itself, including the architecture. Also, if I can note something, was my beep there?
Yeah, you got time, go ahead.
Okay. So the couple things specifically. In the geology analysis, forgetting about the bluff that you all wanted to be bluffed by, in the geology analysis it says specifically that for the percolation rates for wastewater is in sand. Now, how in the God's name the sand get up there if our sweet wave didn't bring it up? So for it to work, it's got to be a bluff face.
Ed, thank you very, very much. Sam, you're up, followed by
Thank you, Ed. What the hell
Scott Dietrich. You're up after that, followed by Nick. Is it Nick Espolosis?
Hi.
I'm probably crucifying that name.
My name is Sam Paul Kaplan. I've been a resident here for 30-some odd years. 60 of my nearly 90 years, I've reviewed and passed on and signed off on architecture and design projects. 10 for the LA Times, 10 for the New York Times. I've reviewed projects as a professor of architecture on juries for maybe 20 years. And I've participated as an administrator of planning, design, and construction of nearly $500 million worth of projects, most in New York City. And I must say, this is one of the most egregious projects in the several thousands I have reviewed for developers, for my publications. It is a blight. And I want to also add to the points that have been raised by Ed and by Joy on the bluffs. I don't care if you call them bluffs, hills, or what. They're dangerous. I had the unfortunate assignment on the Conchita project several, 10 years ago, of which I watched, and I also attended the funerals. If those cliffs, hills, call what you will, came down in the heavy rains, no one played with them, and they took out half a dozen lives. You imagine if these are corrupted by the waters which the rains have brought, and we have approved this project, Malibu would be susceptible to lawsuits that could bankrupt it, to say nothing of the lives that could be killed. I would not take that chance. Further, this is a blight, not only for Malibu, and an embarrassment architecturally, but for you. Maybe not you, Paul, but certainly Marianne and Doug. This is a project that will last way after you leave office. Approve this, and you will be, quite frankly, ostracized. This will be a mark of Cain of approval of this project. That's what you people will remember you. Whether you've gotten your Rolex, whether you've gotten your tabs picked up, this is what your legacy will be. And it will be an embarrassment, and it will be a shame.
Thank you, Sam. Scott's up, followed by Nick Espolosis. You have to grab a seat up front if you would, sir. Followed by Joel Johnson. So, Scott, you're on.
Mr. Mayor, I believe I have 4 minutes.
You got 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Euring, council members, this is a terrible project. I'm sorry. I'm amazed how Hakeem and Mr. Burge have manipulated the code. But, you know, and I'm not a technical guy. I'm not a geologist or an architect. It's 50 feet tall. Come on, that retaining wall, it's 50 feet. Malibu doesn't need another luxury hotel. As Joe said, they're not even full right now. You know what we do need? We need something that the average gal could stay in. So not 3 rooms, the whole thing. So this project, it's ridiculous. They claim they're going to have 3 employees. Well, wait a minute, they've got a kitchen, they've got staff, they've got a manager, they've got somebody to, way more. And that doesn't make sense either. But what I'd like to talk about right now is cultural resources. Yeah, the gentleman from the Chumash is talking about ancient, but I'm talking about today. This is the epicenter of what Malibu is. Across the street, Surf Rider Beach. That's probably the most famous thing in Malibu. And we're going to wreck it by putting a hotel, and definitely it's a hotel. We all know that. We're going to wreck, and we're going to kill our traffic. But the other thing I want to talk about, this project should have never gotten to you guys. It should have been stuck in staff. I do not understand how staff keeps approving things that the Malibu residents do not want. Let's be clear. Thank you. Malibu residents don't want these kind of projects. I mean, I get that the architects and the developers want them, and I'm not anti-development. I argued for going forward with the Seaview Hotel because I thought we were taking an existing structure and making it much better for the community and getting rid of an eyesore. But this project doesn't meet any standards. So why is staff approving things? Something's really, really wrong here. And then it goes to Planning Commission, and they're ticking off the numbers and saying, hey, well, it met the code. Maybe there's something wrong with the code. I don't know. But if you're smart enough, I guess you can manipulate that. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. So, you know, a lot of people have talked about the technical details, but I can look at this thing and go, four stories. That on page 2, this is funny, of the staff report under project description, it says the ground floor consists of the lobby and a valet parking garage. Well, wait a minute. Who enters the lobby in a basement? That doesn't make sense. So the project's all wrong. And, you know, as Sam said, you guys are going to be judged by this because it will wreck Malibu. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Nick, you're up, followed by Joel Johnson. Is Joel Johnson here? All right, grab a seat up front if you would, Joel, and then follow him. Joel will be Sam Boyer. Sam, raise your hand. Are you out there? No? Okay. And Sam's not here, then it'll be Maureen. I'll get your name right before it's over. Go ahead, Noah, you're on.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. I'm just going to speak briefly. I'm just here to support the project. I understand, you know, people's responses sometimes to new projects, but in a community, you have to build new projects or you die. You have to have new development. Take, for example, a place like Malibu, like Laguna Beach, excuse me. It's a similar comparison to Malibu. It has 23,000 residents. Malibu has 13,000. Laguna Beach has 30 hotels, 2,000 rooms. They have bigger cliffs, more bluffs and things than Malibu. They have a Pacific Coast Highway that runs through the main artery like Malibu. You have 6 motels and 130 rooms. There's nowhere for people to stay. If someone wants to come up and they have a couple of cocktails or something, they have nowhere to stay. You have 15 million visitors come here that I looked up on the internet, 15 million visitors a year. There's nowhere to stay. I've never seen such a slow growth community in my life. I'm born and raised here in LA. I lived in Malibu. I've surfed in Malibu. I've worked in Malibu. I was here and there was the Pier View and there was, I think it was Carlos and Charlie's or something. There was all these places. There's nowhere to go now. And it's just, I understand the passion of some people, but you would never build anything if you listened to all this rhetoric today from the other side. Nothing. This is a well thought out project. They've been working on it for over 10 years as far as I know. And Burge is a good architect. He knows what he's doing. They've done all the due diligence. This project should just move on. This is ridiculous, some of the comments that have been made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Joel Johnson, followed by, let me just get the, Sam Boyer. Sam's not here. I got no Sam Boyer. Sam Boyer's gone. How about Marianne, what does that say?
Maureen Pressa?
Ah, okay. Pressa, last name? Yes. Grab a seat up front. Come on up front. Okay. Joel, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Joel Johnson, and I'm here tonight because I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Gone Malibu Infant Center and Preschool, which is located directly next to the proposed construction site. This morning, I submitted a letter on behalf of 15 parents of children at Gone, voicing our shared opposition to the project, and I'd like to read some portions of that letter now. As Malibu parents, we strongly oppose approval of this project. Gone plays an essential role in our community, and construction of a multi-story motel, hotel directly next door would significantly impede its ability to continue playing that role. Gone is one of only a handful of preschools in Malibu, and one of the only options for children under the age of 2. If you want to count hotels, count preschools. There are fewer preschools. Gone provides a safe and clean social environment for young children in a tranquil, private, and largely open-air setting overlooking the Pacific Ocean, the type of setting that is unique to Malibu and that makes Gone attractive to Malibu parents. Gone also serves as a social hub for the families whose children attend, hosting numerous social events throughout the year. As a result, Gone is key to building strong ties not only between its students but also between their parents, forming tight-knit groups of Malibu families to proceed together through elementary school and beyond. Approval of this project next door would directly undermine Gone's positive role in the community. During what would undoubtedly be a lengthy construction period, the loud noises throughout the day would disrupt Gone's tranquil environment and the many naps that occur within it. Construction debris would likewise pollute the otherwise clean ocean air that the children breathe, and the various phases of construction would create significant traffic delays immediately in front of Gone, making drop-off and pickup a nightmare for parents on a daily basis. Conditions would hardly improve when construction is complete. If all goes according to plan, the motel, hotel would host thousands of tourists each year in quarters within a stone's throw of the open-air preschool. The operation of a motel directly next to Gone would cause consistent noise disruption, substantially reduce privacy, and would inevitably bring a wide range of unvetted adults, including violent individuals and sex offenders, within close proximity to children. The significant safety risks that would pose are far from theoretical in the current era of gun violence at schools, particularly faith-based schools such as Gone. These concerns and others would give parents significant pause before enrolling their students at Gone. As a result, many children who would otherwise attend preschool in Malibu would go to schools in neighboring communities instead. That would work to destroy community here in Malibu rather than to build it. In reaching a decision, we respectfully ask the Council to give significant weight to the interest of Malibu's children and the community that surrounds them. We urge you to reject the proposed motel construction next to Gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're up, sir. Followed by Ann Jones. Ann, you here? Come on, grab a seat up front, followed by Hap Henry. Okay, sir, you're on.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. I hear the concern of all the residents here in Malibu, and it's understandable that people have concern whenever there's new development and changes in a community. I'm here personally to express my support for the project. Thankfully, this council is not governed by emotions and rhetoric. It's a council that has an experienced staff that has relied seemingly on a slew of surveys and expert reports, and that has come to its decision after a lot of deliberation and a lot of consideration. And I think that's what ought to prevail here. And there should be forums like this to hear out the concerns of some of these residents. But I think that we have to focus on what the code permits. Regarding the proliferation of Airbnbs, I mean, that's something that people in communities all over Los Angeles are dealing with. A motel like this is a good solution to that. And we talk about beautification and culture and keeping Malibu the beautiful place that it is. And what we have currently at the site is a parking lot. So I fail to see how this motel is worse than a parking lot that has limited ingress and egress for people visiting Malibu. I had no idea that there were 15 million visitors in Malibu a year. That's a lot of people for the amount of accommodations that the city can currently provide. You know, sometimes people drive to Malibu and they want a place to stay. There's a big university here. Pepperdine have friends and colleagues who attend that university and who would love it if there were more places for their friends and family to stay in. So I understand there's a sense of community here, but community is also about inclusiveness, and certainly this motel project, I think, would help further that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ann Jones, you're up. Hap, you're up next, so get a seat up front, please. Followed by Suzanne Owens.
So do I need to pull this down? Can you hear me?
It's good. You did good.
Okay. I'm an architect. I'm licensed in California, and I've lived and worked in Malibu for over 30 years. The proposed motel to be located at 22959 Pacific Coast Highway should be returned to the architect for redesign to meet code and produce a project which does not require a flock of discretionary approvals, as does that under consideration. I won't bother to reiterate all the ways in which the proposed project does not conform to the LIP. This has been done eloquently and at length by others and has been documented over the past several years. I do see in particular a very skillful manipulation of the code. Just one example, allowing the parking garage 12-foot high ceiling to not be counted as one of the 2 stories to which the city limits structure, but to be considered a basement. This basement's finished floor is sunk only by 4 feet below grade. The addition of a berm on the exterior, as well as surrounding the lobby with dirt sandwiched between walls so that the parking garage does not daylight, are maneuvers arguably designed to meet the letter of the code, but not the intent. The same goes for the total building height and retaining wall height, along with other issues. The intent of the code can be read in the city's mission statement. This section addresses visitor serving opportunities. I quote, "Malibu will provide passive, coastal dependent, and resource dependent visitor serving recreational opportunities at proper times, places, and manners that remain subordinate to their natural, cultural, and rural setting." I don't believe that this project achieves that. So what makes the Planning Commission and planning staff eager to approve a project which, 1, does not meet the intent of the code or the mission statement, and 2, contorts itself to conform to the letter of the code, and 3, sets a precedent which will allow more of the same in the future? I ask you to uphold this appeal and reverse the approval of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Hap, you're up. Suzanne Owens. Is there a Suzanne Owens? Here, Suzanne, come on, grab a seat. Followed by, I'm not going to get close to this name. Go ahead. Hap, you're on.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Hap Henry, and I have some good news for anybody up here who's been accused of being a developer or bending to big development interests, that tonight is a fantastic opportunity to prove your critics otherwise. For all the reasons that have already been listed, this project is a slap in the face to many of us in Malibu who have concerns about traffic, the environment, and multitude of other reasons. I will strongly encourage you to deny the staff recommendation and send this back for further review and further redesign. I'll keep it brief tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Hap. Suzanne, you're up. And I'm going to take a shot at this last name. Romascover. I was getting there. You're on. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to express my support for this motel project. I know that projects such as these take a great deal of time and money, and many other applicants have asked for many variances in order to better increase their bottom line or financial outlook on the project. I don't see any of this happening for this project. The only variances I see are for items which you see on almost every new construction project in Malibu, such as slope or retaining walls. Without such variances, a great deal of Malibu would never have been built because of the challenging topography. I see a lot of positives with this project, not to mention they just volunteered an additional $400K in fees that they did not have to do. Airbnb has also been a huge problem in this city, and this is a great solution towards fixing that problem. The site also has an abundance of parking. I'm not sure when we've seen that before, from what I can remember. They're bringing hundreds of thousands in TOT to the city, which we need. They will deter vagrants in the area and create a project many locals and visitors will be proud of for years to come. I, for one, am tired of looking at those story polls. I did not support this project without looking at the facts, and the facts are there are very little negatives and many positives for this motel. I also was curious and looked up the recent Seaview hotel approval, which evidently has almost the identical lot size. The main difference, of course, was Seaview had an entire zone change and essentially tripled the allowable floor area ratio. From what I can tell, this project has no development agreement. Is under the allowable floor area ratio and is applying only what they are zoned for. Once again, I just want to say I support this project.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my friend, Christy. Romastova?
Romansova.
I was close. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Hi, dear City Council, and thank you so much for letting me speak at this meeting. I wanted to express strong support of approval of this motel. Malibu needs more accommodations for friends and family visiting this great town. This motel has planning staff approval as well as planning commission approval. The current ownership seems as though they have done a fantastic job crossing every hoop and hurdle to get this project to the finish line. I'm sure the city will benefit greatly from having a beautiful new motel that will bring tax revenue and also help with traffic circulation with a new driveway and curb cut on the side. The motel meets parking code, zoning, and FAR codes, codes, as well as many other requirements. The retaining wall should not be an issue, as other findings have been made to support the variance for the retaining wall. Based on the renderings and staff report, you won't even see it. Please approve this project and beautify the neighborhood across the pier and help support the local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jefferson Wagner, come on up, followed by Steve Wiseman. So if Steve, you grab a seat up front, followed by Barbara. Is Barbara Borderline still here? Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Jefferson, you're up.
Thank you very much for donating your time on the behalf and benefit of your community and for listening to all the people in the room here tonight. I'm Jefferson Wagner, a lifetime resident of the area and a 50-year businessman, half-mile from the proposed project. I'm currently a condominium owner and a townhome owner less than a mile from here and a mile and a half from the project site. I'm a 20-year member of the board of directors of the Malibu Adamson House and the foundation, which is directly across from the project. I'm a member of the Malibu Pier Partners, which is the concessionaire for the Malibu Pier State Park. My retail business at 22775 is less than a half mile from the project. I have, for me personally right now, the most impact of anybody in the room because of my proximity to the project, for my lifestyle, surfing, my home, till my other home was built, and for my business of 50 years. The difficulty we have here is how we got to this point, where the property owner has rights to develop his property and why we are here as a community to guide the decisions. Financially, it's a reward for the city. I supported Norm's project because of the financial capabilities that the city could achieve. Hopefully we would buy or get a full-time code officer on the weekends to help with the issues that we have down near the pier. The project itself, I'm not too familiar with the details of the engineering and the scope of the work of the project. My position here is when I voted for the STRs at my time at the City Hall, the ordinance that I proposed with Michael Lustig was ignored by the council, 4-1 vote in favor of a week short-term rental rule that runs now 400 rental homes in Malibu. The difficulty we have is you're moving commercialization into neighborhoods. When you commercialize areas that are already commercial, you impact only the parking in that area. For that reason, the project meets most of the criteria in the area where I am, and is that my time? 30 seconds. The hard part is with the STRs, you can make side deals and the city misses out on all the revenue. The worst thing that's coming is something that you should be leaning into right now. It's the Picasso. So these home renters and home sellers that are buying investment properties are called land bankers. The land bankers are coming. I would rather have a development in a commercial area than in our neighborhoods.
Thanks, Jefferson. Steve, you're up. Is Barbara here? No, Barbara's not here, so let's go on to Chris Oley. Is there Chris? Okay, come on up, grab a seat, followed by Kevin Shankman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The Keem family is very vested in the Malibu community and own multiple properties whereby they provide retail and office space to small and medium-sized businesses. Given their love for Malibu, and with only 130 hospitality rooms currently available in an extremely undersupplied submarket, they decided to pursue the development of a quaint boutique motel that blends into the natural environment. With that in mind, the Keems have listed Douglas Burge, a highly sought-after architect, having designed and built over 300 projects in the Malibu region alone. Given the various sensitivities for development, it was important that the Keems hired an architect that not only has decades of experience working in Malibu, but is committed to maximizing the best use of sustainable materials and methods in creating eco-friendly designs for their properties. Since 2018, the Keems have been working diligently on this project with the city staff to obtain the necessary approvals from planning staff, as well as from the biology department, environmental health department, geotechnical department, public works, waterworks, and the fire department. As you are aware, the Planning Commission approved the project in May of 2023, and such approvals are not given lightly. The Malibu Motel Inn is comprised of only 20 motel rooms and suites, and it offers an affordable alternative to Nobu Ryokan and the Malibu Beach Inn. Some of the benefits include $500,000 per year in projected TOT tax, a place for residents and out-of-town guests to stay, beautification of the existing parking lot, enhancement of local businesses in the immediate area, employment of locals, and an alternative to Airbnb, which is causing issues in various neighborhoods. This project meets the code for parking, is zoned for the use, has planning staff approval, and planning commission approval. Therefore, I hope you will provide the Keems the opportunity to move forward, as the motel will create a positive outcome for the city and neighboring community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Chris, you're up. Followed by Kevin Shankman. Come on and grab a seat up front, Kevin. Followed by Rosemary Ide. Is Rosemary here? No? Okay. You're on there.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I've lived in Malibu for over 30 years, and I've always known it as a place where the mountains meet the sea. One of my favorite things about driving on the coast is seeing the coastal bluffs on one side and the beautiful Pacific Ocean on the other. We are stewards of this land. We have a duty to protect it and not exploit it. We have a mission statement in Malibu that needs to be honored. When the natural landscape is exploited for greed, we lose the soul and everything that makes a place special. Malibu has soul, but it is rapidly being deadened by the overbuilding that is happening. Malibu City mission statement reads in part, Malibu will plan to preserve its natural and cultural resources, which include the ocean, marine life, tide pools, beaches, creeks, canyons, hills, mountains, ridges, views, wildlife, and plant life, open spaces, archaeological, paleontological, and historic sites, as well as other resources that contribute to Malibu's special nature and rural setting. Malibu will maintain its rural character by establishing programs and policies that avoid suburbanization and commercialization of its natural and cultural resources. This is a natural bluff that would have to be cut into and destroyed. One of the very aspects that contributes to the beauty here, someone wants to destroy to build a hotel motel. Because they want to destroy that bluff, they have to install a 50-foot retaining wall, a 4-story structure when only a 2-story structure is allowed. Underground parking across the street from the ocean. I drive from Point Dume into Santa Monica every day for work. This would decimate an already incredibly difficult commute time. Traffic studies said it wouldn't be affected. That is insulting to say. This is Chumash land. I have read the report on this project and saw the presentation of this project and was shocked at the scope and size of what they are proposing. This building does not fall within the character of Malibu and violates zoning, coastal bluff provisions, height restrictions, retaining wall restrictions, parking provisions, wastewater disposal requirements. Again, it's across the street from one of the most iconic surf breaks in the world, which is also a surfing reserve. This is not a community project. This is not something that's going to benefit our community. On the contrary, the community is going to be gravely impacted by it. The traffic congestion alone is going to be a nightmare, not to mention parking, the coastal impact, the environmental impact, and the pollution created. I oppose this project, and I ask you, the city council members, who are also stewards of this land, to oppose it as well. We are not Laguna Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin, you're up. Rosemary, you're up after Kevin, followed by Emily Ravitch. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Euring, members of the council. I'll be brief and I'll resist the lawyerly urge to wade into the debate about the definition of a coastal bluff. Rather, I want to focus the council on the posture in which this comes to the council. This is a project that depends on 4 variances. It is not a building as a matter of right. Now, if the council wants to change the code such that these sorts of variances are not required on a lot of projects, that's one thing. But because this project depends on variances, the council should be looking at what is the public benefit of the project, and does that public benefit outweigh the need for variances? And I was a little disappointed in hearing the applicant's presentation. They really didn't explain any public benefit, at least not one that is already inherent in any hotel or motel project. So, you know, if the project included restrictions that required affordable accommodations, that might be a public benefit that the council could consider. After all, there really isn't a whole lot of affordable hotel and motel accommodations between Leo Carrillo and all the way down to Venice. But instead, it was just sort of a vague, well, it'd be nice to have more accommodations here. I heard a mention of employing locals. I frankly find it hard to believe. You know, and that's another thing here. Are we talking about a union hotel that would have you know, substantially high wages, or are we talking about non-union? There's no restriction. There's no commitment to paying a certain wage to maids. You know, that could be a public benefit as well, but really no commitment. I don't think that there is a whole lot of public benefit to having another douchey hotel that lets rooms for rates that most of us can't afford and pays their maids minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Rosemary, you're on, followed by Emily, followed by Jan.
Hi. I will not say everything I have here because it was said before, but I will add some. The rural character building height limit is 2 stories, so that's already. And then the coastal bluff. Then I have that Motels don't serve alcoholic beverages, have a bar, a kitchen, and full food service, so they would have to get a different code for that one. Also, members of the City Council and all of you behind me, many years ago, we voted for having a city because we didn't like the overdevelopment by the county. Maybe some of you will remember that, right? Now, what do we do now? Now, we are doing what the county did to us. They wanted to build big hotels, and then we said, oh, no, no, we don't want that. That's a little hotel, but it will keep on going. And so I urge you to vote no. Thank you,
Rosemary.
Remember that, please. The last.
Thank you very much. Emily, you're on. Emily, followed by Jan, followed by Charlotte Drummond.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate some of the important points that other speakers have made. There are many reasons why this project should not move forward. To focus on one in particular that has come up a number of times this evening, this area is a coastal bluff, and that should not be built upon. This bluff at one time was definitely subject to wave action, perhaps before the creation of the PCH, as the earlier gentleman highlighted, and therefore it meets the local coastal program's definition of a coastal bluff. In order to build on this coastal bluff, over 24 million pounds of soil would need to be removed by the truckload, as Joe mentioned. The sheer logistics of this feat alone would cause extensive traffic delays on the PCH. In order to gain approval for this project, it has been said that this area in question is not a coastal bluff, but that is simply not true. The city's LCP Interpretation 9 states that bluffs that are no longer subject to wave action are still considered coastal bluffs, as they do still maintain sensitive habitat and may still be prone to very severe erosion and stability hazards, as other speakers have also highlighted. I wanted to call attention again to the fact that renowned biologist Dr. Edith Reed personally examined this hillside in particular, and she did confirm that it is a coastal bluff with environmentally sensitive habitat area vegetation flourishing there, including the laurel sumac, sagebrush, California bush sunflower. As such, the area for this proposed project is prone to the dangerous erosion, and if it is to be built upon, it should be subjected to additional ecological impacts studies. Furthermore, in the city's October 5th, 2014 memo from Adrian Fernandez, it was declared that the City of Malibu General Plan and Land Use Plan include implementation measures and policies that prohibit development on a bluff face, as the native habitat on bluff faces is considered environmentally sensitive habitat area. This memo goes on to state that slopes that were historically created by wave action, such as this coastal bluff in question, but that are no longer subject to it, may still be prone to the very dangerous erosion and stability hazards, and they should therefore continue to be classified as coastal bluffs and should avoid being built upon. Grading into this coastal bluff face 3/4 of an acre is not allowed under the LIP evacuation, as it's likely to further destabilize the slope above it. For example, there was actually a recent landslide right next door to Aviator Nation storage sheds behind the property, which illustrates how unstable this cliffside truly is. That's why the removal, in addition to the removal of the 24 million pounds, we also need this massive 50-foot retaining wall, as well as a 5 by 180-foot debris fence to catch inevitable unstable bluff soil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jan, you're up, followed by Charlotte Drummond, followed by Colin Drummond, followed by Walter Zellman. So Walter, we'll get to you.
Hi, good evening. According to the staff report, the lot in question...
Just pull them, yeah, so there you go. Makes it easier.
Okay. According to the staff report, the lot in question is 1.18 acres. Excavation of over 3/4 of an acre of this bluff would need to take place. The project requires a total of 12,648 cubic yards of grading, with excavation of approximately 11,921 cubic yards of soil. 12,648 cubic yards of grading is an enormous amount of grading, considering the fact that less than 2,000 cubic yards is actually allowed. More than 65% of the 1.18 acres will be destroyed by cutting into this admittedly unstable coastal bluff. Staff incorrectly states that the carving out of the bluff is understory grading, which it is not, and it needs a variance since it far exceeds the allowable amount of the non-exempt grading. The hauling of this coastal bluff soil off-site will require approximately 1,200 normal-sized dump truck trips, which will make the traffic gridlock at this location even worse than it is today. If the commission is considering approving this project, the situation needs to be studied in an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charlotte, you're up.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Drummond. I am 23. I've lived here since I was 12 years old. And I just wanted to reiterate that there is no doubt at a minimum, this is at a minimum a 3-story building when only 2 stories are allowed. At the base is the entry lobby and the reception area together with an enclosed above ground parking garage. This is the 1st story. The 2nd and 3rd levels contain the guest rooms and a commercial kitchen. The top floor, the 4th story, contains the pool, deck, enclosed elevator box, and a roofed bar area. Each of these 4 levels is a story under the LCP. Staff asserts this structure is 2 stories high and does not exceed 24 feet in height. If this were the case, there would be no need for an over 50-foot high retaining wall. A previous staff report states the ground floor of the building consists of a lobby and a valet parking garage, as stated before. The negative declaration states the motel would reach a height of or nearly 36 feet above finished grade ground floor elevation, with an elevator shaft protruding just over 44 feet from finished grade above the ground floor elevation. The April 2022 traffic study states the site is currently used for parking and the proposed development will construct a new 3-story motel building. The ground floor of the building consists of the lobby and a valet parking garage. The main and upper floors accommodate 20 motel rooms and suites. The referenced on-site wastewater treatment system design report states the revised project includes constructing a 7,693 square foot 3-level motel. And if you put dirt on top of a house, does it make underground? And also, I've lived here a long time and I've gone to school here and I've seen landslides while I was in school, and it has caused a lot of issues. It's caused me to miss school in high school, and there's so much construction right now that are caused by landslides. So this is just not great for me and also for students that are currently at Malibu High School, which I am a graduate of. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Charlotte Colin, you're up, followed by Charlotte Fries. Come on, grab a seat up front, Charlotte, and then it's going to be Walter Zellman, I believe, after you, Charlotte. Go ahead, Colin.
Thank you. City Council members, appreciate everything that you do. I know that you all care deeply about the city, like we do. Just a couple, I think I have 4 minutes, right? Yeah. The so-called...
No, you don't have 4, you got 3 minutes.
Oh, I was supposed to be listed with 4. I'll do my best.
Okay.
Just a couple of facts to reiterate. The so-called subterranean parking lot is not subterranean, since 4 feet are below grade and 11 feet are above ground. The developer would put a berm around the above grade portion of the parking lot in an attempt to say it's subterranean when it's not. Building a berm around the above grade part of the parking garage doesn't make it subterranean. This above grade portion of the parking structure must be included when measuring building height and number of stories. From a basement perspective, staff writes, a basement is not considered a story so long as it does not daylight more than 3 vertical feet at all points around the perimeter of all exterior walls. The project fails to meet the basement definition. As staff states later, as conditioned except for the building code required egress and vehicular entrance, the basement will not daylight more than 3 feet as measured from the bottom of the floor above to exterior grade adjacent to the basement, but It daylights more than 3 feet at the garage entrance. Therefore, the garage does not meet the definition of a basement and must be considered the lowest building story. For the 4th floor, staff is calling the structure canopy, which is deceiving. The proposed elevator housing plus roofed bar service area will be enclosed. That makes them structure, such that this portion of the roof must be counted as a floor. It's not the rooftop deck that violates the height restriction, it's the enclosed bar service area and elevator shaft on the rooftop deck that do. The LAP only allows chimneys and antenna on roofs. An elevator shaft is not a chimney or a rooftop antenna, and therefore must be counted in the height calculation. So finally, the pool is meant to be able to allow the public to be used under this zoning, and this proposal does not. And I would just say, we've heard a lot of benefits for visitors. If you're really listening, the residents just don't want this. So let's maybe be thoughtful about this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charlotte?
Good evening, all. According to the staff report, the proposed retaining wall has to be installed to retain and secure the graded slope and would extend 52.5 feet above the finished floor elevation of the interior parking level. At 52.5 feet high, the retaining wall is in excess of the maximum allowable 6 or 12-foot height by 40.5 to 46.5 feet, requiring a variance that is so egregious this project must be denied. Additionally, to prevent the remaining unstable coastal bluff from sliding into the structure from above, the project requires a 5-foot freeboard debris fence, leaving almost 27 feet of exposed wall above and behind the proposed building to secure the safety of the project. Cutting into this coastal bluff could very well destabilize the residents above, having significant adverse impacts. This retaining wall protects the proposed structure, not the residents. The applicant earlier stated there are other retaining walls along this portion of PCH. The heights of these commercial retaining walls were approved under the county prior to cityhood, and they are all far lower than this proposed wall. Importantly, once Malibu became a city, the rules changed to prevent this type of retaining wall. There is no substantial evidence in the record to support this variance. Not even one of the required variance findings can be made. The granting of this variance is in conflict with the general purposes and intent of the LCP. This variance is detrimental to the city interest and potentially its safety. This variance is detrimental to the property in that it unallowably destroys 0.77 acres of a coastal bluff. It could be a safety hazard to the residents above. The granting of the variance constitutes a special privilege to the applicant or property owner, since no commercial property in the vicinity has a retaining wall this high. Should you grant this variance, you are opening the door to exceedingly high retaining walls in the east end of Malibu. Lester Tobias's letter gives an outstanding account of why this retaining wall cannot be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Walter, you're up, followed by Debbie DeCrae. Debbie, you here? Come on up. And then after that, Peter Jones.
I guess I should take my mask off now, but I do, as a chairman of the Department of Public Health, I feel I have to be the last mask standing. Okay, I think I have 4 minutes. Is that correct?
I have only got you down for 3. I don't have, unless all
right, I'll try to see what I can do. I was asked today to address some of the issues relating to parking, and I'm going to go over those quickly and then raise another question. There are a lot of issues, obviously, that have been raised today about parking. I will just reiterate them. One is the insufficiency of parking spaces, the sharing of parking with Aviation Nation, the potential for added traffic challenges and evacuation in a crisis of evacuation, requiring that. All those things could. There's even the question, really technical, about if you're driving on PCH and you want to make a left turn, you can make left turns there, but you're allowed to make right turns, but not left turns. And if there are more people going in and out of this place, we just might have more traffic accidents and problems of that nature. Beyond parking, I'd like to address a broader question of the issue of regulatory imbalance, a little bit of academia. It creeps in sometime. Regulatory imbalances is kind of the ability of some individuals or groups or organizations to have more power than the average citizen or the average community. It's citizens versus what some would call pejoratively the special interests. Applicants for these kinds of proposals often have, for large projects, have multiple lawyers, they have accountants, they have engineers, they have others who can make their case and to respond to concerns from public officials, citizen groups, and others. Opponents often have to rely on grassroots, the volunteer expertise, which we've seen an incredible amount of in this Malibu opposition community to this issue, and a free press, if that's relevant, and other things that are harder to get to, that are irregular. We don't have a regular lobbyist to come in and lobby and tell you why we want this. Nobody's paid to do this. It's all volunteer. So that makes it a lot harder for some people to make their case. And sometimes it just kind of creeps in. You don't really see it happening, but it slowly gets in. And I want to point out that we saw, I think, some of it earlier this evening when Council Member Springsteen asked the city planner, have you ever met with the proponents of this? And the answer, after a moment or two of thought, was, yes, I have, twice. And then he asked, have you ever met with the opponents of this? And the answer was no. That happens all the time.
Time's up, Walter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So you have to balance that, is what my point is. It's up to you to balance that imbalance and get all the information you need to make the right decision. I'm sure if you do that, you'll make the right decision, which will be to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Debbie, you're up. Oh, Peter, you're up, then Debbie.
Councilmember Riggins, gentlemen. Before the City Council can even consider approving this project, an impartial environmental impact review is required. The mitigated negative declaration is both simultaneously insufficient and deficient, and the findings cannot be met to adopt it. An EIR must study cumulative impacts as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. This negative declaration did not take into account the whole action involved, including off-site as well as on-site, cumulative as well as project level, indirect as well as direct. The project's incremental impacts must be studied along with the incremental impacts of all of the earlier approved projects. The cumulative traffic and street parking impacts of this project must be studied in light of all of the traffic congestion and parking impacts from the recently approved developments, which have made residents so deeply upset. This project needs to be studied in conjunction with the traffic circulation and off-site parking impacts created by the Seaview Hotel, the Malibu Beach Inn, Nobu, Soho House, Malibu Pier, the farm restaurants on the pier, Malibu Ryokan, the Surfrider Motel, Aviation Nation, as well as the Surfrider Beach and Adamson House. The impact on traffic of recently completed new projects in the civic centers such as Whole Foods and the Ranch must also be included in the study. It is wrong to add another project that will further impede traffic flow and take up street parking. As the cumulative impacts are not being studied in relation to the recent past projects and potential future projects, this negative declaration is fatally flawed. The project, as well as many others in this vicinity, are being piecemealed through with no thought given to the cumulative traffic, parking, and other environmental impacts such as aesthetics, safe evacuation, groundwater, the urbanization of Malibu, and the failure to construct projects that meet the development criteria standards set forth in the Municipal Code and MLCP. An ERI is required under the California Environmental Quality Act if there is substantial evidence that the effect may be significant. If there are one or more potentially significant impacts found when the determination is made, an EIR is required. This negative declaration failed to indicate any potentially significant impacts, but obviously there are some that are significant and not mitigable, such as traffic and parking. An EIR needs to be done, and if the City Council still desires the implementation of this project, it would have to make a finding of overriding consideration.
Thank you, Peter. Time's up. Appreciate it. Debbie, you're up, followed by Bill Sampson. Bill, you here? Still here? Okay. Sky, is there somebody named Sky? Okay, you're up after Mr. Sampson.
Mayor and council members, I want to talk about the valuable visitor parking which will be lost if this project is approved. The on-site parking lot will no longer be available to the public. This lot currently provides much-needed daytime parking for visitors to the pier, beach, and evening parking for events for the Aviator Nation. This important public amenity will be lost forever and not replaced if this project is allowed. Visitors to the area will have significantly fewer places to park. This is the most congested area of the entire length of Pacific Coast Highway, and there are not enough parking spaces on PCH today to even accommodate current parking. The few available parking spots will be eliminated by the project's employee parking along the highway. This loss of parking is just another reason to deny this project. The loss of visitor ability to park in the lot will be significant, is not mitigatable. If you are to consider this, you need to consider the parking impacts which were not acknowledged or analyzed in the negative deck and must be analyzed and addressed in an EIR. Thank you.
Debbie, thank you very much. Bill, you're up, followed by Sky, followed by Joel Schuman. So Joel, grab a seat up front of you, wherever you are today. Oh, you got you, okay.
I have a test for you guys. Anybody who knows what the most abused drug in the world is, please raise your hand. I guess we're 0 for 5. I'm going to tell you, it's alcohol. And you already knew that, but you didn't raise your hands. Motels do not serve booze. Hotels do. This project is a hotel. This sign up here, that sign, is all about let's make the highway safer. 12 events a year, 100 people around a pool and a bar. What could possibly go wrong? Some drunk in a McLaren certainly would not hit any parked cars or pedestrians, would he or she? Could not happen. Oh, there's a school and a church. What, about 30 feet, 100 feet away? Well, that's a good thing. Maybe we should have 100 events a year serving booze. Just the thing we need here is more drunks on our highway. The motto for this business that these guys want to build should be drink lots and drive fast. It's good for business. That's nuts. We can't be doing that. There's a staff report. It says, it is unknown at this time whether a letter of public convenience or necessity will be required prior to the issuance of an ABC license. In case this letter is required, The resolution authorizes the planning director the ability to issue it. Now, my relationship with Mr. Mullica has been cordial, shall we say, but Adrian, do you want your boss to be a drug pusher? That's what this requires. If they want an alcohol license, it's going to make Mr. Mullica a pusher. You guys want that? I don't think so. 2 years ago, I listened several times a week. I listened to Doug say, I'm going to enforce, enforce, enforce. Doug, the enforcement includes the vision and mission statement. It includes all of our codes. This is a bundle of variances. Marianne, I listened to you say several times a week, let's bring us all together. Does putting a bunch of booze and a bunch of rich people and having them get in their cars on the highway, does that bring us together? In absolutely the wrong way. Don't do it. Sustain the appeal. Get rid of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Scott? Go right ahead. Joel, you're up next, followed by Georgia Goldfarb. It's going to follow Joel Schuman. You're on.
Hello, Council. Thank you. Just another point on cultural resources. A condition of approval is included in the resolution which states, in the event that potentially important cultural resources are found during construction, work shall immediately cease until a qualified archaeologist can provide an evaluation of the nature and significance of the resources, and until the planning director can review this information. However, it would be too late to find cultural resources once construction of the hotel starts. This wording of the condition and the mitigation measures fail to require work ceasing if a cultural resource is found during grading, excavation, or any site disturbance. All along this area east of the Malibu Creek at various times, Chumash artifacts and burials have been found. A Chumash burial site was found at the Clock Tower parcel, 2 properties to the east, and there were also Chumash remains found in front of the Malibu Beach Inn. Being only a few feet away from the project lot, it is likely that significant cultural resources or a Chumash burial site could be found beneath this project site. Therefore, a phase 1 study prior to approval needs to be done in the manner recommended by archaeologist Dr. Chester King. A qualified Chumash monitor and experienced Chumash archaeologist must be on site if this project goes forward during any demolition, soil disturbance, including grading or excavation, and studies should be completed beforehand before any application can be approved. Thank you.
Guy, thank you very much. Joel, followed by, is Georgia here? She was coming back. Okay, go ahead. Joel?
My points have definitely been repeatedly made, so I'd like to comment on some of the comments. Number one, we do not need any more hotel rooms in Malibu because unlike Laguna Beach, there's a little city called Santa Monica right next door with lots of capacity. And Calabasas too has some nice hotels. So we don't need incredibly expensive more hotels here for our relatives. None of my relatives could possibly afford that. They would stay in Santa Monica or Calabasas. Secondly, I'm listening here. I'm not, I'm a technical person, you may know, so I can't really comment on technical things that I don't know about. But I'm listening in the audience to like other architects and developers and business people, and they hate this. You want to know why? Because they don't want to lie, cheat, and steal as a precedent. That's why you're hearing these architects being so upset. They don't want to act like this. Okay. Thirdly, I have a solution. Previous to this, the most absurd case that I'm personally aware of was when they in the park at Cross Creek, when they needed more open space, so they put plants on the wall and defined it. That's it. So build a retaining wall, put a bunch of holes in it, put a bunch of plants in it, and define it as horizontal. Solved.
Thanks, Joel. I may pass on that solution, but it's okay with you. Georgia, you're up, followed by Drew Ann Jacobson, followed by Pat Healy.
Hi, I was told I had an extra minute.
Do I?
No, you don't.
I figured.
Not what I have here.
Okay. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. There is insufficient acreage for an adequate septic system. The original application was for a commercial building, which would require significantly less capacity than a hotel motel. A total of 1,700 gallons per day of sewage have been requested. However, this hotel motel will significantly exceed this with 20 rooms with 40 occupants plus potentially 20 plus more in hideaway beds. In addition, full staffing will require 20 people, not 3. Thus, an estimate of people at the hotel is 60 to 80. If 1,700 gallons per day is the maximum effluent, that equates to about 21 to 28 gallons per day per person, or 85 gallons per day per room. I've been told that standard hotel motel requirements are at least 300 gallons per day per room, which is 6,000 gallons per day. This may be an underestimation. Apparently, an earlier estimate by the applicants themselves was for 5,000 gallons per day, which may still not be sufficient, but is far greater than 1,700 gallons per day. Applicants propose a 10,000 gallon holding tank to hold the excess. However, this could be filled in 2 to 3 days. Then what? The adjacent building, Aviation Nation, used 6,497 gallons per day. It also requires a 6,000 square foot dispersal area, which it now has, not the 3,600 square feet area currently proposed. What about a septic system? But groundwater has already emerged in drillings. The septic overflow could easily be washed to the sea with high tide or sea level rise. In addition, excuse me, as had been noted in Sarah and other sites within 1,000 feet of the hotel motel, Chumash remains are present and are highly likely at this site, obviating the possibility of a sewer system. Surfrider is already the 4th most polluted beach in California. This project has more sewage than can be contained and cleaned and will further contaminate our beaches. If they state that occupancy will generally be 50% or less, why is a hotel motel this size needed? The ramifications of a hotel motel, particularly one of this size, have not been accurately detailed in their application. I urge you to deny this application.
Thank you, Georgia. Joanne, you're next, followed by Pat Healy. So Pat, come on up front, get a seat. Where's Pat?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a little frog, so excuse me. My name is Joanne Jacobson. I'm an over 57-year homeowner and member of the Malibu community since I was a young girl, and I'd like to talk about the variances just for a few minutes. The requested variances for this project, allowing a retaining wall of 52.5 feet high, allowing grading on slopes greater than 3:1, and the needed grading variance for the excessive amount of non-understory grading cannot be granted because the required findings for each of these variances can't be met. To approve each requested variance, all of the 3 following findings must be made and supported by substantial evidence. 1, the granting of such variance will not be detrimental to the public interest, safety, health, or welfare, and will not be detrimental or injurious to the property or improvements in the same vicinity and zones in which the property is located. This variance is very detrimental to the rabbi's property and to the safety of those traveling on PCH and possibly to the home above the bluff. It is estimated it is detrimental to the property itself, as it would destroy 0.77 acres of a 180-foot wide coastal bluff. Number 2, the granting of the variance will not constitute a special privilege. Allowing these variances will be granting a special privilege to the owners where there are no other retaining walls this high in the vicinity. They would allow excess grading for a coastal bluff that would be destroyed. And number 3, the granting of such variance will not be contrary to or in conflict with the goals of the LCP. These variances are clearly in conflict with the goals, objectives, and policies of the LCP, and there is not substantial evidence to support them. In addition, all these variances are not the least environmentally damaging alternatives. Hence, the project must be denied. And as a longtime Malibu resident, I've seen many, many changes, and this should not be one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Pat? Followed by Brian. I think you're up after Pat.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking tonight for the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth. For a coastal development permit to be granted, the following required findings must be made: that the project as designed conforms to the local coastal program, the height of the proposed structure, retaining wall height, and destruction of a coastal bluff are examples of how this project doesn't conform to the LCP. The council also has to find that the project is the least environmentally damaging alternative. This project is far from the least environmentally damaging, and a different project can be designed to meet the code. Since both of these findings in good faith can't be made, the coastal development permit for this project must be denied. In addition, there are two findings needed to approve the mitigated deck, and they can't be made either. The first is the Planning Commission finds that the project does not have the potential to significantly degrade the quality of the environment, nor does it have impacts which are individually limited but cumulatively considerable. The second finding states that the council must further find that that less than significant impacts on the environment are expected from this project with the implementation of mitigation measures. And there is no substantial evidence that the project as conditioned will have a significant effect on the environment. The community, and so this has to be denied too. The cumulative impacts of this project are significant for many reasons, including the traffic impact at this location, insufficient parking, project height, retaining wall height, grading into a coastal bluff are all significant impacts. Without a doubt, this project will significantly degrade the quality of the environment. And the mitigation measures and conditions of approval do not change the horrendous nature of this project. The unallowable environmental destruction of a coastal bluff alone will have a significant effect on the environment, even as mitigated and conditioned. The extent of the environmental devastation is unheard of in the city of Malibu and is not to be allowed, and it's not acceptable. So many of the staff findings are fictitious and flawed. It would take pages to name and explain them all. The ones just spoken about by Drew and myself should suffice. Given the fact that the findings can't be made due to so many code violations, this project as designed is most obviously contrary to law. Please uphold the appeal to preserve Malibu's natural environment and cultural resources. Think of your residents' quality of life, not the desires of those who wish to ruin Malibu by building what is inappropriate for this small seaside town.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Brian?
Before we start, we've noticed a collective issue here that people are not getting the donated time for the other speakers who've registered. Pat had another minute from...
Is Sasha Randall here?
But Pat had another minute from Dolores, who's sitting right here, and she wasn't able to use it. And so I think Pat should be able to finish before I begin.
I think she did finish. You got 4 minutes. So go ahead. Is Sasha Randall here? Excuse me? Okay, so is Sasha Randall here? How about Anna
Stokes?
Yeah, Bruscoli? Looks like Brus. Okay, so you got
Al
4
Bouchard?
minutes. You got 4 minutes.
Al, did you get Al?
No, I got, those are two I got, Sasha and...
I have a picture of it, and I gave it to the deputy city clerk. So, I mean...
Are they
here in the room? Those are donated times here. Are they
Well,
in
the
room?
slip should be up there. I don't have it anymore. I'm mainly going to address traffic, but it also involves parking and safety. So there's an over-reliance in this staff report that says that it did not meet a trigger level for Caltrans to necessitate further study or mitigation. That there was this magic number of 110, somebody trips predicted. But it's not a motel. It has the uses of a hotel. Its parking is not adjacent to, you can't even see your car if you go to this hotel. It's not convenient to the rooms. It's not adjacent to the exterior doors of the rooms. Those are some very basic tenets of what a motel is, and we know that it's not. So I hope you're all beyond that. But that means it is improperly zoned and should not have been considered. We should not be here tonight, beyond being 4 stories and removing a coastal bluff. But that Caltrans trigger for significance, where is Caltrans and where's their comment letter? Because the comment letter was very generic. It talked about bicycle intermodal and so forth. It didn't talk about anything other than conditioning right turns out of the project. There is a significant increase in traffic compared to the 41,000 cars that drive past it every day. The numbers look very minuscule. What you have to look at is what is the fatality rate in this 0.92 mile segment for which fronts this project, and it's not good. And I'll give you a magic number, and you can ask your consultant who's sitting over here if he knows what the answer is, but this is the ranking right there. A number of collisions in Malibu.
You don't have to hide
priority.
it on the picture.
Okay. So when you go and look at the 800-page report here, the most recent one, it's listed there. Okay, fine, it's on page 48. You have to look at that safety element. One more traffic trip, and you can't subtract the, what I would call illegal uses now of standalone for-fee parking that is occurring there, because I don't believe that is an approved use, maybe historic. You can't just conveniently subtract that as an existing use from the proposed use to get at some net increase value. You have to look at the joined parking next door. The joint use parking, you've got an agreement there. Why doesn't a lot merger is a big red flag, but you've got a 300 event attendance approval for special events at the adjacent parcel, which is conveniently owned by the same entities here. And Coastal Commission doesn't allow piecemeal development, so you shouldn't either. You're required to use the same standards. What's the long-term plan for that one-story wood frame building that's about 70 years old and underparked? Sat vacant for many years when it was on foreclosure before it was purchased. Just like I think the office building that Jefferson Wagner's business is in. I think it was purchased at foreclosure by the same applicants here. So you have to look at the combined uses, special events. Very creatively worded, 12 special events, they want to double it at the last minute per year. Well, there's 4 weekends in June, July, and August. So don't think that's going to be spaced throughout the year. Please do not approve it.
Thank you, Ryan. Is Sam Boyer here? Sam, you come on up. You're the last speaker. You had to leave, I guess, and came back in. So, and we got to go to Zoom. Oh, yeah. Sam, come on. You're up.
Yeah, hi, I just want to say as a Malibu resident, I support this project. We need more hotel rooms here in Malibu to offset the commercialization of the neighborhoods in Malibu due to all the Airbnbs taking over our communities. Also, it will beautify the area. Right now it's a blighted parking lot. So I just want to say that. Thank you very much to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Who do we get on Zoom? We get 8 speakers?
There are 8 speakers. First is Jordan Sisson.
What is your name?
Good evening, Jordan Sisson. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Mayor?
I'll get you. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council Member. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a CEQA land use attorney, speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, who also has concerns about this project. For sake of brevity, I'm going to highlight just a few points that are already raised. First, we do believe more details on the lower cost overnight accommodations is needed. The staff report doesn't really explain why on-site accommodations are not feasible, which again, the Coastal Commission staff does prefer. Also, in terms of the in lieu fees, they should be clearly earmarked for a specific program to ensure that these lower cost facilities are timely created. Proper motivation, as you heard earlier today, is not kicking the can down the road for potentially 10 years. We really do think that a plan needs to be in place now. Second, this project is simply a 4-story hotel project. Just ask yourself, what motel has a 3,000 plus square foot ocean view roof deck with a swimming pool, bar, kitchen, alcohol, spa is stated numerous times in the staff report, and monthly special events. The project is clearly 4 stories from PCH, and additionally, the FAR calculations doesn't include all that ample thousands of square feet of roof deck, which seems to fall within the definition of total development square footage. If an applicant wants a 4-story hotel, they should seek the proper entitlements, including a zone change and a plan amendment. They should not rely on clever wordsmithing and developer-driven interpretations of the code. Third, the historical coastal bluff determination is a live issue. As you heard earlier, staff is relying on essentially a 1-page letter from the consultant. Unfortunately, that consultant letter references supplemental reports that are not provided in the staff report. And it's very telling that it says that there was really no discussion about the bluff edge because, quote, it was approved, the motel project, from a geotechnical perspective in the CDP review stage, end quote, in October of 2019. That's not substantial evidence, unfortunately. Fourth, we do believe that on-site employee parking should be mandated and include worker-specific TDM measures. We urge the city to require the developer to ensure that all employee parking is provided on-site, so they're not forced to find parking elsewhere. Additionally, this is an opportunity to have really robust TDM measures for the hotel-specific workers. This could include requiring participation in a guarantee ride program for workers. It could also include employee carpool and van pool incentives like preferential parking. Also subsidized transit passes for workers and a dedicated shuttle service, not only for the hotel patrons to nearby destinations, just to name a few. In closing, you may like this project. You may even like a 4-story hotel project and think that the benefits outweigh the harm. But that still requires the proper entitlement application with adequate mitigation measures. That was not done here. You have ample evidence to deny the project approvals until the multiple issues that have been raised are addressed in a revised entitlement application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Who's next?
Michael Kagan.
I'm going to move it there. No, I'm going to get
you. Hi, my name is Michael Kagan. I live less than a mile from the potential job site. I'm a regular attendee at Malibu Chabad. I'm also a surfer at Surfrider Beach. First off, I want to thank the council for sitting through all of this. I don't know how you guys do this twice a month. You take my hat off to you and thank you for your service. Look, the only reason I showed up tonight or stuck around was just because of the bogus and misleading emails and messages that I've seen about this project that are completely false. When I saw an Instagram post about a car on fire because of this this motel being built, and this being the Armageddon of Malibu, I saw this as a smear campaign and people just afraid of change and using traffic. People are afraid of change and are fear of traffic. I've never seen an issue with traffic at the Surfrider Hotel, which is the same size and right there. I've obviously seen issues elsewhere. I mean, it seems like this campaign has been a bunch of parrots repeating the same thing over and over. One thing that's nice about Malibu, I guess, is I didn't know we had so many geological enthusiasts and wannabe building inspectors. So next time you're looking for a building inspector, I saw about 20 of them here. So we're going to hire them. Look, this hotel is only going to be open to motel guests and doesn't have visitors serving at the restaurant. It's no different than the Surfrider Hotel. It's very needed for the community. As someone who lives close by, looking for a hotel room for family or friends, I've gotten ripped off at the Malibu Beach Inn enough for them. The Surfrider Hotel, they like to say, someone said earlier there's vacancies. Surfrider Hotel is always booked out fast because it's lower price, which this hotel will be as well. I think this will drastically improve actually some of the traffic on PCH with that in and outlet. And I just don't see the issue of change here. This is needed in Malibu. And look, I think this is a really poor smear campaign and outright it's preposterous and wrong. It lacks strong evidence and facts. Let's support new growth and business that help the community, especially when the proper zoning has been done, evidence and findings supported. I stand strongly with the Planning Commission and planning staff to deny this baseless appeal and approve this project. Also, with all this geological stuff about bluffs, I don't think this is really the council's place to kind of make this decision. This should really go to the Coastal Commission, which people have the right to appeal there. They should make the determination of what this is with a bluff or not. I thank you for the time, and I'm sorry you got to do this again in another 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? I'm going to bring you up. I'm not going to I'll get you up here. Don't worry. Go ahead. Who's next?
Brooke.
Who?
Brooke.
Brooke, you there?
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Hi, this is Brooke Shapiro. Me and my family are lifetime residents of Malibu. I am in support of the future of Malibu, and therefore I'm speaking tonight in support of this project. I want to start out by saying that my neighbors and I are confident that council members will rely on staff and department heads who have all scrutinized this project for, some said, a decade, and given their support for it time and time again. Almost all of the speakers tonight have been focused heavily on issues of traffic, so I just want to address that in substance. I did read the staff report, and the impact analysis study clearly demonstrates that traffic would not be significantly impacted by this development. 110 is not a magic number. It's a basis of determination used in traffic analysis to determine significant impact, of which there is none here. In fact, traffic would actually be decreased by this development due to less exits and entries per day than under current conditions. Those are the facts. Additionally, this is a commercial visitor zone. I can't tell you how many times my friends and family come out from the East Coast and complain because there's really nowhere to stay locally. The city, plain and simple, just needs more options, more hotel options, more motel options, not in Santa Monica, not in Calabasas, in Malibu. Look, growth is inevitable. Slow growth shouldn't mean no growth. This is a quality development, and we need that kind of development in the city. It's far less dense than the zoning permits, and the zoning isn't changing. From what I've seen, they are proposing to build exactly what we've asked them to build here. Bottom line, anyone who legitimately cares about the city of Malibu, the interests of its residents and its future, will unequivocally support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Alina.
Alina? There? Who's next?
Alina, you should see it pop up to unmute.
Who's next?
Yes, good evening.
Go ahead.
My name is Alina Korsunska, and I'm in support of this project. I have watched the previous hearings and I read staff reports. I saw that Coastal Commission also in support of this project. We need more room and visitors will benefit having more choices when they come to Malibu. This project is beneficial not only because it will provide more room, but because it will bring more revenue for the city. I think it's a great project and it should be approved. And again, I'm in support of this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Dustin.
Dustin, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Gotcha, go ahead.
Don't have much to say. I am a Woolsey fire victim, still going through the process of trying to rebuild the homes that my family lost. I think Doug has designed a great building. I think Adrian did his due diligence. We need more projects like this. This is a good follow-up to Surfrider. I think the council should take Adrian's guidance, lean on Doug's good projects. The developer, I think, is trying to do something good for the community. It is going to beautify the area, which is sorely needed. So strong support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
Neil Paris.
Neil.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Hey there. I've hung on for 4 hours so that I could voice my support for this project. I'm a longtime resident of Malibu. I received an unsolicited email from the Malibu Township Council about a week ago, also better known as the Coalition for Slow Growth, and anti-anything positive and new that might help this city. This email I received was full of fear-mongering and what I'm now hearing as deceit, an attempt to rally a base to come and speak against this project. After reading the email, I quickly realized the people being rallied to come speak against this project did not have the correct information or know what they were really speaking against. For example, the email calls out 5 variances for the project. As we heard today, there's only 3. The email calls this a massive hotel. That could not be further from the truth. It's only 7,000 square feet. It's a small boutique motel with only 20 rooms. They're not even asking for a variance to build more than what is allowed. The email mentions the project will increase traffic, but when you read the staff report, you realize traffic will actually be improved with a new point of ingress and egress and better circulation in the parking lot. Not to mention, a small motel does not drive as many cars as what is currently there, which is a public parking lot. Lastly, and maybe the most comical of all, is the so-called Township Council makes a claim that the owners will tear down the historic Aviator Nation Dreamland former Malibu Inn site. That's completely false. I know for a fact how hard the Hakeems have worked to get a new CUP for the property and how much time they put into saving the historic Malibu Inn and reviving it back to life. I also spoke with the planning staff and there's been no plan filed or even discussed to tear it down. The lies go on and on and on. I personally strongly support this new motel. It's about time. It's zoned for this use and fits very nicely in the area. Most importantly, my parents live in Philadelphia and want to come visit me and see their grandchildren and are constantly complaining that this is so hard to find anywhere to stay, that Malibu has such few limited options. Please deny this appeal and approve this project. It has been delayed long enough. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Mario Sandoval.
Mario.
Good evening, Mayor Euring, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mario Sandoval, and I am a coastal planner and project manager with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, and I will be providing public comment on this item on behalf of the MRCA. California Coastal Commission submitted a public comment letter dated August 25th, 2021 for Coastal Development Permit 09-067 for the Malibu Inn Hotel development when it was before the Planning Commission that same month. In its letter, the Coastal Commission recommended that the staff report include additional information and analysis in order to address the project's consistency with the city's LUP and Chapter 12 of the LIP related to new luxury overnight accommodations. The city failed to do so. The MRCA submitted a public comment letter dated April 17th, 2023, when the proposed development was before the Planning Commission again, noting that nearly 2 years from the Commission's public comment letter on this same proposed development, the staff report for that hearing still presented no facts or analysis or any request for the applicant to furnish such facts related to the project's consistency with the city's LUP and Chapter 12 of the LIP regarding new luxury overnight accommodations. The item was heard before the Planning Commission on May 31st, 2023, where the Planning Commission directed staff to bring back as a consent item an updated resolution approving the proposed project with revisions to several of the required findings and conditions of approval. On July 17th, 2023, the MRCA submitted another public comment letter for this consent item before the Planning Commission on that date, reiterating the city's failure to properly analyze the proposed development as a new luxury overnight accommodation and in support of the Coastal Commission's position regarding the need to conduct this analysis in order to ensure its consistency with the city's LUP and Chapter 12 of the LIP. Condition 43 of Resolution number 24-19 simply states, Prior to the issuance of a development permit, the property owner must pay the in lieu fee for the lower cost overnight accommodations in compliance with LIP section 12.10. No further discussion or detail was provided about the amount of the fee calculated based on the requirements under Chapter 12 of the LIP, or whether the applicant is willing to provide lower cost coastal accommodations on site as part of the proposed development. Based on the public record and public materials available to date, the MRCA raises these same issues before you today as you consider this item under appeal, and supports the Coastal Commission's position stated in their public comment letter dated August 25th, 2021, regarding the analysis to determine consistency of this new luxury overnight accommodation with the city's adopted LUP and Chapter 12 of the LIP. The new condition presented by staff tonight does not identify a fee amount in the City of Malibu as the recipient of this fee to be used for an unidentified program or project to provide lower cost coastal accommodations. However, the MRCA urges you to consider the Coastal Commission's preference that the affordable accommodations be included on site as part of this proposed development, rather than through the payment of an in lieu fee calculated by your own staff addition without conducting a local market analysis.
Thank you, Mario. Time's up. Anybody else?
James Bryan.
James?
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is James Bryan. I'm a researcher with Unite Here Local 11. I urge you to oppose the Malibu Inn project as it is currently proposed. Growing up in North Santa Monica, I was lucky enough to spend much of my childhood surfing the beaches and hiking the trails in Malibu. Not everyone is so lucky. I believe California Coast belongs to all Californians, including those who clean rooms, wash dishes, and serve food in coastal resorts. That's why the California Coastal Act requires the protection of public access to the coast, including by encouraging preservation and production of lower-cost affordable accommodations. Accordingly, we believe that this project should build lower-cost overnight accommodations on-site, as recommended by Coastal Commission staff. Coastal staff recommended that lower-cost affordable accommodations be provided on-site in this project rather than in lieu fees, given the absence of identified city program or plans that uses such fees to subsidize the construction of lower-cost accommodations elsewhere. We also believe that this project should seek a zone change, as we disagree with the proposed project constitutes a motel versus a hotel per the zoning code. By failing to properly label this project as a proposed hotel, the applicant is evading the need to file for a rezoning of the site to permit a hotel use, which is not allowed under the site's current zoning designation. Please reject this project as it is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last hand is Albert Group Architects.
Albert? Anybody there?
Oh, yes. Am I in?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks. No, I'm speaking as an individual. My name is Steve Albert, and Lori and I live on Point Doom, and we've been residents since the first days of cityhood. I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. We think it's a badly needed facility. The definition is motel, hotel, I think is a red herring. It's a motel. Nobody says that the cars have to be by your front door. It's simply the fact that there are no meeting rooms, and it simply serves the occupants and doesn't serve the public. As far as the traffic issues go, relying on hotels in Santa Monica or Calabasas clearly would increase the traffic going back and forth in the entire region. And a motel use, as someone pointed out, is arguably a less intensive use for the site than many other possible uses, such as a restaurant, which would have a much greater impact. Witness Nobu. It is and next point is it's hypocritical, in my opinion, to attack Alice and Doug for reading the code correctly and to their advantage when any resident would want their architect to argue the code to their personal advantage also. Next point I want to make is that commercial zones are established for commercial uses. This is not open space. It is an infill lot in from Malibu, a higher density area meant to support the kinds of uses envisioned in the planning and zoning code. Look, there's much more to refute all the objections, but once again, I'm not the technical representative for the applicant. I just feel very strongly that it's an appropriate use for the site, it's a needed use for the site, and it's a code compliant use for the site. And if you want to really look at it from a moral standpoint in terms of the vision for Malibu, the vision for Malibu was to establish a meaningful commercial area, and in that case, and to keep other parts of the city as open land. And in this case, this is exactly what this project will do. Thanks very much for the opportunity, and I hope the project is approved.
Thank you. We're all done with the Zoom?
Yeah, those are all the raised hands.
If you would come up, and I don't have your name, so you got to give us your name when you come up here.
Good evening, Honorable Luring and City Council members. I want to thank you for your willingness to view this potential project with fresh eyes. I am Tiffany Murray, a 25-year Malibu resident, and I object to this hotel-motel development because according to Chapter 11, Archaeological Cultural Resources in Malibu's LIP, the intent of these provisions is to avoid the damage to or destruction of important cultural resources within the city of Malibu. According to the last archaeologist on staff at City of Malibu, none of the procedures of the ordinance were followed for this project and truly need to be completed before any approval can occur. Over the decades, too many sacred Chumash remains have been destroyed or disturbed when, per the city ordinance, they need to be protected. I would like to propose to the city that a proper archaeological study to be done on the site, and I'm also wondering why during the planning process the city didn't follow the federal and state laws that require tribal consultation. I would also like to propose, if you aren't willing to return to the hiring of an archaeologist on staff, then at the very least hire an archaeologist and cultural resource manager as consultants to properly interpret proposed developments on sacred Chumash land, as well as thoroughly outline the proper mitigation measures to prevent irreversible damage to precious cultural resources. The previous archaeologist for the city of Malibu, Mr. Chester King, maintains that changes to the hotel site and Sweetwater Mesa Road might be in serious danger of sliding if the remainder of the toe of the hill is removed by construction. Last thing, it is one thing for the city to host an annual Chumash Day, but it is clear to me that the most sincere respect to pay that honors the Chumash and their ancestors to actually comply with the federal and state laws requiring tribal consultation and actually protect these important cultural resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we're down to the last comments. Hakeem Brothers, you've got, how much, you got a minute something left?
It's the appellant that goes next.
Oh, the appellant. So Joe, you're up. Any comments? Any rebuttal? You got a minute?
Yeah, I have a minute and a half. Yes, give me 1 second.
1:45, I think, yeah.
Oh.
Who goes first?
I have a question, a point of order. I mean,
who goes first?
Hakeem's went first, and then Joe went second.
Why
wouldn't they then go, and then she would go?
The procedures for the appeals when the appellant brings it is that the applicant does go last. You can ask Christina. That's the process.
That is correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Bruce.
Just for future reference, where's this written?
I'm not sure if we have that, if that's part of the council procedures or if that has been the practice of the city, but that is.
So it's a practice, not a.
Okay, I'd just like to, if there's a policy, I'd like to see it, please.
Okay.
After tonight.
Joe, go ahead. Why don't you,
Okay, they cannot dispute the facts and a flawed staff report, which our presentation plainly shows, and that Adrian Fernandez, the project planner, barely knows what he's reading. We question if the applicant or architect wrote the over 1,000-page doc. Traffic will be impacted. Just one wreck will block the road for hours, and like I said before, the applicants will have a minimum of 6 large events of over 100 guests for weddings, etc. They don't have events like that in motels. They're only in hotels. Nobu just had one large event last year, and there was pandemonium on the Pacific Coast Highway. This needs to be included in a study, in an EIR. It is a 20,000 square foot with the over 3,000 square foot roof deck and the above ground parking garage. They are already getting 3 variances, plus should have a variance for cut, grading, and height. So there should actually be 6 variances, not only 3, because the site 3 plus a site plan review. What we do need is affordable housing. You can make 5-10 units without a lobby or underground parking garage. It eliminates public parking and violates finding 10. The project 14 years ago was supposed to be a commercial project that was not ruining the coastal bluff and was fine for me and would have been fine for the residents, and it was not putting as much septic into the ocean. This one is 4 times as much, probably 6-8 times larger, and it's not properly completed. So that's all I have to say.
Joe, thank you very much. Okay, Alexander or Stephen, who's?
How much time do we have?
You get 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, we'll be quick. So just on a couple notes.
1 second, the timer hasn't started yet.
Okay. Tell me when.
There we go, right.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, as far as the coastal bluff, unless there's a whole team of geologists that are in this room, they're the only ones who can define this, even though this is a section of the code. It's been processed that way for years and years. It's not a coastal bluff. As far as a motel, it's 1,000% a motel. The Surf Rider, we had actually created that. It's got a prep kitchen, it's hotel guests only. This has a pool. The Native has a pool that was approved by this city last year. That's a motel. It can have a pool. Okay, the height complies to 2 stories. You can say whatever you want. It's 2 stories. 2 stories here, 2 stories here. Every building in Malibu that you look at, it may not look like 2 stories, but it is 2 stories. I'm sure our client might say that let's not grade during the summer, where it might be more and possibilities that obviously there's more traffic in the summer and there's other times that's a possibility. I also just want to finish that I'm the same architect that dealt with the hysteria that happened during Trancas. When the Trancas project, don't cross creek Trancas, don't do the whole project, we're going to back up parking all the way to Ventura. That never happened. It's one of the nicest, most community-centered projects in Malibu. So all of this hype, all this, I've been hearing this again, it's like deja vu. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things. We try to stick to the facts. We try to do the best job possible, and we think this is a great project for the city.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks, City Council members. These people have all been given a script of falsehoods and deceit by Joe Drummond. None of their facts are accurate. I feel bad for them, actually, because they've been misled. If they knew the facts, they would actually support the project. It's crazy to think, we spent years on this project, years, working diligently with the city, planning staff, all the agencies. It's crazy to think that the city and its agencies would not do their job and duty to the city and manipulate the staff report. That's absurd. Page 11 of the staff report talks about the coastal bluff. Page 627 goes into detail about the geology report. You should take a look at page 627. We don't have a variance for grading. They keep mentioning grading in 2 million pounds or 26 million pounds. We're not required. We don't have a variance for it. Page 24 the staff report already addresses Shumash's concerns. The city reached out to all the tribes and spoke to Shumash. We've already addressed this issue. It's in the staff report as well. We understand slow growth. We have taken our time and gone through every channel and avenue to do this the right way. But slow growth doesn't necessarily mean no growth. We're trying to do this by the code with only 3 variances, which there are findings to support. We think this is going to strongly benefit the community for all the reasons we mentioned. And we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to close public comment and bring it back up to the council table, which I'm sure all.
We can get a break.
I was going to say, yeah, the council people are going to be glad to have this coming back to them. Want to take a 5-minute break? 11:35, guys. Be back.
The public hearing has been closed. Please do not speak to the council members.
Where's McCleary? Do we know where McCleary is? Huh? He's in the restroom? Right. Yeah, you're talking to the rest of the people are going to watch this one. This is not going away. Huh? Bringing this back up to the council table. And what I'm going to do, well, there's sort of a priority pecking order here in terms of how we're going to do this. So, Mary Ann, you get to go first.
Why me? Okay.
I'm kind of sad that some of our local architects have left already, but I know Ann's still here. There's a variance for a front yard setback for parking prohibition, and I'm just kind of wondering if that is something that is material, why that was started. I have questions as to the validity of that one still. I was wondering about Surfrider Motel, Hotel June, and the motel near Westward. Do all three of those have conditional use permits for liquor?
Hotel June does not have a conditional use permit. They submitted one, but one hasn't been issued for them yet.
Okay.
Surfrider, they do have a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol. And what was the third one?
The one that's, is it Hideaway? The one down by Westward Beach Road?
I don't know about that one.
Okay. The retaining wall, the building code requirements required the 15-foot setback, which was adopted after the LCP? And how is that, perhaps the building official can come up and give us a little bit more information about how it's calculated to the requirement? Is there a requirement for height based upon the setback and the hillside?
Good evening, council members. Regarding the retaining walls and setbacks, those are stipulations within the California Building Code Volume 2, Section 1808.7.1, that talks about buildings that are built below the slope. In order to have a sufficient distance from the slope for protection for the slope drainage and erosion, that the setbacks are set for on that table. We have a section specifically for ascending slopes in which you need to provide some retention for that soil not to come down. We have a diagram that I didn't prepare, don't I have it here? But it was part of the letter that it was on the package letter. Maybe you can put it up for us.
It was part of the applicant submittal for Planning Commission. They provided a structural memo, and that was an attachment to the staff report
From LA City?
For City Council as well. Yes.
But I mean, it's the one that determines that the retaining wall has to be the height that it is based upon the...
That is correct. It comes out of that table, 1808. Let me give you the section. 1808.7. Those are requirements for setbacks under the building code.
Okay.
And they are set, again, to prevent, to have sufficient distance for safety on the slopes, to provide protection for the slope and the drainage and the erosion. I have also the geotechnical team on the line, so if we need more explanations, I think they also can help out with that.
So the lot that's right next door from Malibu Inn, it doesn't have the same height retaining wall because the time that it was built, that wasn't a requirement of the building code?
And it wasn't so close to the bottom of the slope. This proposed structure, it's going to have an underground basement that will need that protection and that setback and the retaining wall.
Okay. There were a number of questions with regards to, or points made with regards to the septic system, and that at high water marks and such would cause it to flood and to release effluent into the surf and the highway and such. Can I ask the environmental health designer to answer a couple questions or address that? So is it possible for this?
Identify yourself.
My name is John Yaroslawski with In Situ Engineering. I'm the civil engineer in charge of the wastewater design for this project.
So as it's designed, is it possible for this to be flooded by ocean water? What are the protections to ensure that the environment is not damaged by
So the way the system is designed, we have an equalization tank that has storage in case we have any power outages or anything like that that would actually hold the water and not allow it to discharge. The wastewater is treated to the TMDLs for Santa Monica Bay and also the requirements for the city. So all the water that we are discharging is treated to the point where it won't affect or have any effect on the ocean. And any illicit discharges, just like any other system, would have to be contained on site. We do have, there will be an operator, and this will have a permit. I mean, all the tank lids are sealed, so if there is flooding or if anything comes onto site, it's not going to get into the tanks. It's not going to commingle. And also the tanks are set up so that they don't spill, and they have alarms in them. If the volume gets to a certain point in the tank, we have alarms with response time. So we could have a pumper come out and actually pump the tanks down, and that would have to be reported to the city per code.
Okay. I did notice that, you know, one of the speakers did mention that this is an infill lot. I think this won't be with regards to you. Thanks, John. That this is an infill lot, and that from my recollection, every other lot, there are no more vacant lots along that area. Is that correct? I'm getting a nod from the project architect. I did want to make a clarification. Staff doesn't approve projects. Staff makes recommendations. They do analysis and such. And it's continuously repeated by a number of people in the community that staff is approving projects. They're not approving. They're doing an analysis, they're doing a recommendation as to whether or not it meets the code and if it needs variances in order to meet the code. But that's not the case. It's up to the Planning Commission and or the City Council to actually approve projects here. The fuel mod for this, will this go beyond and up into some of what's been described as an ESHA area?
So I took a measurement today between the Malibu Inn and the house just to the north. The distance is about, it's less than 200 feet. And then to the next building over, it's also about 200 feet. So each building requires a 200-foot fuel modification. So that would mean the entire subject property is covered by required fuel modification of existing buildings already there.
Okay, so it's not going, any ESHA removal for fuel modification is already covered by existing development, and this will not have an additional impact on it.
So there is a land use plan policy that if, unless it's a stream or riparian habitat, if the ESHA is covered by required fuel modification of existing buildings, that area is not considered ESHA. So the property does not have any ESHA because it's covered by fuel modification of existing buildings, if that makes sense. Okay.
That's what I have for now. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Since there was a question that did allow a public comment from the applicant at the appellant, I did want to address what was just said by the applicant team. I would suggest giving them 30 seconds to, if they had something to address what was said by the applicant, and then to reclose the public hearing.
Regarding the septic.
Yes, if there was anything directly on that.
Anything you'd like to say, Joe?
When this project came a year or so ago, I contacted Dr. Kang to let him know that they should not be on table 4ZZ because they didn't have, they just put in an application. They didn't put what is required today, which is the plans, the studies, everything had to be done. So they didn't do that, and they just put the application in, and that was it. So, and then they changed it 14 years later or 10 years later to this quadruple or 6 times the size. So that's why it should not have even gotten this far. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. No, we're not.
Yeah,
public comments closed. Paul, you're up next.
Mr. Mayor, we did close the public hearing then.
Yeah.
If there are further questions for the council, it's just to be directed to staff so that we don't have to reopen the public hearing.
Paul, you're up.
One of the things that I'm sitting here remembering is when we were at Coastal Commission trying to get the short-term rental ordinance accepted. And they kicked us out of the room because we didn't have hotels, we didn't have enough rooms for rent. We didn't have any motels. We don't have much in the way of that. Now, if I'm at a loss of how we're supposed to control short-term rentals if we can't convince Coastal to let us do that. And that's an effect that is happening because of this. This is one of the things, the fact that we do not have motel rooms means we don't get to control our own short-term rentals. So that's one thing. The other thing is I'd be very interested to see what would happen if this was in front of Coastal. And I have a sneaking suspicion they would accept it and move on and be delighted with the fact that there are motel rooms. as far as the reasoning that was done to put this together, it makes sense to me. Now, I guess that's because when I first got to Malibu, I was driving back and forth and watching the walls that were put in for the other buildings that were built. And here we are. I don't know when the first one of those was, but it's probably 30 years ago now. And I've had opportunities to go and look at those walls now, which are still performing well all this time later. So I think that it's possible, and the advantage of a wall, as I understand it, is that the material in the wall is homogeneous, it's steel reinforced, it's not fractured shale, which is what we're seeing on the surface. So I'm going to yield my point to the next person.
Mr. Silverstein?
Well, I'm not sure from what Marianne had to say whether we're just asking questions right now or stating our views. So I'm going to, since all I heard were questions and no views stated, I'm going to hold off. I don't have any further questions. I'm going to hold off stating my view till I hear from others who went before me.
Doug?
Well, I have some questions, and you probably get out of that some of my views on this a little bit. Trevor, I understand we should be talking to the staff, but at the same time, I think there's some question I have to the applicant. Is it sufficient for me to ask him some questions?
I think you got to give him a chance to do that.
Yeah, you ask the mayor for permission if you want to, but we did close the public hearing, so if anything you have should be
It's going to be direct, real quick.
limited, and we want to give the other side a chance to
I want a lot of
respond.
discussion.
Yeah, I'll look for discussion. So if you got somebody can come forward, tell you what the question is. Trying to figure out about your 12 temporary use permits. Take me through what you're envisioning those being, and I was looking at the drawings. I don't see where you're going to do them. So somebody needs to tell me where that's going to happen and what you're envisioning.
There's strict guidelines for TUPs, and they need to be approved and abided by correctly. And the only reason why we brought them up is because we have been talking to motel operators, and they have requested to see if it was possible to add more. How do we see them being used? We don't think they're going to be huge. It's a small motel. It doesn't have that much room. It's not going to be able to accommodate that much. It's not like a Nobu restaurant that has so much space. It's extremely small. So again, it's not mandatory that we need, the 12. It's just a request that we made, and we're happy to live with the 6 that go with the TUP.
Well, the only reason why I asked the question is, as I said, I looked at the drawings, and I've got what we available to us here. And the only spot that I saw where you could put any group of people is on the roof. And you've got 3,000 or so square feet up there. Is that what you consider to be the place where you'd hold those? Because the rest of the rooms are just suites or single rooms.
That is, most likely that is the only open space area that we have. Okay. We can't fit a ton of people in a suite. So again, that would just be for certain events, and the request was just asked. It doesn't need to be, we don't need them to make this project work. The main concern for us is to provide affordable option for motel rooms for visitors of people living in the city and for locals and students.
You're going too far.
Yeah.
Just answer my question. So
sure.
Where I'm coming back to this is, I think in the report it said there's going to be weddings, bar mitzvahs, those type of events. Do you have a head count that you're envisioning, or how many people?
That would only be for guests. It's like 40 people. For the motel guests? Yeah. Come up here.
Yeah, you guys can you can tag team.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't gone through.
I don't know where it says in the staff report that it's for bar mitzvahs and weddings. I mean, it's limited. The motel can only have motel guests in it. even if you had 2 people in each room, that's a maximum of 40 people. I don't know how big of a wedding that is, but I think you can accommodate probably 40 people on that roof deck of 3,000 feet.
All right.
So
With that, the last question I've got regarding this is I'm looking at your layout. You know, you just talked about the septic system being a tank and so forth, and I'm looking at the layout. I don't see a place even for an office. I do see a kitchen. You've got a kitchen, I'm assuming, on your first floor with the rooms, and then there's I think a prep kitchen up on the next floor. You've got you got more kitchen space than you got anything else, and I'm just wondering, and bar. It looks like you're running a food and beverage operation.
No, Doug can respond to this. We basically
prep kitchen.
It's a prep kitchen, and he designed the Surfrider Motel. The same amount of TUPs they have that we would have, the same bar they have, we have. It's all identical. We're not asking anything more than what the Surfrider Motel has. And they are able to operate, and they don't have any issues in our parking and our traffic and our ingress egress is better than that.
That's good.
So
That's enough. All right, Adrian, question about the TUP. When do you need a TUP? How many people, what's the requirement for that currently?
So what triggers a TUP is the question.
Yeah. And how many, and what?
So there are a number of triggers. Usually it's over 100 people. It's also whether it's advertised, and I forgot exactly what the other triggers are, but you know, those are the two that typically require a TUP.
Yeah, and a TUP is only for a commercial area, so it's not like a special events permit. You've got to give 30 days notice and so forth. So
that's right. So it's a 32-day notice. They have to submit an application at least 35 days in advance of the event, and they have to provide in advance the areas where they're going to park their people, and they have to show us where the event is going to take place, and it's a process.
Okay. I know I asked you a question earlier today that on the ABC license, I looked it up, and they're not very specific about what they can and can't do with the liquor license, but it did give the implication that you usually have food service and alcohol service. It's difficult to have just a drink bar and no food anywhere around it. It appeared to be the exception as opposed to the rule. So I'm assuming that we're looking at this as a food and beverage operation. And I'm going to tip you guys off to where I'm headed with this. If you look at the opening pictures, the cutting of the ribbon for the first Holiday Inn, I'm the 4-year-old kid standing next to the ribbon. All right. My dad helped start Holiday Inns. So I have been around hotels and motels for a long time. And I'm just going to make a comment here and read something back, because I was trying to figure out if this is a hotel or motel or not. And when you read what a hotel is and a motel by our own definitions, this is section 17.02.060 in definitions, says a motel means a facility offering transit lodging accommodations to the public in a group or attached or detached buildings containing guest rooms, some or all of which have a separate entrance leading directly from the outside of the building to an automobile parking space, conveniently located on the lot or parcel, does not provide accessory uses such as restaurants, meeting rooms, and not otherwise open to the public. A hotel means a facility offering transit lodging accommodations to the general public and providing additional services such as restaurants and meeting rooms. Well, you've got food service, you've got beverage, and in effect, you're throwing an event center up on the roof. And to me, this is a hotel. And it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. You guys may not agree with me. You've gone to great lengths to put motel on every document in here. But when you look at the uses of it, a motel is basically 20 rooms, 20 cars, and that's it. You may have some vending machines, you may have something else, but this is a hotel. Now, let's talk about how many stories this is. And if I could get, Adrian, maybe if you've got the cross section, the ones that we had in the book, if you saw how I downloaded this and was blowing them up on my computer screen, it was difficult. The cross section of the building showing the various floor levels. And I think on my book, it's page 610 is cross section. There it goes. Yeah, it's perfect. That's perfect right there. Yeah. Okay. When I look at this and I'm looking at the fill and soil, why do we have fills and soil? And an engineer told me recently that every cubic foot of soil is 100 pounds. Why is this stacking hundreds and hundreds of pounds of soil on top of the garage ceiling?
So the reason for that was to go through, the greatest extent possible of trying to hide that retaining wall. So it is putting dirt on top of the basement in order to make the exposed portion of that wall as short as possible. And then also their plan was to put landscaping on top. So the higher the elevation of that slope, the more plants and trees would be able to cover.
Okay, but it serves no useful purpose. And actually, it looks more to me like it's to design the height of the retaining wall at being less than its true height, which is, call it 46 feet or whatever it is.
Yeah, so the dimension I provide in the staff report, the 21 feet 10 inches, that's at the highest point, and that's without any of that soil there. So, and on top of that, you would add the additional height of the retaining wall below grade. That would give you the total of 52.5.
Yeah, so it's really...
One comment,
Yeah, please,
just to add it structurally, and just to clarify to everybody, structurally, this project has not been reviewed, so it could change. We haven't done a grading review. We haven't done any structural review. The graphics that you see and the renderings that you see in here were designed by the architect. It has never been vetted through the building and safety, through the building code. So the possibility of the structural elements being different are very highly.
Okay, so what's the probability of this fill and soil being there?
There's a lot of variables for me to speculate on the size of the retaining wall, on the thickness of the retaining wall, on the reinforcement that it's going to need on the retaining wall, on the soil that it's going to be on the basement with the slab foundation. It for me has a lot of questions.
Amateur engineer looking at this, there's not a lot holding that retaining wall up. It's standing almost free with very little at the base.
Like I mentioned, this is a graphic. We have not reviewed it structurally.
Okay. I'll tell you the other thing that bothers me immensely on this, shoving dirt in front of the building does not constitute a basement. And I'm looking at this from the street view. And by the way, I think it's a beautiful project. I really do. But it comes across as being a 50-foot tall building in a 24-foot height limit location. And honestly, want to build a motel? I think that's great. And to Doug Burge's credit and your staff, you guys have threaded needles here to get through every loophole. You've matched the code, and I applaud you for that. But that's different than what Malibu is. And people have talked about we need accommodations for all the people that want to come to Malibu. Well, why are they coming to Malibu? They're coming to Malibu to see the open spaces and what we preserve for them. That's the mission statement. That's the Malibu that we're supposed to have. And by the way, 20 rooms is a drop in the ocean compared to the 50,000 visitors that come through here. I mean, if you look at the people that were at Escondido Falls, as somebody mentioned earlier today, there were 1,000 people there today on Cinco de Mayo. We have a huge number of visitors. 20 rooms doesn't make that much difference. What we do need are motel rooms, no question about that. But what you've got here is a luxury property that is far exceeding what I would think is the appropriate development given our code and what's supposed to be in this CV1 zoning. It's supposed to be a motel. This is a hotel. You've got a 4-story building. You got a 50-foot retaining wall. Your variances and exceptions do not permit what we think is appropriate for this spot. At least that's my view. And with that, I will turn it over to somebody else.
You want to make a motion?
No.
Before we,
Discussion purposes?
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to someone else, if you want to give the appellant a chance to briefly address what was said by the applicant, if she wants it. Okay.
All right. That's
then
good.
let's reclose the public hearing.
Okay. Public hearings. All right. I've got a couple questions myself. Let's deal with traffic. Pulling out of the hotel or onto PCH. Adrian, sit down. I got to talk to you. Yeah, you.
Okay. We have the traffic engineer just behind me.
Well, we'll get to him later. Okay, when I pull out of the hotel, can I make a left-hand turn?
It's only a right turn.
So where do I have to go to make I want to go east. What do I have to do?
I think you would have to go to the next place where you can make a U-turn.
And where is that?
I think we can ask that question to the traffic engineer.
No, you're the planner. I mean, you thought through, where do you make the turn?
I'm the planner, but I'm not the traffic engineer. I did not review this project for traffic purposes.
Well, you should have, but who can tell me where you make the turn?
Cross Creek is the next slide. No.
Who can tell me where to make the turn? Aha, I don't think you can make it across Creek. Go ahead. Where do you make the turn? I came out, I'm going to go east. I had to make a right-hand turn to go, and I got to do a U-turn someplace. Where do I do the U-turn?
Good evening, Mayor. I believe you can do that across Creek.
Hang on. Why would?
That's a controlled intersection with a light where you can make a safe U-turn there.
I don't think there's a U-turn sign at Cross Creek. I think the closest U-turn sign is over in Webb Way.
The pier. You think so?
The pier.
I think you're right. Webb Way.
I know I'm right.
Webb Way.
That's why I brought it up. Okay, so I'm just saying, tell me that this is not going to have an impact on traffic, guys. All right? I got to go out and make a right-hand turn, or right-hand turn, drive down to Webb Way, turn around, and go the other way to go back east again. I mean, that's nuts. It's nuts. That's not what what's going to stop him from making a left-hand turn out of the hotel? Is there a barrier on the middle of the roads that says you can't turn left? Or what is going to stop that left-hand turn from being taken?
Make it
or do I have to put another CHP guy sitting out there to make sure they don't do it illegally?
So make it to stop that left turn, you would have to put a median there.
Aha. Are we going to do that? Adrian, is there a median going in there?
I don't think that was conditioned.
I don't think there's anything in there, right? Okay, thank you, Brett. I'm just saying, tell me traffic's not going to be an issue on this thing, okay? Let's go back to noise. And Adrian, this is for you, so you got to come back up. You can't turn this to somebody else. Well, look, this is one of the, again, I'll do that later on. All right, noise. How far away is the Chabad in the rabbi's house from the motel, or the hotel, whatever the hell it's going to be?
It's just next door. It's immediately next to it.
Okay, what was the traffic? Where do I find the noise study done for what the impact's going to be on that Chabad? Where's that noise study?
So there was a noise study that they presented to us for amplify music and events on the rooftop, and
Was that done for the Chabad? Did they test it? Was that, because I can't find any indication there was any kind of noise study done on the Chabad side of that house, or the Chabad side of the hotel?
There was a report submitted. It was submitted after the initial study and M&D were done, and we advised the Planning Commission at the time that the report had been submitted but had not been reviewed, and staff was recommending that no amplified music would take place on the rooftop as a result.
Was there a study done for the impact on the Chabad? Did they do the study on that side of the hotel?
There was a noise study as part of the initial study. I'm not sure if there was a report, but there was an analysis in the initial study about noise.
On Chabad?
I'm not sure if the, again, there was no,
Adrian, this is a place right next to the hotel. Okay, a school, whatever the heck else is going on over there. I mean, I would think that, let me ask another question, okay? In the resolution, it says if there's noise and the impact is more than 5 feet away, from 5 feet, you're not supposed to be able to hear it? Is that how it works?
That's the condition the Planning Commission said.
Okay, so let me ask the question. Let's assume there's a party going on at the top of the hotel. It's Saturday afternoon or Saturday night. Okay, and the noise is coming, they got music playing, whatever's going on, and it's more noise than allowed in the resolution. How long is it going to take you to get a compliance guy over there to fix it?
We currently have code enforcement available on weekends. Again, depending on when the events.
What hours of the day are they available?
They're usually daytime.
So
yeah.
Hang on. Okay, so how long is it going to take them to get over there?
I mean,
and let me give you an example.
From City Hall, it would be at 10.
Before you answer, I want you, okay, for the last 5 weeks, okay, I've had a resident who's got lights, neighbors got lights blaring into their bedroom all night long. I called compliance, I talked to the city manager, got them involved, so I said, this is crazy. Been 5 weeks, we've not been able to stop it. With all the compliance, we got Doug Clevenger going over there, I got everybody and their brother, they can't stop it. So I'm just saying, unless you've got some ability to say, you know something that I don't, your compliance guy can go in there and stop it immediately. You're making resolutions or rules you can't enforce. And why would you want to do that?
Well, we didn't want to do it.
But you did.
Staff did not support any amplified music on the roof.
You've got a notion or a condition that says you can't have noise. I can't remember what the exact language is, but you're not supposed to be able to hear it 5 feet from your house. Right?
That was a condition that was added by the Planning Commission, not a staff recommendation. They added that on their own.
And probably rightfully so. But how are you going to? You can't enforce it.
I understand. That was, again.
So let me ask you a question.
That was not a staff.
Well, let's go back and ask another question. I mean, who am I taking care of? The residents of the city who have been here for a while? Okay. I mean, am I doing something to give the developer the ability to do whatever they want to do at the expense of the resident who's been living in that house and running that Chabad for a number of years? That's wrong. That's not what we're supposed to be doing, I don't believe. All right.
I agree with you.
Okay, got another question. Alcohol. I understand what the ABC rule is, but why would you want to have alcohol sold next to that school and Chabad? Why is that good for the city? Why is that good for? Tell me why that's good.
I'm not sure if it's good or not.
Adrian, you're the planner. If you can't figure out, then don't do the stuff in the staff. Why is that good for the city to have that happen?
It's a request the applicant made.
I understand.
And so we process the request. We made the findings, Planning Commission approved the project that way. Now, again, it's a de novo hearing. So this is before you today, and
you didn't answer my. Why is it good for the city, the resident, or the Chabad to have that alcohol being sold there? Why is it good?
I'm not sure if it's good. I don't know if I can answer that question. I'm not sure if it's good.
Okay, that tells me a lot there too. Okay, If they have an event, they don't have enough parking on site, they've got to go park cars off-site someplace, right?
Say that one more time.
If they're running a TUP, they've got 50 guests coming in, okay? So they need more parking than they've got available, right?
Correct. I think what they were suggesting is that the TUPs would only hold events that would be for guests, so that wouldn't generate a need for additional parkings. But if they had an event that required more parking spaces that they can accommodate, they would need to provide off-site parking and then shuttle the...
And what are the rules for the off-site parking they have to provide? Does it have to be within a certain distance?
Typically with TUPs, there is no set distance. So we've seen a lot of TUPs where the parking may be, half a mile to a mile away.
You think that's a good idea, do you?
Well, again, typically we've had a lot of temporary use permits where the parking has been provided, not immediately next to, but it could be a distance, and then the event participants are shuttled into the site.
On PCH. So they're going to have to park, go to the hotel, come out, take a right-hand turn, go down the webway, turn around in the shuttle, and then take them back the other way someplace?
But understand that's an inherent issue with TUPs, not necessarily with this application.
All I'm saying is what they're looking for in this location has got some unique problems, right? And it seems to me that those unique problems are what we should be considering as we look at this application. And if you know there's a problem there, come up with ways to fix it. Because all you're doing, I mean, again, this thing, you're putting rules in place that you can't enforce. You're putting more traffic on PCH. You're doing stuff that is not beneficial to the residents.
We're not in support of their additional 6 events, right? This is not a staff recommendation.
I'm not talking about their 6 events. I mean, if they have 6 events, you're still going to have problems with traffic on PCH.
Well,
yes, no.
Potentially, but we don't. Those events have not been submitted to us. We have not granted those. We would evaluate those TUPs as they come in, right? So they can be denied as well if we feel that there's some issues with.
Well, look, if you're going to make the same decisions or considerations on the TUP as you're making on the hotel right now about what the traffic's going to be and how it's going to work, I'm not real confident that your review of the TUP is going to be worth anything. So just for what that's worth. All right, I know where I'm going with this, but Bruce, you want to go?
Well, I'm still waiting to hear one other view, but for discussion purposes, I'll make a motion that we sustain the appeal and deny the project.
I'll second.
That's to direct staff to return with a resolution on consent denying the application.
Yes.
Are there specific grounds that you?
We're gonna get into them over the next hour.
We got a motion and a second. You want to do a roll call?
No, there's substantially more discussion, but I'd like to know if there's going to be more discussion from anyone else before I begin.
Well, let's find out what if this motion is proposed. If there are findings.
We do need to have, you need to identify the findings that can't be made in.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask outright though. Marianne, do you have a position on this before I explain? Because you asked, Paul stated his position, Doug kind of did, Steve did. I'll state my position, which is I just made the motion, but you asked a bunch of questions but didn't state anything. So I'd like to know before I begin, since you went first, what your position is.
Will it shorten your discussion?
It very well may. It very well may. It may lengthen it, depends on what you say.
Okay. I wanted to hear what you had to say before I said this, but since I'm being pushed into doing this, I've really struggled with this decision. I've gone from one side to the other side, back to the other side, And I believe that having a motel in this location, as it is zoned to be, is the right decision. While I appreciate the design, and I think that this is a very attractive design, I have a lot of issues with the bulk and the massing of the building. Where I struggle with it is, given the site constraints, I don't know if something else can be designed that will be able to be built there, that will provide a motel that is sized based upon the square footage and things like that. Our codes are such that parking is so restrictive on this. You know, they have taken on the added additional parking spaces for the Malibu Inn next door that was built at a time when there was an abundance of available parking, both on Pacific Coast Highway and other areas. But now, because of, again, the parking standards that we have currently with our city, they don't make the parking for their just basic use there, let alone any additional events they may have. I don't know. I mean, a motel is something that we need in our community. We don't need another restaurant. We don't need another office building. We don't need unnecessary retail space. I think at the last meeting, Doug highlighted just how much vacant retail and office space we already have in our city. So, you know, I really struggle that if this project is denied, if the applicants are going to redesign and come back with a different motel proposal. You know, there was talk about the public parking that's going to be lost by this. Nobody has a right to the public parking that the applicant has provided on their property. They can provide the spaces that are required for their JUPA and not rent to one more person. And so the loss of that parking shouldn't even be in this discussion. And frankly, most of the 16 or 20 items that were highlighted by Malibu Township Council, they really, to me, they violate the spirit of what we should be doing in Malibu. They're just coming up with excuses why something shouldn't be here. And what we should be doing as a community is coming up with ways that we can have projects that are designed to not only meet the private property owners' right to develop their property as it is zoned with what is necessary for the community. And so everything that was highlighted there, I just find so offensive in how it was written and such. That being said, I'm still stuck on the fact that this is going to be a building that is larger, even though it conforms with the code, than its surrounding neighbors. And I am concerned that not necessarily this property owner, but a future property owner of the original Malibu Inn property will, you know, look to the exceptions that were made for this one and want to duplicate it on any other property that is going to be similarly zoned in this vicinity. So that's my take on things.
Let me say something. I'll be more definitive where I am on this. This is too big. This is a hotel project that ought to be on a motel format. And I want to address the town council's list. You guys threw everything in the book at it. And we should have been focused in on what really was the violations. I mean, I'm sure you sat around as a committee and said, this is wrong, and very good diligence on your part. But there's only a few things that are wrong with this, but they all lead back to the fact that they've overexpanded what, in my opinion, what was really designed and applicable for that space. There probably is a spot for a 20 unit motel, and it can probably be parked in there reasonably well. That's what geniuses are in architect and engineering to get done. And I have to say, I agree with Yolanda. As I looked at that retaining wall, I'm going, I don't see how this holds up. I just had an issue in Ontario with a property that we manage in our asset management group, where we tried to put a 30-foot wall up, and it was for parking purposes. And the engineers said, you would actually be better off to build a building than to put that standing free wall up. And that was just a standing wall. So, and when I looked at the design, and I agree with Yolanda, there's no base to hold it in place, and it doesn't work. So it's going to be all entirely different, but it's going to be that tall. But you can probably put a 20-unit motel in there that's a 2-story motel and not have that kind of a retaining wall behind it, and have parking and so forth. But it's not going to have a restaurant. It's not going to have food, and it's not going to be food and beverage and a place for TUPs. Sorry, guys, you can't put a size 15 shoe in a ballet slipper, and that's what this really is. And I think from the standpoint of what we can approve, this isn't it. You got the idea for a motel, but you're trying to make it too big, and it doesn't fit the zoning, doesn't fit the code from the standpoint of what we can permit. You got the variance right off the bat for the retaining wall is a no. The use of the property as a hotel in a motel zoning area is a no. The fact that you have taken the subterranean parking, as you've called it, and tried to make that it disappear as a basement by putting some dirt in front of it is a no. And those are my reasons for declining this. If you could come to us with a 2-story motel and had it appropriately fit the property, we wouldn't even be here tonight. But I'll tell you one thing I did ask. I asked, how did we get to this point? How come it's on our desk with a 1,500-page report? And you know what I got sort of behind the scenes? People said, everybody knew there was so much momentum in this and there was so much force to it that it was going to get appealed whatever happened. And everybody's going, you know, Planning Commission spent 6 hours on this. And I think one of the telling comments at the end was, let's go ahead and prove it's going to get appealed to the council anyway. So in effect, it's come to the Supreme Court for a decision because everybody else finally said that, look, it's going to get appealed anyway, so just move it on. There's no credibility that the Planning Commission approved it. I think it was a case of we give up, it's going to the council. So it's on our desk, and I'm telling you how I feel on it. And I know this has been in motion for several years. And I said before I sat down here, before we started this, I have kept my distance from this so I wouldn't be influenced by anybody or anything on it. And I waited to read this whole thing over the last few days, and I'm disappointed that you guys tried to get too much into too small of a space. And the precedent is not the other buildings down the street. It's the fact this is setting precedent. And this is not what Malibu wants. Malibu wants to be the open space, the friendly to the visitors, and this would be a great accommodation to visitors for a small motel, as it's zoned for, and that's what the plan is. So that's my point. I guess I've told you where I'm voting.
Bruce? Proud of you, Doug. First of all, I want to compliment the public speakers, all of them, everyone who spoke in either direction tonight, because this is the way things should operate in a small town like this, and it was a pleasure to listen to every single person that spoke, and it was a pleasure to read all of the comments, the written comments from people who didn't speak, as well as written comments from those of you who did speak that said some different things than what you wrote. I read every word of it. In fact, I was going to read a whole bunch of it. I've got 118 pages of notes here. I'm not going to go through them all. It's not going to be necessary. I'll also say, as I was listening to the conversation, let me give you a headline first of all, because City Attorney asked what do I believe we can't find. And actually, I don't believe there's anything we can't find so much as I'm not persuaded that there has been that the burden of proof has been carried by the applicant with respect to multiple items, such that I am not comfortable making the findings they're proposing, which are required. So it's not a question of they're wrong so much as they haven't proved they're right. And that's all we have to do is conclude they haven't proved they're entitled to these findings.
Correct. The evidence doesn't support the findings or other evidence?
They haven't carried their burden of persuasion, their burden of production and or their burden of persuasion, which they're required to do because they are the applicant and this is a de novo hearing. I have some preliminary comments I wanted to make, but the headlines are, they have not persuaded me, and I doubt they've persuaded a majority of the council that they're entitled to a variance. And I'll explain that a little later, to any variance, and I'll explain that in more detail. They have not persuaded me that this is not a coastal bluff. I believe it actually is a coastal bluff. I believe that the appeal jurisdiction chart alone is all we need. And I'm going to talk about the 2 pages that Mr. Hakim told us to look at that has a record from a geological expert that it is, because it doesn't say what he says it says. It's a very artful dodge. I don't believe we can make they have not persuaded me that the height is 24 feet or 28 feet or less. And in fact, I actually was persuaded as I was listening to the presentations that it was technically within the height limitation. I think that Spurge made it a very artful argument that it was within the height limitation. And then Doug actually persuaded me to go back the other direction again, where I came in at. So you know, I thought the height. I was going to eliminate the height argument, but you haven't persuaded me that it is within the height. Have not persuaded me this is not a hotel. Have not persuaded me that there's adequate parking. Have not persuaded me that the water treatment system issue is sufficient, or much less that it's really satisfies the moratorium. And I'm not satisfied that there aren't CEQA defects. Before I get into the details on that, again, I will cut these 118 pages brief, I promise, or briefer. The fact that 3 members of the Planning Commission approved this proposed project, to me, demonstrates the accuracy of Ann Ravel's complaint to the FPPC that multiple members of the Planning Commission suffer from a disqualifying conflict of interest. A conflict that's heightened in the case of this particular project, in which the applicant identified in the very first page of this council agenda report is Burge and Associates. The project squeaked through the Planning Commission by a narrow margin with only 3 votes in support. The 3 supporting votes came from Jeff Jennings, Skylar Peak, and Dennis Smith, all 3 of whom should have recused themselves. At the time this matter came before the Planning Commission, the applicant, Burge and Associates, was working as Jeff Jennings' architect with respect to the rebuild of his house that was burned in the Woolsey fire. Now, I had a house remodeled substantially after it was materially destroyed over the last 2 years. I know that when I'm dealing with my architects and general contractors, I'm at their mercy for pricing. It's not like they give me it's not like I go into Macy's and there's price tags. They determine as the project proceeds what to charge me. If I can make them happy, they're going to charge me less. If I have something that I can provide them of value, if I can't, they're going to just charge me what they think is the most that they can get from me. I think that there is a conflict of interest there. At a bare minimum, there is an appearance of impropriety. Mr. Jennings should not have voted on this matter. Both Dennis Smith and Skylar Peak are local contractors who benefit financially, directly or indirectly, from Burge Associates. I heard somebody say tonight, it's consistent with what I believe, over 300 projects have been done by Burge Associates in Malibu. How many of them resulted in work for local contractors, and how many provided the potential for work for Mr. Peak or Mr. Smith, and how many people get referred to? How many people do they get referred to by Burge? Again, they have an innate interest in making this applicant happy, and whether they actually have succeeded, whether that actually influenced their decisions or not, it is an appearance of impropriety. They should have recused themselves. But the 3 conflicted planning commissioners are not the only ones to blame for this travesty. Before this project even got to the Planning Commission, it received the support of the Planning Department, which continues tonight to recommend the project's approval. The planning department's support for this project proves that something is desperately wrong in the planning department. I mean, Doug said, how did this even get here? There's at least something. Well, that's nice. I'm going to continue to talk.
That's the thing.
Well, okay, Mr. Mayor, you want to have a vote on whether to call the question?
We're almost done.
Okay. I was surprised Lester Tobias didn't speak tonight, but he sent a very interesting letter to Steve Uring, which is in the record. And I'm going to just read three paragraphs from it. He says, several reasonable residential projects are being raked over the coals in their reviews while the planning staff seemingly acts as consultants to hotel developers, restaurant developers, and the notorious Crown Castle firm who shoves microcell towers down our neighbors' throats on a regular basis. The planning staff, under the direction of Assistant Planning Director Adrian Fernandez, has crafted the staff report to suggest that this wall is worthy of the variance because A, the parcel cannot be fully developed without it, and B, the building will most likely block the view of the wall. Never mind that the code maximum is 12 feet and that the actual findings for a variance as written in the code cannot be met. So now our planning department thinks that variances are okay if difficulties inherent to a site restrict an applicant from building what they want, as opposed to what the code will allow. When have we ever assumed that? He goes on to say, as someone who has his pulse on the planning issues in the city, I'm sending you this email because I know you to be an engaged citizen and now a person who knows the power of the planning department over our lives and our fortunes. I'm telling you that at this moment in time, I cannot make rhyme nor reason out of the increasing number of staff reports, commission decisions, and council directives that seem to be rooted in personal preferences, opinions, or outside influences and not in the law that governs the build environment and upon which the citizenry should be able to rely. That's a brave position for Lester to take, given that he must deal with the planning staff on a regular basis for his own clients. And we heard tonight from Ed Niles, and he also wrote in. And what he wrote was, this project represents the total disregard of the Coastal Act, the Malibu General Plan, LCP, and the 13,000 Malibu residents' investment in the welfare and future of this unique city. The staff report and planning department's inability to respond to this intrusion only emphasizes the need for internal review. There were similar comments from multiple residents, some of whom spoke tonight. One who didn't speak was Jamie. By the way, I know almost every person who came here and spoke in opposition to this project. They appear here regularly. They take an interest in what this city does, and they did not have the wool pulled over their eyes by Joe Drummond. If anything, they probably influenced the arguments she made. I didn't know most of the people who came in here to support this project. I've never heard their names, never met them, never seen them. I accept that they live here, but they're not the people who come to city council meetings. They're not the people that go to planning commission meetings. They're not the people who routinely on a daily basis express concern for this city. Anyway, we got a letter from someone named Jamie Dixon, someone I don't know. Why do some of you continue to support projects that serve local developers at the expense of the quality of life of Malibu residents? This one will cause even more congestion in an already stressed section of PCH, mostly to the benefit of Malibu's most insatiable parasite. It seems like Malibu operates as a business instead of a service. Maybe these projects benefit the personal interests of some of you. These projects certainly don't benefit the residents of Malibu. These are just samplings of the sort of criticism that were received, and they pale in comparison to what I hear from residents on an almost daily basis. I know that recruitment and retention of planning staff is a high priority of the City Council, but I'd rather see the city understaffed with planners who take seriously their responsibility of defending Malibu's general plan than a fully staffed and efficiently operating staff that's rubber stamping commercial projects of this nature that are an affront to Malibu's mission and vision and to the residents of this rural coastal community. The present application, like other applications, needs to be considered through the lens of the general plan. And we've heard that from a number of residents. In that regard, the vision statement and mission statement comprise the very first subpart of the very first section of Malibu's general plan. The vision statement and mission statement are also codified in the Malibu Municipal Code. Despite the critical significance of these two documents, they rarely receive even lip service, much less serious consideration by the staff when evaluating proposed development. but they do receive consideration by the residents. I'm not going to read them. I was going to, but because they've been read a number of times by residents tonight. The general plan, including the vision statement and mission statement, are legislative tools endorsed by the state of California through the Coastal Commission for protecting the fragile health and natural beauty of the California coast in general and Malibu in particular. The general plan and other laws are not a blueprint for development, and they're certainly not words to be contorted into authorization to impair and destroy the environment and rural nature of this coastal village in any way that is not explicitly forbidden. Unfortunately, that's how they're construed and misused by developers, and that's how they're often construed and misused by members of our own staff, including tonight. You hear all the time, well, it doesn't expressly say you can't do this. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear where it expressly says you can do this. Because unless it expressly says you can do something, we go to the mission statement and the vision statement and the general plan to determine whether it's consistent with what we want. We don't look for loopholes. We don't look for absence of words. Our law is not an instruction manual for development. It's a Bible for protecting the environment and rural nature of our community. The planning staff should not be working to help make development possible. The planning staff are gatekeepers who stand between unwanted and unlawful development and the protection of the fragile environment and the rural nature of this coastal village. In essence, the members of the planning staff are the mission statement and vision statement police. That's what they should be doing. Unfortunately, they consistently look the other way and even assist developers when they engage in the environmental equivalent of smash and grab. That's what you're seeing here. As Charlotte Fries wrote a very eloquent objection to this, where she referred repeatedly to the mission statement and vision statement. I won't belabor the point. She concluded with Malibu is a sliver of paradise tucked in between the Santa Monica Mountains and the Pacific Ocean. Let's work together to keep it that way. And then we received a letter this morning from Chris Iotti, I'm not sure how you pronounce her last name. She came and read her letter tonight, so I won't need to do that. I'm almost at the point of the merits. The staff report, which includes a recommendation that this project be approved, and I agree with Mary Ann. The staff is not saying that that they're not approving it. They're recommending its approval. It's the latest example of the staff bending over backwards to contort and construe the general plan to help a wealthy developer pursue commercial development of our rural coastal village. As I read the staff report, it appeared to be an exercise in sophistry designed to disguise the multiple flaws of a project the staff seeks to support for reasons that are not apparent and fuel the distrust of the residents. Because the staff devoted so much energy to helping out the applicant and the applicant's hired guns, it's necessary for us to stand up for the residents and make all the contrary arguments about why the project should be denied in order to honor the general plan. It's also important to understand and keep at the forefront of our minds that developers and project applicants are not our constituents and they're not the customers of the city staff, as I have too often heard the planners and some members of the city council say. Rather, our constituents and the true customers of the planning staff are the residents of Malibu, whose town we are charged with protecting. Developers seek to develop. That's fine. There's nothing unlawful or improper about that. Development is controlled and constrained by the general plan. Development should be carefully controlled and permitted only as it conforms with the delicate and rural nature of Malibu. Expediters, architects, general contractors are doing their job when they interface with the city staff. Their job is to persuade the city staff to permit their projects to proceed. They're also doing a job when they interface with the community. Their job is to secure community support when possible and to head off community opposition. These developer advocates owe no allegiance to the residents. They are the equivalent of big pharma representatives that seek to sell physicians on medications that are profitable to their employers without regard to whether the medications are truly beneficial or even harmful to the physician's patients. These are the people with whom members of the staff interact on a daily basis. The staff doesn't interact with the residents, who are largely unaware of the goings-on at City Hall. Fortunately, there are more than a handful of vigilant residents who act as the caretakers of this coastal village, including the Malibu Township Council, which initiated this appeal. These residents keep a watchful eye on development and routinely appear before the Planning Commission and the City Council when the planning staff fail to do its job, which unfortunately is far too often the case. Tonight we heard from many such residents. The staff report includes multiple written submissions from these residents that were submitted to the Planning Commission, and we received tens of additional written public comments over the past 2 weeks. I guess we've received 50 or 60 in opposition to this project. I encourage everyone, after this is over, to read carefully and in full the numerous letters and emails submitted in opposition to this project, including particularly the letters and emails submitted by the appellant, Pat Healy on behalf of the Coalition for Slow Growth, Lester Tobias, Scott Dittrich, and legal counsel for the owners of the Malibu Beach Inn, which nobody even talked about tonight. I'm going to skip through all those letters, which I was going to talk about, and get right to the merits now. Steve, should we vote yet? Because I still have comments. So, the first and easiest issue is that the applicants are not entitled to a variance. At a bare minimum, to get a variance, you have to show that there are special circumstances or exceptional characteristics applicable to the subject property, including size, shape, topography, location, or surrounding, such that strict application of the zoning ordinance deprives the property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zoning classifications. I've stated before my philosophy when it comes to discretionary matters before this body. If we are legally mandated to approve something, we have to approve it. If an applicant brings a clean sheet application and there's no possible argument that they're wrong, you got to approve it whether you like the project or not. If the project cannot proceed, it just obviously violates the law, you can't approve it how much you like the project. It might be the best project you've ever seen come down the pike, but if it's illegal, you can't approve it. And if it's anywhere in between, which is 90% of what comes before us, we have discretion to go where we wish. And unless I can be persuaded on a commercial project that it's a substantial benefit to the community and has the support of the community, when I have discretion, I will say no. And that's one reason that I do not believe a variance is appropriate here. As I said earlier, the applicant bears the burden of proof, which includes the burden of production and persuasion. I don't believe that the applicant has established that they're entitled to a variance. There is not a single property that's been identified, much less multiple properties, that were approved post the adoption of the general plan, the local coastal program, and our local municipal code that has afforded anyone what's being asked for tonight. They are old projects. They're the reason that this is a city. There are other feasible projects.
Bruce, can we just get to what the facts are and let's get it done?
Those are the facts. All right, Coastal Bluff. Absolutely failed to establish this is not a coastal bluff. No, I said I would say less, and I am. I've just skipped through 50 pages.
All right.
I have a substitute motion. On other projects such as this, when there's a denial, you've offered the applicant the ability to go back and redesign and reapply to the Planning Commission. Are you open to do that to this case, yes or no?
I am not, because they have had so much opportunity to be reasonable and present a project that could possibly be approved, and they deliberately took their swing at the fences and missed.
It was a yes or no question, but thank you.
Are
there enough council members to require a vote at this time?
Excuse me?
Are there enough council members at this time to ask for a vote?
Yeah, let him wrap up, because we're going to have...
He's been wrapping up.
I don't know. Do you have enough, Trevor?
No.
I don't think you do.
We can't approve the variances.
Well, no, he needs the reasons why.
Okay, well, no, actually, I'll say that. As I understand it, Trevor, we just have to say no to one of many possibilities to reject this. We don't have to provide all the other reasons why we're rejecting it. Isn't that
correct?
They need to make all the findings that are required. The evidence needs to be substantial evidence supporting all the findings. And
no, right, but if we as a council vote, if a majority of us vote to reject any one thing that's required to support this project, we need not make findings on the other things because it doesn't matter what our findings would be on those other things, this still couldn't go forward. So like courts often will say there's 5 different arguments, I'm only going to rule on this one and I'm not even ruling on the other 4 because this one ends the case anyway. Do we have to rule on all the ones that aren't necessary?
We would need to make a determination on the entitlements that have been applied for. So the variances, the CDP, the CUP.
Why? If it does,
but you can rely on, if you can't make the variance findings, then you're not able to make the CDP findings.
But this project can't go forward if any one of the variances requested is denied, right?
Then the CDP would fail.
Okay,
Is that enough?
So isn't it enough to say that we're denying this because we're not persuaded that they're entitled to a variance, and we don't need to get into all the other things which may or may not come up in the future?
That would suffice for, if you can't make the variance findings and you cannot make the CDP findings. We also have the CUP, so you'd also need to make findings.
You don't get a CUP for a project that you're not proceeding with.
The CUP is for the construction of the building in and of itself.
So the CDP is for the construction of the structure, and the CUP is for the use.
But what would be used if there's nothing there?
The MMC requires a CUP for construction of the building.
But the only building that's being applied for is one which needs a variance, which if we vote to deny, there's no building to have an activity.
Bruce, we're trying, I mean, Trevor, we're trying to get this done.
I'm trying to help short circuit.
I recommend that you identify the variances, and if there's a reason that you, besides the variances, that you would deny the CUP, I suggest that you list the reasons, and the staff will bring back the resolution memorializing it.
Okay, so do we as a council have to vote on every single reason that we're going to give so that when you draft the resolutions, we know what a majority felt with respect to each of the findings?
We do need to have consensus about why the project would be denied, but if there's, staff has a lot of guidance from what's been discussed tonight, so if you're unable to make the findings, staff will take the discussion and bring back a proposed resolution that would, in its opinion, reflect the council's will, and then you would be able to refine that. But
okay. All right, so here, let's do it this way. Look, I've heard from, listening to the council members speak, it sounds like a majority of us probably have concluded that this is a hotel, not a motel. But I believe this is a coastal bluff. I'd love for the council to join me in saying that. I'm not sure that there's 3 votes for saying that this is a coastal bluff. I think there's insufficient parking. I don't know that there's 3 out of 5 votes at least to say there's insufficient parking. It seems like we clearly have 3 votes, possibly even 4, to deny the project. But if you have to draft a resolution that sets forth every finding we choose not to make or can't make, I think we have got to vote on every one of them separately. I don't believe we need to do that. I believe that it's sufficient to say that the project that's been applied for has at least one defect, and therefore it can't proceed. But if you're telling us you need to give all the reasons in this resolution, we have to vote on them all.
what I'm saying, we have, I believe, you said you can't make any of the variance findings, and you said that based on the special circumstances prong. Are there other prongs of the variances for why you can't make them?
I don't know that we'd all agree on any one of them. Good.
We have an issue here on like coastal. You're setting precedent for future projects up and down the city. Let's not get into that. Let's be specific on what we have here. There's 3 variances, and there's a special it's SPR, whatever it is, SPR 18025. You've got 3 variances. One's for the height of the wall, one's for the parking in front, and the third one is, Adrian?
Construction on slopes.
Construction on slopes.
But Doug, with all due respect, even if we could grant the variances, if 3 of us at least agree this is a hotel, that would be a reason to deny the project that has nothing to do with variances.
Right, it's a zoning issue as well.
Right.
So I think if we've got 4 issues right there, let's take those 4 issues. And honestly, I think Mary Ann had an excellent point. If you guys want to hold this or repurpose it some way, it may expedite what you want to do next on it. As I said before, there's a 20-unit motel buried in here. You might want to look at that. I'm not telling you how to run your business or what I'll approve, but we have at least 4 items that you can
Mayor
work
Pro
with.
Tem, are you trying to offer them an opportunity to change the project and bring it back to the planning commission? Or are you going to talking about denying it? If you deny the project, they cannot bring a new application for a year unless it's substantially different from the current project.
I think a 20-unit motel that's only 2 stories tall.
A two-story 20-unit motel be substantially different.
There's a year to design it anyway.
Yeah. But let's.
Yeah, but it's going to take them at least a year to redesign it if they were to do that. So why was?
Let's just deny this thing.
Just deny it. We got four issues.
One more issue.
Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. Dominguez, and I had not appreciated until I heard the comments tonight. I believe there's a Shumash related issue here too. You used a term that I'd never heard before, but it resonated. It made a lot of sense. Colonial interpretations. I'd never heard that term before, but I get it. I'm sorry. I can't allow you to. I'm sorry. You're welcome. You mentioned some specific things which never in my wildest dreams, without being educated, would I've even thought about.
Okay,
The altered stones, the burnt. No. Let me. This is another finding I think we cannot make.
You don't have support for this.
Well, how do you know?
You don't have support for that.
Guys, let's. I understand, and it's getting late. I think everybody's getting a little testy, so maybe we can. Do you have enough, Trevor, for us to vote on?
No, that we should go through what you told me you can't make the special circumstances prong of all you can't make the special circumstances prong of all 3 variances. That's all I've heard is that there's consensus about that. Are there other variance findings that you can't make?
Doug made the
this?
motion. It's not a hotel. It's a hotel, not a motel. That was clear.
Can I respond to Doug? Can I respond to Doug's statement?
Go ahead.
If there wasn't a rooftop deck and a pool with a bar, would you be convinced it's a motel?
Yeah, that's right. If it didn't have food and beverage, a swimming pool on top, and a meeting room, I'll call it a meeting room, but that's not the right word, an entertainment area, it'd be a motel. It'd be a 2-story motel.
I even agree with that. I mean, if this was just 20 rooms without pool, without food, without alcohol, it would be a motel. Then there'd still be other reasons to deny it, but that one wouldn't be one of them.
Okay. Again, Trevor, I'm trying to figure out what you specifically need so we can get through this thing.
This may be the best way to go through here. We have the variance for the retaining wall and 12 feet in height. Are there 3 votes to say that you cannot make the findings for that variance?
Yes.
Yes.
Not that we can't make them. We haven't been persuaded to make them. There's a difference for purposes of any lawsuit that might be
I can't
filed.
make the findings in order to support a variance for a retaining wall in excess of 12 feet.
Okay, Trevor,
And then the next one is the variance for construction for surface parking within the required front yard setback.
There's parking in that required front yard setback, right? I believe there has been parking in that location, which is the required front yard setback for the past 46 years I've been in this community.
It's a legal non-conforming use, I believe.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Trevor.
So are there 3 votes for not being able to make that finding?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I'm not persuaded to make that finding.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
We've got one. Let's go on to the next one.
We did retaining wall, we did surface parking. The site plan review for construction is in excess of 18 feet in height.
Pardon me?
There's a site plan review for construction in excess of 18 feet in height.
This is in excess of 28 feet in height.
So if you're unable to make those findings,
Yes.
is there 3 votes?
Yes for the height.
All right.
That's the reason why it's 4 stories.
I'm going to say it one more time. Every time the city attorney asks us if we're not able to make the finding, my response is, I'm not persuaded to make the finding. There is a difference.
You're not persuaded that the evidence supports it, or that there's evidence, that there is other evidence that is more persuasive, is what you're trying to say, correct?
The applicant has not carried its burden of proof. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. And then for the conditional use permit for the motel, for the sale, for motel use and sale of alcohol, is the council able to make those findings? Are there 3 votes that you're not able to make those?
Say that again?
The conditional use permit for new motel use and sale of alcohol.
What was the first one?
It's a conditional use permit for the new motel use and sale of alcohol. It's for the motel, the use as a motel, including sale of alcohol.
I feel like this is Alice in Wonderland. Somebody can't just come to us and ask for a conditional use permit for something they're not building. I don't get it.
The code requires a conditional use permit be applied for per the MMC.
All right, let's
Is
make
that,
Trevor- let's
can
have
we,
Trevor-
can we have our assistant planning director?
We've
Give us the rules,
they,
otherwise
yeah,
we're gonna be all over the
they made the application, so we should rule on the application. So if the court reverses, it has the evidence before it. Are there 3 votes to say that you're unable to make the conditional use permit findings?
Yes.
Yes.
Haven't proven their case.
And then the last one is the variance for construction on slopes steeper than 3 to 1.
Yes.
I'll say yes.
Haven't proven their case.
So you got 3.
Okay.
Are we sure we've got 3 votes on all 3 of these? Got a heard no over here on the.
Well, we get to 3 here.
There are 3 votes, I believe. The staff will bring back a resolution.
What about the coastal bluff?
Are there 3 votes?
Where is that included in the?
No,
Yeah, we're not going to get that. I mean,
Well, can we take a vote on it?
It's not part of the,
I think it's only
the
you and I that
application.
vote yes
Well,
on that.
let's make a record of it.
Yeah. Okay, quick, Coastal Bluff. The quick roll call. The question is.
It's just a straw poll.
Yeah.
Straw poll.
Councilmember Silverstein?
The applicant hasn't established to my satisfaction that this is not a coastal bluff.
Councilmember Grisanti?
It is a hill. Okay.
It is a hill.
Councilmember Riggins?
It's a hill.
Mayor Pro Tem
I'm not going to
Stewart?
die on it.
it's a hill.
Coastal Bluff.
Mayor Euring?
Coastal Bluff. Okay, what else do we need, Trevor?
I think that's sufficient. If there's a motion for
What
staff
about
to.
the water treatment system?
All right.
I mean, are we going to go through them all or aren't we?
I don't think
That's
we need.
not, that's part of the project. It's not part of the application.
Mary Ann, let Trevor answer those questions, because I'm trying to get this thing. Go ahead, Trevor.
You've now provided direction on all of the entitlements that have been applied for. If you want to provide additional direction for
If we
your
provided
reasons
enough
for denying the
if we provided enough to deny the appeal and get
To grant the appeal.
right? To grant the appeal, I mean, yeah.
So if there are additional reasons you want to specify for granting the appeal and denying the application, you're welcome.
I think a further reason for denying it, maybe there aren't 3 votes, is that there's not sufficient protection for cultural resources.
What was the MRCA guy asking for?
Money.
No.
What was he wanted actual affordable accommodations and not money in lieu, and I agree with that also.
He also hadn't read the presentation. He also hadn't read the update from the applicant.
No, he didn't care about money. He wanted rooms.
You hadn't heard from the Coastal Commission.
It's a valid concern, but it's not something we're going to talk about. It's not fully. It hasn't been fully vetted to the point we ought to be denied on that point. We've fully vetted the items we've got on the table right now that we've approved. Let's stay with those. And let's not pile onto this either. I mean, that's,
You have enough, Trevor.
I'm comfortable making direction to staff that there should be additional, whether a phase 1 archaeology report should be required on this and any project that comes before us in the future or before the city, that there is at minimum a phase 1, if not a phase 2 archaeology report done as part of any future project that is proposed on this site.
I'll buy that.
I agree.
I agree. On this site.
On this site. The other sites are all disturbed along this area. This one is.
All right, Trevor?
Okay. So can the resolution say among other reasons?
Yes.
Thank you.
So if the motion is then to direct staff to draft a resolution granting the appeal and denying the project for the reasons as listed, as specified here by the council and discussed by the council tonight, will be brought back for approval on consent by the council.
All right, give me a roll call, please.
Does that reflect the motion?
Yeah.
And the second?
Yes. So Bruce made the motion, I made the second. Go ahead.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
No.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're out of here.
I just want to say one thing. There were some comments made about the Planning Commission being biased on this. Look, this took us 6.5 hours. I think when you watch the tape on that Planning Commission, you'll see everybody was in about the same place we were, and they said, we quit, we're going home, let's send it to the city council.
I have one last comment also, because I neglected to make it, and I should have. It was important. I appreciate the Hakim's effort here. I truly do. I think that they're well-meaning, and I've enjoyed meeting them and speaking with them, and I hope they come back with a project that fits with the style of Malibu.